Section 15 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Salem Witchcraft, Part 2. When man escapes from his gross and sluggish encasement, and becomes, as the reappearance of many of the race teaches that he does, a freed spirit, he does not escape from within the realm of nature, nor pass to where natural substances and forces cease to sustain and act upon him. The word supernatural, as well as its equivalent phrase, more than natural, is often misleading. It tends to generate supposition that nature terminates where man's external senses cease to take cognizance. Absolutely, however, as we believe, all beings, including even God, and all things whatsoever, are parts of nature, so that the word supernatural can scarcely find place for rigid, unqualified application. No objection to its usual application is here intended, provided it is not used to convey the idea that things to which it is applied are the work of intelligence above and beyond the control and restrictions of universal laws or forces. Provided it does not intimate that the works are what theology has called miracles, that is, acts, quote, contrary to the established course of things, end of quote. Such works probably never did and never can occur. Higher and unrecognized laws are availed of whenever known laws are thwarted in their results, as when the magnet takes the steel upward in spite of gravitation. Gravitation works on with as much steadiness and force as while the magnet overpoweringly pulls against it. The overbalancing magnetic force does not act, quote, contrary to the established course of things, end of quote, but simply performs its own functions in full harmony with that course. So of all mysterious events in the vast universe, all move on in obedience to law. All events are outworkings of universal forces, none of which are ever broken or suspended, though sometimes some of them are restrained by other and counteracting forces from manifesting their usual results. All the marvelous works of both ancient and modern spiritualism may have occurred, and yet none of them have been, in fact, quote, more than natural, end of quote, however much so some minds may be accustomed to deem them. Take psychic forces as natural instrumentalities. Take both embodied and disembodied intelligences who had skill and power for the control of such forces, and with these take also others who had special susceptibilities for yielding to psychic action, and you will then have in your conceptions ample natural means for the production of each and every marvel that was ever described in human history, and all such may have been produced without any more help or hindrance in kind from either God or the devil than we all receive in the ordinary acts of daily life. Bring in what is meant by either magnetism or mesmerism or psychology or psychism, or by any other term expressive of that action upon and within a human being, which lets either his own spirit senses or the forces of some outside intelligence give play therein, independent of and superior to the owner's outer or physical senses, and we then may have fitting and adequate instrumentality through which finite intelligence can legitimately produce all the marvels that human eyes have ever witnessed. Professor Cromwell F. Varley, one of England's most eminent electricians, said, when addressing a committee of the London Dialectical Society, quote, I believe the mesmeric trance and the spiritual trance are produced by similar means, and I believe the mesmeric and the spiritual forces are the same. They are both the action of a spirit, and the difference between the spiritual trance and the mesmeric trance, I believe, is this. In the mesmeric trance, the will that overpowers or entrances the patient is in a human body. In the spiritual trance, that will which overpowers the patient is not in a human body. End of quote. The position taken by Mr. Varley, whose observations were made mostly within his own domestic circle, and whose professional pursuits led him to be a constant and careful observer of the nature, properties, and actions of delicate forces, is worthy of much regard. His view is probably in harmony with the conclusion of most minds which have studied carefully the outworkings of mesmerism and spiritualism. The two isms, and some views of them, are essentially one in nature, the latter being the butterfly or moth that came from out the former. The grub and its moth are the same, being in different stages of development. Multitudes of human beings, raised and to be raised from lower to higher development, have their habitats along the line where the material and spiritual interblend, and some are measurably amphibious there, can move and act in either of two auras. The younger or less advanced, flesh-clad mesmerists prevailingly abide in the material, while spirits have their most congenial residence generally beyond where the palpably material extends. But either class can at times bring under their control the physical systems of many human beings. By means of this psychism, or this outworking of soul power, there may be kept up reciprocal action, or intercommunion between what are usually called the material and spiritual worlds, both of which absolutely are natural, and are pervaded by interacting natural forces, which are at the service of peculiarly endowed or constituted or unfolded persons who are or may become competent and disposed to use them. A disembodied spirit no more needs special permission or aid from omnipotence for acting upon men and matter than the diver needs such for deep descents beneath the water's surface. Natural permission for spirits to re-encase themselves in or to act upon palpable matter is as free and full as man's is to put on submarine armor. This much we have said for the purpose of disclosing our standpoints of observations and reasonings pertaining to Salem witchcraft, and now come to more direct consideration of that special topic. At Salem village, about a dozen people, mostly the girls, previously named, were strangely and grievously tormented at short intervals during several months. They often endured contortions, convulsions, and very acute sufferings. At times many of them became deaf, dumb, blind, etc. Seemingly to beholders, they personally performed most strange and incredible feats of strength and simulations, and made astounding utterances. Because of these doings and sufferings, they were, after some weeks of observation, deemed to be, quote, under an evil hand, end of quote, were pronounced bewitched, and were termed, in the parlance of that day, quote, the afflicted, end of quote. According to the faith of those times, no person could be bewitched in any other way than through some other embodied person who had entered into a covenant with the devil, and voluntarily become his instrument or his agent. It was then assumed also that the afflicted ones could perceive who the person or persons were through whom the devil tormented them. Consequently, the sufferers were teased, coaxed, or driven to name someone or more who was causing their sufferings. Those named by the sufferers as producers of their maladies were called the accused, or were said to be, quote, cried out upon, end of quote. Belief in the ability of the afflicted to designate accurately their afflictors was then prevalent, but though probably born of facts in human experience and in itself fundamentally correct, it was indiscreetly and harmfully applied. The mediumistic or psychologized condition often renders its subjects practically independent of time, space, and gross matter, and makes them possessors of ability to feel, or rather to sense, contact with the properties of some peculiarly constituted mortals, even though such persons at the time be physically many miles away. The persons from whom such agitating emanations would proceed would generally themselves be highly mediumistic. If the inner or spiritual perceptive organs of Mr. Parris, Dr. Griggs, Thomas Putnam, and their consulting associates, of whom we shall speak hereafter, were inextricably interblended with their outer bodies, so that they were par excellence non-mediumistic, their presence near the bodies of persons infilled with abnormal properties by spirits might be imperceptible by the entranced, while either the poor, quote, melancholy, distracted, end of quote, question mark, Sarah Good, or, quote, bedrid Mrs. Osborn, who will come into notice on a future page, if highly mediumistic, might, though being then in their distant homes bodily, be present as spirits, and their emanations might be distinctly felt by the suffering girls, and be by them visibly traced to their sources. Mediumistic states or entrancements, however induced, often bring their subjects into rapport with other mediumistic persons afar off, while they as often shut off sensibility to the presence of the physically imprisoned or very slightly impressible ones who are nearby. The saying that, quote, birds of a feather flock together, end of quote, apparently has more constant application outside of gravitation's dominating reach than within it, more among relatively freed spirits than among rigidly body-hampered ones. That there exist special occult forces whose action frequently enables mediumistic persons, while under spirit manipulations, to know assuredly that emanations from special human organisms act upon them to either their pleasure or their annoyance, is very clearly indicated by the experiences of some modern mediums, for these are often heard to speak of influences coming to their help or their harm from particular persons who at the time are known to be miles away. Mediumistic intuitions often very accurately trace influences to some definite mundane source. That source frequently is where the disembodied operating spirit gets such an equivalent to a nervous fluid as is needful to give him or her contact with and control over matter. Some mediumistic systems may at times contain enough of such quasi-nerve-producing elements to meet all the needs of the controlling spirit, while others usually lack them to such extent that drafts to supply the deficiency are made from the systems of others more or less remote from the point of application. If the harassed and tortured children in the family of Mr. Paris were acted upon by spirits, they might be at times able to sense the fact that forceful action upon them came perceptibly forth from the bodily forms of particular living persons. Broad human observation and experience through the ages had generated conclusion that bewitched persons could designate those from whom their inflictions came. Therefore our fathers would with conscious propriety ask any one whom they supposed to be under an evil hand, "Who hurt you?" They would look for an answer, and if one came, would deem it correct. It was then logically necessary for them to confide in the accuracy of any responses which might issue from the lips of the sufferers, so long as their creed was made chief premise. Sneers at belief psychologized persons know from whom the force comes which generates their condition, may argue less knowledge in the sneerer's brain of forces and agents that sometimes act upon men than in the heads of those who in former days sought to learn from bewitched girls what particular persons afflicted them. The world, while learning much, may have been forgetting some important knowledge. The belief held by many of our forefathers that the afflicted would generally know that afflicting forces came to them from the persons whom they named, though measurably correct in itself, was rendered most woefully disastrous in its application because of its concomitant erroneous belief that such afflicting forces could go forth from none but such as were in the covenant with witchcraft's awful devil. The fact of one's being a channel through which occult wonder-working forces could flow was in those days proof positive that he or she had tendered allegiance to and made a compact with the evil one. That was the specially great and disastrous error which engendered witchcraft. Susceptibilities which were in fact only nature's boons were looked upon as acquisitions obtained through a diabolical compact. Some laws of psychology partially revealed and comprehended now were then not dreamed of, and deductions from false premises or from an erroneous belief being then applied by clear-headed and good men for noble ends, yes, for God's glory and man's protection, caused outworkings of unspeakable woes. The persons most afflicted at Salem village were Elizabeth, daughter of Mr. Paris, 9 years old; Abigail Williams, his niece, 11; Ann Putnam, 12; Mercy Lewis, 17; Mary Walcott, 17; Elizabeth Hubbard, 17; Elizabeth Booth, 18; Sarah Churchill, 20; Mary Warren, 20. To these girls may be added Mrs. Ann Putnam, mother of the girl of the same name, also a Mrs. Pope and a Mrs. Bibber. Nearly all of these occupied very good social positions, and many of them were surrounded and cared for by as intelligent, moral, and religious people as that or any other parish in the neighborhood contained. Yes, from amidst the very breath of prayer, the light of intelligence, the sway of strong authority, and the restraining influences of religion, These reputable and no doubt generally amiable, conscientious, and kind-hearted girls and women, during all their previous years, suddenly became utterers of what were then regarded most damning accusations against their neighbours and acquaintances first, and subsequently against strangers living remote from them, against the low and the high, the vicious and the virtuous, the feeble-minded and the strong in intellect alike. And in their strange and desolating work, these people of exemplary deportment previously moved on harmoniously, encouraging and strengthening each other, and without manifesting the slightest regret. A marked and startling specimen this of what mortal tongues may be used to accomplish, and yet those tongues generally may have only described what senses perceived. History has said, no, not history, but invalid supposition has said, that sportiveness, malice, love of notoriety, and the like, inherent in the minds and hearts of those young girls and women, were the chief incentives to and producers of the woeful, the murderous accusations and statements which came forth from their youthful lips. It was not so. One may as well call a pencil or a pen a malicious accuser when it is made to record malicious accusation, as to call those girls the contrivers and enactors of many scenes which were presented by use of their bodies. We quote as follows from church records penned by the Reverend Mr. Paris himself, in whose house the great and awful commotion originated. Quote, "It is altogether undeniable that our great and blessed God, for wise and holy ends, hath suffered many persons in several families of this little village to be grievously vexed and tortured in body, and to be deeply tempted to the endangering of the destruction of their souls, and all these amazing feats, well known to many of us, to be done by witchcraft and diabolical operations." Quote, "It is well known that when these calamities first began, which was in my own family, the affliction had existed several weeks before such hellish operations as witchcraft was suspected. Nay, it never broke forth to any considerable light until diabolical means was used by the making of a cake by my Indian man, who had his directions from our sister Mary Sibley, since which time apparitions have been plenty, and exceeding much mischief hath followed. But by this means it seems the devil hath been raised amongst us, and his rage is vehement and terrible, and when he shall be silenced, the Lord only knows." End of quote. The statements just presented have come down from one of whose position and whose mental powers qualified him to be as important a witness as any other person whatsoever could be. They come from one of keen intellect and ready perceptions, who saw the scenes of Salem witchcraft in their first externally observable stages of development, and also throughout most of their subsequent unfoldments and disastrous workings. These statements were semi-private, were made in the church and not the parish records, were made to be read by those who should come after him rather than by those of his own times. And in such records he states that amazing feats were performed, quote, by witchcraft and diabolical operations, end of quote. What were those feats? It has been said generally concerning the whole Salem circle of proficients in, quote, necromancy, magic, and spiritualism, end of quote, that, quote, they would creep into holes and under benches and chairs, put themselves into odd and unnatural postures, make wild and antic gestures, and utter incoherent and unintelligible sounds. They would be seized with spasms, drop insensible to the floor, or writhe in agony, suffering dreadful tortures, and uttering loud and fearful cries. End of quote. History of Witchcraft in Salem Village, Volume 2, page 6. An acute observer, who was also a definite and methodical describer of a portion of the actions referred to, says the sufferers were, quote, in vain, end of quote, treated medicinally, that, quote, they were oftentimes very stupid in their fits, and could neither hear nor understand in the apprehension of the standers-by, end of quote, that, quote, when they were discoursed with about God or Christ, they were presently afflicted at a dreadful rate, end of quote, that, quote, they sometimes told at a considerable distance, yea, several miles off, that such and such persons were afflicted, which hath been found to be done according to the time and manner they related it, and they said the spectres of the suspected persons told them of it, end of quote, that, quote, they affirmed that they saw the ghosts of several departed persons, end of quote, that, quote, one, in time of examination of a suspected person, had a pin run through both her lower and her upper lip when she was called to speak, yet no apparent festering followed thereupon after it was taken out, end of quote, that, quote, some of the afflicted in open court had their wrists bound fast together with a real cord by invisible means. End of quote. That, quote, some afflicted ones have been drawn under tables and beds by undiscerned force. End of quote. That, quote, when they were most grievously afflicted, if they were brought to the accused, and the suspected person's hand laid upon them, they were immediately relieved out of their tortures. End of quote. That, quote, sometimes in their fits they have had their tongues drawn out of their mouths to a fearful length, and had their arms and legs rested as if they were quite dislocated, and the blood hath gushed plentifully out of their mouths for a considerable time together. I saw several violently strained and bleeding. Certainly all considerate persons who beheld those things must needs be convinced that their motions in their fits were preternatural and involuntary. They were much beyond the ordinary force of the same persons when they were in their right minds. End of quote. That, quote, their eyes were for the most part fast closed in their trance fits, and when they were asked a question they could give no answer, and I do verily believe they did not hear at that time. Yet did they discourse with the spectres as with real persons. End of quote. Deodat Lawson. They affirmed that, quote, they saw the ghosts of several departed persons. End of quote. And they did, quote, discourse with the spectres as with real persons. End of quote. This looks like spiritualism. The above extracts describe a part only of the amazing feats. Mr. Parris apprehended that this extensive diabolism was inaugurated through the making of a peculiar cake by his Indian man John. Either a sneer or a smile will probably drape the reader's face when he perceives that a clergyman in a former age deemed it probable that a compound offensive to refined taste, a cake made of meal mixed with urine from the suffering children, was so appetizing to the devil that it drew him from his wonted distance into close affinity with mortal forms, and increased his power to afflict them. Perhaps that clergyman had read what the reader may peruse by turning to the concluding portion of chapter 4 of Ezekiel, where preparation of food was prescribed for that prophet's use while he was in process of being trained for pliancy under manipulations by some unseen intelligence, such preparation of food as was not less offensive than such a cake as John Indian furnished. We do not find a great producing cause of the amazing feats where Mr. Parris did, and are not prepared to regard Mary Sibley's prescription as having been very efficacious. Still we might admit the possibility that the real author of the feats was present when John kneaded the cake, leavened it with supermundane yeast, and made use of it as an instrumentality for coming into closer contact than before with the human bodies from which part of the ingredients of the cake have been derived. Both spirits and unfolded mediums often either prescribe or apply, as Jesus did when he treated a blind patient by application of a plaster composed of his own spittle and street dust, things which mankind at large would regard as either offensive or inert. Human mediums may be, and the observations of thousands now living indicate that they often are, made to prepare strange compounds and prescribe them for the sick, the suffering, and for unpliant mediums. Who was my Indian man? Yes, who that baker whose cake raised the devil and caused apparitions to become exceeding plenty? Mr. Parris, prior to being a minister of the gospel, had been a merchant in Barbados, and at the commencement of the strange feats alluded to, had in his family some servants whom he called Indians, but they probably were natives either of some one of the West India Islands or of the neighboring coast of South America, whom he had brought thence, and who were doubtless by nature less firm and self-reliant than our northern Indians usually are. Two of these servants or slaves, viz. John Indian, the cake baker, and his wife Tituba, were among the first, if they were not the very first, persons there to succumb and yield subjection to the peculiar influences which developed the terrible events we are considering. Those two humble, ignorant, weak-minded slaves may have been, and we regard them as having been, though unintentionally and unconscious of it, very efficient aids in the outward manifestation of what their master properly termed, quote, amazing feats, end of quote. John seems, so far as records depict him, to have been only about as much of a medium as King Saul was, that is, one that could be made to tumble down and roll about in unseemly ways. There may and there may not have been properties in his composition which were very helpful to spirits in gaining control over other persons. However that may have been, he was not perceptibly much of a medium, and had but little connection with the events which so harassed his master and neighbors, as far as can now be shown. But his wife Tituba deserves extended notice and careful study. Before the observable works were commenced, she was clairvoyant and clairaudient, and her aid in the amazing feats which transpired was solicited in advance by a nocturnal visitant needing no open door for entrance. She entered behind the scene, behind the veil of flesh, and her spirit eyes saw the chief manager. She is the great eyewitness in the case. She was a medium, easy of control, and Agassiz-like retained her consciousness and her memory of experiences while her form was subjected to control by another's will. Obviously, also, she was an uncommonly good developing medium, or in other words, her constitutional properties were such as greatly aided spirits to develop the mediumistic susceptibilities of other persons. This humble, illiterate slave, besides being apparently the chief focus or reservoir of supermundane forces that evolved the Salem wonders, was one among the first 3 persons who were arrested and brought before the civil tribunals under charge of practicing witchcraft. Her statements at her examination were recorded very fully by one of the 2 magistrates who conducted the proceedings, and the transmitted words of this simple-minded creature, whose intellect was incompetent to foresee the consequences of her answers and statements, throw more light upon the origin and growth and upon the nature and true character of Salem witchcraft than does all that came from other lips or any pens of her contemporaries, or than has come from subsequent historians. Her mediumistic susceptibilities gave her admittance where she was an actual observer of the real author of and actors in that memorable drama. Her knowledge was derived directly through one set of her own senses, and therefore she was able to speak of, and apparently did speak simply and truthfully of, persons and scenes which her inner organs of sense had cognized. She knew more than did all her prosecutors and judges combined concerning the matters under investigation at her trial. And could those who then presided have been nobly humble enough to learn from such a witness, and single-eyed enough to admit into their own minds the literal import of her simple statements, the horrors which were subsequently experienced would never have transpired. But the faith of those times forbade such elevation. Tituba's general, if not uniform, frankness and the extreme simplicity of her answers tend strongly to beget confidence in the intentional and substantial truthfulness of her statements. We deem it unjust to doubt her truthfulness, and the general accuracy of her testimony is now rendered credible by its harmony with the mass of facts pertaining to spiritualism. If the truth and accuracy of her words be conceded, and they ought to be, we learn distinctly that during the several weeks through which Mr. Parris's afflicted daughter and niece were treated by their physician and cared for by the family and friends without suspicion of witchcraft, Tituba was positively knowing that something like a man, invisible to outward sense, visited herself and sought and sometimes forced her cooperation in pinching the 2 little girls and in producing their seeming sicknesses. Her experience proved to her that the sufferings of the children were purposely inflicted by an intelligent being, something like a man. Her statements prove the same to us. Such testimony as hers by such a lowly person as she was, when given before a tribunal whose members were firm believers in such a devil and in such a creed as have been described in our appendix, even if fairly comprehended by them, would cause her judges to believe that she was virtually confessing that she had made a covenant with the evil one. From their premises they could not logically draw any other conclusion. Perhaps, unfortunately for her, but not for us at this day, her intellect was too feeble to perceive the inferences which would be drawn from her words. Fearing not consequences, she could frankly tell her experiences and observations. She let out the exact facts of the case and furnished for us a sound historic basis for the assertion that the strange maladies which came upon the little girls in Mr. Parris's house were designedly and deliberately imposed by a disembodied spirit or a band of spirits. The mouths of not only babes and sucklings, but of adults of feeble intellect, present facts sometimes better than those whose intellects are swayed by fears of dreaded consequences which might ensue from frank and full avowal of their knowledge. From Tituba came statements of facts to which we must give prolonged attention. A perusal of the fullest minutes of her testimony may be wearisome, but her account of what she saw, heard, and was made to do is so instructive that we shall present it without abridgment, because it was first printed in full only a few years ago, was probably never seen or known to exist by Hutchinson, was not availed of by Upham, and not very carefully analyzed by Drake. Only a very limited portion of the reading public has ever had opportunity to learn more than a small fraction of the disclosures made by this important witness. Upham, though he had perused the minutes of testimony to which we allude, elected to use a briefer report of Tituba's statements, which was made by Ezekiel Cheever. The more extended one he noticed thus, quote, "Another report of Tituba's examination has been preserved in the second volume." End of quote. We find it in Volume 3, Appendix, page 185. Quote, "Of the collection edited by Samuel G. Drake, entitled The Witchcraft Delusion in New England. It is in the handwriting of Jonathan Corwin, very full and minute." End of quote. It is, quote, "full, minute," end of quote, "and abounding in facts which the faithful historian should adduce and comment upon. It was written out by one of the magistrates before whom Tituba was examined, and therefore its authority is good. It surprises us that the historian who noticed it as above failed to use much important matter contained in it, which was lacking in the report that he preferred to this." Drake, under whose supervision this ampler report was first printed, says in Woodward's Historical Series No. 1, Volume 3, Appendix, page 186, that, quote, "It is valuable on several accounts, the chief of which is the light it throws on the commencement of the delusion. This examination, more perhaps than any of the rest, exhibits the atrocious method employed by the examinant of causing the poor ignorant accused to own and acknowledge things put into their mouths by a manner of questioning as much to be condemned as perjury itself, inasmuch as it was sure to produce that crime. In this case the examined was taken from jail and placed upon the stand, and was soon so confused that she could scarcely know what to say. Well, it is evident that all her answers were at first true, because direct, straightforward, and reasonable. The strangeness of the questions and the long persistence of the questioners could lead to no other result but confounding what little understanding the accused was at best possessed of. The examination was before Messrs. Haythorne and Corwin. The former took down the result, which is all in his peculiar chirography. End of quote. Upham, it will be noticed, says the report was written by Corwin, while Drake here ascribes it to Haythorne. But since those two men were both present as joint holders of the examining court, the authority of either gives great value to the document. We regard the record as having been made by Corwin. While Drake says this record of the examination is valuable for, quote, "the light it throws on the commencement of the delusion," end of quote, he also calls it a, quote, "record of incoherent nonsense," end of quote. The public very narrowly escaped loss of opportunity to get at the important and luminous facts contained in this document. Drake in 1866 says, quote, "The original, now for the first time printed, came into the editor's hands some 25 years since," end of quote, at which time, quote, "on a first and cursory perusal of the examination of the Indian woman belonging to Mr. Parris's family, it was concluded not to print it, and only refer to it, that is, only refer to the extract from it, contained in the History and Antiquities of Boston. But when editorial labors upon these volumes were nearly completed, a re-perusal of that examination was made, and the result determined the editor to give it a place in this appendix." End of quote. We are constrained to doubt whether this editor attained to anything like either fair comprehension of the value of this document, even upon its re-perusal, or that he perceived one half the import which facts fairly give to the following words from his pen, quote, "The record of this examination throws light on the commencement of the delusion," end of quote. Yes, light upon the time, place, source, and nature of that commencement, and which also discloses who was the originating and probably the guiding agent of all that witchcraft's subsequent process up to its culmination. Light which to great extent exculpates both the fathers and their children, light which reveals the true actors and exonerates their unconscious instruments. That document, read as it now can be, with help from modern revealments, proves that some spirit or band of spirits was witchcraft's generator and enactor at Salem, and indicates that simple Tituba comprehended the genuine source of the disturbance more clearly than did any other known person of that generation. She furnished for transmission a key that now unlocks the door of the chamber of mystery, in which she and her associates were made to enact thrilling and bloody scenes 180 years ago. That such as desire to do so may be enabled to peruse the whole of her testimony, which probably can now be found printed only in Woodward's very valuable series of original documents pertaining to witchcraft, a work too voluminous and costly to obtain general circulation. We shall do what we can to further public accessibility to Tituba's statement, ungarbled and unabridged. Still, to both relieve and enlighten the reader, we shall break up its continuity by interjecting comments upon many parts as we go on, but do this in such form that if the reader chooses to peruse the whole unbiased by comment, he can, for this will require only an observance of our quotation marks. By skipping our comments, he can read in their original collocations all parts of what Drake calls incoherent nonsense, but which to us, notwithstanding some perplexing incoherence of both questions and answers, is rich in instructive facts. Prior to March 1, the malady seems to have spread out beyond the parsonage and seized upon other persons, for on that day several afflicted ones were convened as witnesses or accusers or both at the place where the magistrates then appeared for attending to the cases of 3 women who had been accused of witchcraft, arrested and held for examination. Here was the commencement of reputed folly and barbarity, so exercised as soon to redden that region with the blood of the innocent, the manly, the virtuous, and the devout. Sarah Good, Sarah Osburn, and Tituba were brought into the meeting house as suspected witches, and as producers of the sufferings of the several afflicted ones, to be examined in the presence of their accusers and the public. What course the magistrates either elected or were constrained to pursue in order to educe such facts as would sustain a charge for witchcraft will reveal itself as we proceed through the questions which they put to the accused and the kinds of evidence which they admitted. End of section 15. Section 16 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tituba, Part 1. Tituba, the Indian woman, examined March 1, 1692. Question. Why do you hurt these poor children? What harm have they done unto you? Answer. They do no harm to me. I no hurt them at all. The first question by the magistrates implies the presence there of the afflicted children, and of their then seeming to be invisibly hurt. It also implies the magistrates' assumption that Tituba was hurting them. Her denial that either they had harmed her or that she was hurting them was distinct, but the magistrate seemingly doubted its truth or its sufficiency, for he next asked. Question. Why have you done it? Answer. I've done nothing. I can't tell when the devil works. Question. What? Doth the devil tell you that he hurts them? Answer. No, he tells me nothing. She conceded here that the devil might be, and probably was, at work upon the children, but his doings were beyond the reach of her perceptive faculties. He made no communication to her. Thus early her words indicate that her knowledge of spiritual matters caused her to draw and adhere to a distinction between the devil and either a spirit or bands of spirits, which distinction she and other mediumistic ones of her times adhered to, while the public lacked knowledge that facts required it, and ignorantly called all visitants from spirit realms the devil. When glancing at Cotton Mather's unpublished account of Mercy Short, we copied from it the following statement. As the bewitched in other parts of the world have commonly had no other style for their tormentors, but only they and them, so had Mercy Short. Clairvoyants and all who obtained knowledge of spirits through perceptions by their own interior organs seldom, if ever, have seriously spoken of either seeing, hearing, or feeling the devil. Possibly at times some may have done so by way of accommodation to the unillumined world's modes of speech. But as Mather says, they have, the world over, generally called the personages perceived they and them. Such a fact demands regard. The personal observers of spiritual beings have never been accustomed to designate them by bad names. Fair inference from this is that such beings have not generally worn forbidding aspects. It has been the reporters, and not the utterers of descriptive accounts of spiritual beings, who have made use of the terms devil, Satan, and the like. Mather perceived the common style of the bewitched, and yet the warping habit of Christendom made him preserve continuance of inaccurate reporting, for he, like most others in his day, persistently wrote devil where that name was not announced and ought not to have been foisted in. Tituba saw no one whom she ever called the devil, though history has taught that she did. Question. Do you never see something appear in some shape? Answer. No, never see anything. This answer is not true. If construed literally in connection with this question, she did, as will soon appear, sometimes see many things clairvoyantly, but never the devil, who had just before been mentioned. Question. What familiarity have you with the devil, or what is it that you converse withal? Tell the truth, who it is that hurts them. Answer. The devil, for aught I know. She persistently admits that the devil may be then and there at work, but asserts that she does not know anything about him. Question. What appearance or how doth he appear when he hurts them? She makes no reply. When asked how the devil hurts, she ignores him. Question. With what shape or what is he like that hurts them? Answer. Like a man, I think. Yesterday, I being in the lean-to chamber, I saw a thing like a man, that told me serve him. I told him no, I would not do such thing. Devil had now been dropped from the question, and he substituted. What is he like? Then she promptly mentioned an apparition, not only visible but audible, who, if carefully scanned, may prove to have been chief author and enactor of Salem Witchcraft. She who saw and heard him says he was like a man, I think, was a thing like a man. According to her perceptions, he was not the devil. She did not know the devil. Others at that time, and ever since, have called her visitant the devil, but Tituba, who saw, heard, and thus knew him, did not and would not. Next comes in parenthetically a summary of her sayings and doings as follows. She charges Goody Osburn and Sarah Good as those that hurt them children, and would have had her done it. She saith she has seen 4, 2 which she knew not. She saw them last night as she was washing the room. They told me hurt the children, and would have had me gone to Boston. There was 5 of them with the man. They told me if I would not go and hurt them, they would do so to me. At first I did agree with them, but afterward I told them I would do so no more. According to this summary, apparitions multiplied, for besides the man she saw 4 women around herself. That company threatened to hurt her if she would not unite with them in hurting the children. 2 of these were apparitions of her living neighbors, Good and Osburn, then under arrest. The other 3 were strangers. We shall soon see that she believed what is probably true, that apparitions of particular persons can be not only presented by occult intelligences to the inner vision, but put into apparent vigorous action, while the genuine persons thus presented and counterfeit have no consciousness either of being present at the exhibition, or of performing, either then or at any other time, the acts which they seem to put forth. The conceptions which this simple mind held concerning the nature, powers, and purposes of those who came to her in manner strange to most mortals are pretty clearly indicated. by her likening them to men and women, and by her protests against their forcing her to act cruelly, she justifies the inference that she failed to see in or about them anything very forbidding, awful, or satanic. She admitted the possibility that the devil might have hurt the children, but also asserted that if so, his action was unbeknown to her. The something like a man, together with these women, and herself under compulsion, were the afflicting ones, so far as her vision or other senses could determine. She nowhere applies the term devil to her male apparition. No hoofs, horns, or tail, no sable hues or frightful form are brought to view by this clairvoyant's description of her occult companions. They wore in her sight the semblances of a man and of women, not of devils. How different would have been results had her simple words and instructive facts been credited and made the basis of judicial decisions. Could she have been calmly and rationally listened to by minds freed from a blinding and irritating faith that Christendom's witchcraft devil was her companion, and prompter her plain and definite exposition of the actors who generated troubles which were profound mysteries to her superiors in external knowledge and penetration, would have brought all the marvels of that day within the domain of natural things, and warded off the horrors which ensued. Question: would they have had you hurt the children last night? Answer: yes, but I was sorry, and I said I would do so no more, but told I would fear God. Question: but why did not you do so before? Answer: why, they tell me I had done so before, and therefore I must go on. These were the 4 women and the man, but she knew none but Osburn and Good only. The others were of Boston. If we get at what Tituba meant by the words just quoted, it was substantially this. They wanted me, and forced me against my will, to join with them in hurting the children last night. I was sorry that I was forced to act cruelly, and told them that I would not be forced to it again, but would serve God. I did not take that stand before because they told me I had already worked with them, and therefore must go on. Question: at first, beginning with them, what then appeared to you? What was it like that got you to do it? Answer: one like a man, just as I was going to sleep, came to me. This was when the children was first hurt. He said he would kill the children, and she would never be well. And he said if I would not serve him, he would do so to me. The witness was here apparently brought to describe her first interview with the author of Salem Witchcraft. We see her now standing at the fountain head of the devastating torrent which soon deluged the region far around with terror, anguish, and blood. Who first appeared to her? Who was the prime mover? And when was he first seen? Subsequent statements are soon to show that on Friday, January 15, 1692, 6 weeks and 4 days before the time when she gave him this testimony, one like a man, just as she was going to sleep, came to her and demanded her aid in hurting the children. The fact is clearly stated that 5 days before the Wednesday evening when the children were first hurt by spirit appliances and supposed to be taken sick, one like a man, when Tituba was about going to sleep, came to her and avowed his purpose in advance to torture and even kill the children. From that time forth she knew the source of the strange operations in her master's family. Question: is that the same man that appeared before to you, that appeared last night and told you this? Answer: yes. Her visitor was the same person on these 2 different occasions, which were more than 6 weeks apart, and in her various clairvoyant excursions and feats he was frequently, if not always, her attendant. Question: what other likenesses besides a man hath appeared unto you? Answer: sometimes like a hog, sometimes like a great black dog, 4 times. The man probably assumed or presented those brutish forms. A frequent teaching of spirit visitants is that they can assume any form which the occasion requires. They also have often given the impression that they cannot assume hues brighter than inherently pertain to their own intellectual and moral conditions, but of this we have yet no conclusive information. Question. But what did they say unto you? Answer. They told me serve him, and that was a good way. That was the black dog. I told him I was afraid. He told me he would be worse than to me. Her dog could talk. She in the court obviously understood the dog to be the same being, essentially, as the, quote, one like a man, end of quote. 4. Question. What did you say to him then after that? Answer. I will serve you no longer. He told me he would do me hurt then. Can anyone doubt that she conceived herself to be speaking to the same being, though in dog form, that she had yielded to before, in form like a man? There is no indication that she had previously served a dog, and yet she says to this one, I will serve you no longer. Question. What other creatures have you seen? Answer. A bird. Question. What bird? Answer. A little yellow bird. Question. Where does it keep? Answer. With the man, who hath pretty things more besides. Question. What other pretty things? Answer. He hath not showed them unto me, but he said he would show them to me tomorrow, and told me if I would serve him I should have the bird. Question. What other creatures did you see? Answer. I saw 2 cats, one red, another black, as big as a little dog. Question. What did these cats do? Answer. I don't know. I've seen them 2 times. Question. What did they say? Answer. They say serve them. Question. When did you see them? Answer. I saw them last night. Question. Did they do any hurt to you or threaten you? Answer. They did scratch me. Question. When? Answer. After prayer, and scratched me because I would not serve her, and when they went away I could not see, but they stood by the fire. Question. What service do they expect from you? Answer. They say more hurt to the children. Question. How did you pinch them when you hurt them? Answer. The other pulled me and hauled me to pinch the child, and I'm very sorry for it. The cats also, as well as the dog, spoke and commanded her obedience. She saw these the night before her examination. When they went away, she says, I could not see. Those words may admit of 2 distinct and different meanings. First, that the cats disappeared without her being able to notice their exit, or second, that before they went she became spiritually blind, quote, could not longer see, end of quote, clairvoyantly. In a subsequent statement, she pleads a sudden obscuration of her internal vision. All clairvoyants are subject to sudden interruptions of their spiritual power to see. She was pulled and hauled by, quote, the other, with a view to force her to, quote, pinch the child. Here again, her obvious conviction was that the other was essentially more than mere brute. She did not think her cat pulled and hauled her, but meant that when the cats visited her, the something like a man, the other, was also present, and urged her on to mischief. Question. What made you hold your arm when you were searched? What had you there? Answer. I had nothing. Question. Do not those cats suck you? Answer. No, never yet. I would not let them, but they had almost thrust me into the fire. Question. How do you hurt those that you pinch? Do you get those cats or other things to do it for you? Tell us how it is done. Answer. The man sends the cats to me and bids me pinch them. And I think I went once to Mr. Griggs's, and have pinched her this day in the morning. The man brought Mr. Griggs's maid to me, and made me pinch her. By the man, she obviously meant her frequent spirit visitor. He it was who brought the cats to her, and made her pinch them, and by so doing pinch the maid, who physically was miles distant. Such is her statement. An inference from it is that properties from Elizabeth Hubbard, the maid in question, who was among the afflicted ones and was a member of the circle, were drawn out from her by the man, and made component parts of apparitional cats formed by the man's thought and will powers, which seeming cats, being pinched by Tituba's spirit fingers, the Hubbard girl, some of whose properties were used for constructing those apparitional cats, felt the pinchings first in her spirit, and thence in her flesh, though her body was 2 or 3 miles distant from the pincher. In that mode, the man commanded the use of some properties in Tituba, by which he produced torture in a mediumistic physical organism, then being far away. Another mode of spirit operation is indicated. Tituba confessed to a dim consciousness that once, by some process, her spirit self had been got over to Dr. Giggs's and pinched the maid at her home. Again, she believed that the same maid had been brought to her, Tituba's abode, and pinched there. Also, it will be seen a little further on, that Tituba, being charged with having been over at the maid's home on a specified day, denied having been there at that particular time, but admitted that her apparition might, unconsciously to herself, have been seen there then, for she says, quote, "May be send something like me." End of quote. We enter a distinct protest against stigmatizing such testimony as, quote, "incoherent nonsense." End of quote. In response to a command to tell how the mysterious inflictions were brought about, this untaught, ignorant woman calmly and with much distinctness indicated 4 or 5 modes by which psychologic forces were brought to bear upon mediumistic subjects. She had seen the processes, and in her simple way told what she had learned by personal observation and experience, and thus she helps us at this day to fathom and expound the mysteries of witchcraft more effectually than do all her contemporaries. Notwithstanding her limited command of language, her statements were about as distinct and instructive as any one then could have made upon such a topic, but the devil-warped public mind of that day was unable to see the literal import of her testimony, or to turn her knowledge to good account. 2 other women, Sarah Good and Sarah Osburn, names previously mentioned, were on the same March the 1st, 1692, under examination as co-operators with Tituba in practicing witchcraft. Question: Did you ever go with these women? Answer: They are very strong, and pull me and make me go with them. Question: Where did you go? Answer: Up to Mr. Putnam's, and make me hurt the child. Question: Who did make you go? Answer: A man that is very strong, and these 2 women, Good and Osburn. But I am sorry. Question: How did you go? What do you ride upon? Answer: I ride upon a stick or pole, and Good and Osburn behind me. We ride taking hold of one another. Don't know how we go, for I saw no trees nor path, but was presently there when we were up. The child above referred to was Ann Putnam, daughter, 12 years old, of Thomas and Ann Putnam, who resided from 2 to 3 miles northwest from the parsonage. This girl, Ann, was one of the excessively bewitched, that is, was one of the most impressible and mediumistic members of the circle. Tituba and her 2 fellow prisoners had, either all as spirits, or she as a conscious spirit and the other 2 as apparitions, visited that child at her home, and according to her own apprehension, the 3 women, all mounted one pole, rose up into the air, and were forthwith at Mr. Putnam's, having noticed neither path nor trees on the way. No reader will apprehend that Tituba's physical body then left the house of Mr. Parris and went off 2 miles or more on a winter's night to Mr. Thomas Putnam's house. She says that they were, quote, presently, instantly there. End of quote. It was only her spirit form, thought form, that went writing upon a pole above all words and paths. But why to Thomas Putnam's? Probably because his wife and his daughter, as subsequent events showed, were both intensely mediumistic or susceptible to influence by thought beings. They were persons upon whom such beings could work efficiently, and that was the special reason probably for a visit to them. The man may well be presumed to have possessed perceptive powers that could determine with much accuracy what persons in all the region round about possessed the constitutional properties and the surroundings which would permit them to become pliable and serviceable implements in executing any scheme he had devised. Subsequent events prove that he selected and used such as enabled him through intense human agony and bloodshed to break in pieces and abolish a most cramping and enslaving creed devilward, which, like a horrid and disabling nightmare, had for centuries been depressing and agonizing all Christendom. Whatever was his design, his selection of instrumentalities facilitated the outworking of a broad and happy emancipation from vast mental evil. It abolished prosecutions for witchcraft throughout both America and Europe. The ostensible object of that mental journey was to hurt the child. Such was the man's apparent intention. That man was very strong, and he accomplished his purpose. Anne was hurt. His will-power was such that having once got hold of the elements of three susceptible and ignorant women, they were completely under his control. Tituba, who seems to have been always a conscious medium, yielded perforce to him. Her own selfhood fought against his cruelties, and she felt sorry for what she was forced to do. When under examination, she made free confession of her involuntary participation in the tormenting invasions upon innocent girls, thus unwittingly jeopardizing her own life. She seems to have been frank and truthful. Question. How long since you began to pinch Mr. Parris's children? Answer. I did not pinch them at first, but they made me afterward. Question. Have you seen Good and Osburn ride upon a pole? Answer. Yes, and have held fast by me. I was not at Mr. Griggs's but once, but it may be send something like me. Neither would I have gone, but they tell me they will hurt me. Her statement that, quote, it may be send something like me, end of quote, shows her belief and probably her knowledge that her very strong something like a man was able to produce the apparition of a mediumistic person even where such person had no consciousness of being present. Spirits in modern times often produce such effects, and show thereby that Tituba's comprehension of the case may have been in harmony with the nature of things and strictly correct. She repeats again that her participation in the affairs was forced, that others made her pinch. Quote, Tituba. Last night they tell me I must kill somebody with a knife. Question. Who were they that told you so? Answer. Sarah Good and Osburn, and they would have had me kill Thomas Putnam's child last night. The child also affirmed that at the same time they would have had her cut off her own head, for if she would not, they told her Tituba would cut it off, and then she complained at the same time of a knife cutting her, when her master hath asked her, Tituba, ? About these things. She saith they will not let her tell, but tell her if she tells her head shall be cut off. Question. Who tells you so? Answer. The man, Good and Osburn's wife. Goody Good came to her last night when her master was at prayer and would not let her hear, and she could not hear a good while. Good hath one of those birds, the yellow bird, and would have given me it, but I would not have it, and in prayer time she stopped my ears and would not let me hear. Question. What should you have done with it? Answer. Give it to the children, which yellow bird hath been several times seen by the children. I saw Sarah Good have it on her hand, and when she came to her when Mr. Parris was at prayer. I saw the bird suck Good between the forefinger and long finger upon the right hand. Those statements relating to the use of the knife apparently volunteered by Tituba and confirmed by the child, are quite suggestive, assuming that there was present with them some powerful male spirit bent upon forceful action, and who through Tituba and other impressibles had obtained some palpable hold upon certain human forms and the affairs of external life. It was in his power to excite in the minds of any and all who had then been brought into rapport with himself such ideas as those relating to the knife, and also to make the psychologized girl experience the sensation of being actually cut by it. Such would now be deemed an easy feat by any fair psychologist, either in the gross form or out of it, provided he had a favorable subject on whom to operate. The same spirit, too, drawing elements from Mrs. Goode and using them, could make Tituba feel as though Mrs. Goode was by her side and making her suddenly deaf in prayer time, even though it was the male spirit himself who then closed her ears. Evidences of mediumistic capabilities in either the afflicted or the afflictors are worthy of distinct observation, and therefore we draw attention to the statement that the yellow bird, quote, hath been several times seen by the children, end of quote. Therefore the sufferers were clairvoyants as well as the accused. Question. Did you ever practice witchcraft in your own country? Answer. No, never before now. That answer renders it probable that previous to the winter then passing, she had never been conscious of the presence of spirits, or of conversations with or subjection to them. She perhaps reveals a lurking suspicion that her experiences of late might be witchcrafts, but her notions as to what constituted that might well, if not necessarily, be very different from those existing in the more unfolded and logical minds of her master and her examiners, who made the chief essence of it consist in a compact made with a majestic and malignant devil, such a devil as would differ very widely in appearance from Tituba's man. She freely described the unsought presence of a spirit man with her on sundry occasions, also her talks with him and forced service under him. This essentially was only disclosure of the fact that her own organism and temperaments were such and so conditioned that disembodied intelligences could sometimes be seen and heard by her, and could force her to be their tool. Her witchcraft was devoid of voluntary compact to serve an evil one, devoid of evil intent in its practice. If she confessed herself to be a witch, it was only a kindly and loving one, desiring to be truthful and good, and inflicting hurt only when forced to it. She confessed only to clairvoyance, clairaudience, and weakness of her own will powers. Question. Did you see them do it now while you are being examined? Answer. No, I did not see them, but I saw them hurt at other times. I saw Good have a cat beside the yellow bird which was with her. Obviously some contortions, antics, or sufferings which the afflicted girls who were present at the examination had just experienced or were then manifesting led to the question, did you see them do it now? Here again appears the assumption of the court that Tituba might be gifted with powers or faculties which would enable her to discern animate and designing workers who were invisible by external optics. Her inner sight was closed then, but at some other times had been open. Question. What hath Osburn got to go with her? Answer. A thing. I don't know what it is. I can't name it. I don't know how it looks. She hath two of them. One of them hath wings and 2 legs and a head like a woman. The children saw the same but yesterday, which afterward turned into a woman. Question. What is the other thing that Goody Osburn hath? Answer. A thing all over hairy, all the face hairy, and a long nose, and I don't know how to tell how the face looks. With 2 legs it goeth upright, and is about 2 or 3 foot high, and goeth upright like a man, and last night it stood before the fire in Mr. Paris's hall. The obscurity of this description is fully paralleled by the prophet Ezekiel, who, in presenting the being seen in the first of his visions of God, uses the following language in chapter 1, quote, they had the likeness of a man, And every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides, and they 4 had their faces and their wings were joined one to another, and they turned not when they went. They went every one straight forward, as for the likeness of their faces. They 4 had the face of a man and the face of a lion on the right side, and they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. This quotation from the Bible hints with much distinctness that inherent difficulties may beset any clairvoyant who undertakes to set forth in our language, which were formed for description of material objects, some things which are occasionally perceived by the spiritual senses. Where the prophet was so vague and mystical, we may pardon the ignorant slave if she failed to be very lucid, and if one suspects her of attempting to put forth nothing but fiction because she was so obscure, how can he consistently withhold similar suspicions in relation to the prophet? We will pass to the children's credit the fact that they also saw Osburn's ungainly and hairy attendant. Question: Who was that appeared to Hubbard as she was going from Proctor's? Answer: It was Sarah Good, and I saw her send the wolf to her. Facts are transpiring in the present age which indicate with much distinctness that a spirit can present the semblance of a spirit beast or other spirit object to the vision of many clairvoyants at the same time, and also that he can, if he so elect, psychologize simultaneously all clairvoyants with whom he is in rapport, and cause them all to believe that they see any beast or object which his mind merely conceives of with distinctness. Therefore, sight of a wolf by the mediumistic Hubbard girl, and Tituba's perception of the same proceeding from mediumistic Sarah Good, could all be produced by the mere volition of that something like a man, provided only that he was then in rapport with all those 3 sensitive ones. Question: What clothes doth the man appear unto you in? Answer: Black clothes sometimes serge coat of other color, a tall man with white hair, I think. Question: What apparel do the women wear? Answer: I don't know. What color? Question: What kind of clothes hath she? Answer: Black silk hood, with white silk hood under it, with topknots. Which woman I know not, but have seen her in Boston when I lived there. Question: What clothes the little woman? Answer: Serge coat with a white cap, as I think. The children having fits at this very time, she was asked who hurt them. She answers, Goody Good, and the children affirm the same. But Hubbard being taken in an extreme fit, afterwards she, Tituba, was asked who hurt her, Hubbard, and she said she could not tell, but said they blinded her and would not let her see, and after that was once or twice taken dumb herself. That account of the clothes described the usual costumes of the time. We are glad to hear her say, quote, a tall man, with white hair, I think, end of quote. That is her description of the something like a man, and the man who has been so demonstrative. A tall man with white hair need not be a very frightful object, and we can readily conceive that such a mind as Tituba's might be perfectly calm and self-possessed in his presence, and never imagine that abler minds might confound such a one with the devil. She never calls him the devil. The fact that she was made dumb 2 or 3 times gives her case some resemblance to those of Ezekiel and Zacharias. Her ears, as before stated, had been stopped by Good, as she supposed one evening during prayer time. Thus we find her organs of sense subject to just such control as invisible, intelligent operators exercised over prophetic or mediumistic ones of old, and such as spirits exercise over many mortal forms today. Her clairvoyance was obscured perhaps by the man, when she was asked who was hurting the Hubbard girl, and replied that they blinded her now. End of section 16. Section 17 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tituba, Part 2. Second Examination, March 2, 1692. Question. What covenant did you make with that man that came to you? What did he tell you? The first of those two questions was the crucial one at a trial for witchcraft. Had she made a covenant with the devil or any devotee of his? That was the main point to be determined. If she had, she was a witch, according to the prevalent creed. If she had not, she might be innocent of witchcraft. But seemingly the court could not wait for an answer, because in the same breath it asked, "What did your visitant tell you?" Answer. He told me he God, and I must believe him and serve him 6 years, and he would give me many fine things. Question. How long ago was this? Answer. About 6 weeks and a little more. Friday night before Abigail was ill. That last answer is very instructive. It fixes the exact time when one of the children in Mr. Parris's family was first attacked, for this second day's examination was held on Wednesday, March 2. It will appear from the above and future answers that the spectres first attacked the children on a Wednesday evening, just 6 weeks before this 2nd of March. The man appeared to and talked with Tituba on the Friday evening before that Wednesday in January. The testimony, therefore, takes us back to January 20th as the commencement of overt manifestation of spirit infliction of sufferings there. 5 days further back, that is, the evening of January 15, is apparently the date of the man's first recognized appearance. Therefore, until better information is obtained, we shall regard that as the date of the primal advent of the genuine author of witchcraft at Salem village, whom we deem to have been also its regulator through its heart-rending unfoldings. Question. What did he say you must do more? Did he say you must write anything? Did he offer you any paper? Answer. Yes, the next time he come to me, and showed me some fine things, something like creatures, a little bird, something like green and white. Question. Did you promise him this when he first spake to you? Then what did you answer him? Answer. I then said this. I told him that I could not believe him God. I told him I asked my master and would have gone up, but he stopped me and would not let me. Question. What did you promise him? Answer. The first time, I believe him God, and then he was glad. Question. What did he say to you then? What did he say you must do? Answer. Then he told me they must meet together. There is some obscurity in this quotation, which raises the question whether the witness contradicts herself by stating that at her first interview she believed that her visitant was God himself, as John the Revelator did, that a prophet returning from the spirit spheres and appearing to him was God, and her stating again that at the first interview she told him she could not believe that he was God, and proposed to go up and ask her master, Mr. Parris, what he thought about it, but was held back by her spirit attendants from doing so. There is, we say, obscurity as to whether the account makes her apply both of these opposing statements to her conceptions of her visitor at the first interview with him, or whether it was not till a subsequent meeting that she doubted his godship. As reported, her examiners are made quite as hard to understand and track as she is in her answers, but upon a careful reading we judge it fair and proper to conclude that her doubts concerning the character of her acquaintance were expressed as late as at the meeting on Wednesday, January 20, and not on the previous Friday. Question. When did you say you must meet together? Answer. He tell me Wednesday next at my master's house, and then we all did meet together, and that night I saw them all stand in the corner, all 4 of them, and the man stand behind me, and take hold of me, and make me stand still in the hall. We now must relinquish doubt as to the meetings at the parsonage, for here we have distinct historical mention of a circle which met at Mr. Parris's house, for the purpose of practically manifesting the skill and powers, not of learners, but of an expert in the wonders of necromancy, magic, and especially of spiritualism. This circle met at 5 days' notice on the evening of January 20th, 1692. A man, or something like a man, was at the head of it, and 5 females, 3 of them at least embodied ones, were his assistants, or rather were reservoirs, from whence she drew forces with which to experiment upon 2 little mediumistic girls. If a club of women and girls sometimes met for such purposes as are alleged in foregoing citations, and perhaps it did in a loose, irregular way, we fancy that Tituba's tutor was ever among them, taking notes, scrutinizing their several properties, capabilities, and circumstances, and planning when and how to use them for most efficient accomplishment of his purposes. The fact that he was present as author and master spirit when the first act of the Salem village tragedy was visibly manifested through the twitchings and contortions of 2 little girls is distinctly shown by Tituba's testimony. Therefore, henceforth there can be neither historical nor philanthropic justice in imputing to the brains and wills of the little girls what a present and conscious clairvoyant witness imputes distinctly to one who looked something like a man. Give to him, whoever he was, give to him his just dues. Also bestow upon the girls neither censure nor praise for the help which their organisms and temperaments necessarily afforded him. This meeting of apparitions, be it noted and remembered, took place immediately before the sickness of the children came on, and during its session the children were pinched, and thus first became afflicted ones. On that Wednesday night Abigail first became ill. Question. Where was your master then? Answer. In the other room. Question. What time of night? Answer. A little before prayer time. Question. What did this man say to you when he took hold of you? Answer. He say, go into the other room, and see the children, and do hurt to them, and pinch them. And then I went in, and would not hurt them a good while. I would not hurt Betty. I love Betty, but they haul me, and make me pinch Betty, and the next, Abigail, and then quickly went away altogether, after I had pinched them. Question. Did you go into that room in your own person, and all the rest? Answer. Yes, and my master did not see us, for they would not let my master see. Mr. Parris and the children seem from the above to have been in the same apartment that evening, for Tituba states that he was in the other room, and her dictator said to her, go into the other room, and hurt the children. That the master of the house was present with his daughter and niece, then may be indicated also in the statement that they would not let my master see, for this implies that they were in his presence, though invisible. If she went to the room in her physical form, which is not stated and is not probable, though she did go there in her own person, the others went only as spirits or as apparitions, and they did not so enrobe or materialize themselves as to be visible by outward eyes, and therefore did not become visible to Mr. Parris. They would not let him see. The first infliction upon the children therefore was made in his very presence, but by invisible hands, spirit hands or apparitional hands, touching the spirit forms of the mediumistic little girls, and through their own inner forms reaching, paining, and convulsing their physical bodies. It is interesting to note that because Tituba loved Betty, she was able to resist the pressure upon her a good while, but her feeble powers were incompetent to oppose unyielding and effectual resistance to the strong will of the producer of painful experiences. Question. Did you go with the company? Answer. No, I stayed, and the man stayed with me. Question. What did he then to you? Answer. He tell me my master go to prayer, and he read in book, and he ask me what I remember. But don't you remember anything? This account fails to furnish any very conclusive evidence that either of the 4 other women was on that occasion consciously present with Tituba and the man. It need only indicate the probability that he drew properties from each of them, wherever located, whether in the village, in Boston, or elsewhere, which enabled him to present their apparitions to Tituba as helpers, and to effect rapport with and get power over the children. When his immediate purpose had been accomplished, no one but the man could be seen by her. He, perhaps, left the female apparitions to dissolve when his further need of their properties ceased. There is no evidence that Good and Osburn were conscious of being present where Tituba saw them, and therefore the other two female forms may have been purely apparitional, mental fabrics of the man. But important points are clear. The man's controlling will and subjugated Tituba's conscious self were there. Question: Did he ask you no more but the first time to serve him, or the second time? Answer: Yes, he asked me again if I serve him 6 years, and he come the next time and show me a book. Question: And when would he come then? Answer: The next Friday, and showed me a book in the daytime, betimes in the morning. Question: And what book did he bring, a great or little book? Answer: He did not show it me, or would not, but had it in his pocket. Question: Did he not make you write your name? Answer: No, not yet, for my mistress called me into the other room. Question: What did he say you must do in that book? Answer: He said write, and put my name to it. Question: Did you write? Answer: Yes, once. I made a mark in the book, and made it with red like blood. Question: Did he get it out of your body? Answer: He said he must get it out. The next time he come again, he gave me a pin tied in a stick to do it with, but he no let me blood with it as yet, but intended another time when he came again. Question: Did you see any other marks in his book? Answer: Yes, a great many. Some marks red, some yellow. He opened his book, and a great many marks in it. Question: Did he tell you the names of them? Answer: Yes, of two. No more. Good and Osburn. And he say they made them marks in that book, and he showed them me. Question: How many marks do you think there was? Answer: 9. Question: Did they write their names? Answer: They made marks. Goody Good said she made her mark, but Goody Osburn would not tell. She was cross to me. Question: When did Good tell you she set her hand to the book? Answer: The same day I came hither to prison. Question: Did you see the man that morning? Answer: Yes, a little in the morning, and he tell me the magistrates come up to examine me. Question: What did he say you must say? Answer: He tell me tell nothing. If I did, he would cut my head off. The questions relating to the book and signatures were based on, and made important by, then prevalent belief that one's signature in the devil's book proved the signing of a covenant to be henceforth his servant. Tituba's statement that she had seen therein Sarah Good's signature in her own blood well might be then deemed strong evidence that Mrs. Good was a witch and was guilty of witchcraft, but we doubt whether the witness had any conception of the fatal import of her statement. Her testimony that Goody Osburn was cross to her, while amusing, is also suggestive of the deep question whether even an apparition produced by use of unconscious elements drawn from a human system could or would be so permeated with the existing mental and emotional moods of the person from whom they were drawn as to cause those moods to be perceived and felt by those who might see and receive influences from the apparition. The man told her that the magistrates had come or were coming to examine her. She might have known this already, and might not. Be that as it may, on the morning of her examination, a spirit spoke to her. His counsel was that she should say nothing. This advice seems wise, but it was not very cunning in her to repeat it, and make known its source in presence of authority. Willing or not, she was there constrained to speak out. Robert Calif, in More Wonders of the Invisible World, reports her as saying that her master did beat her and otherwise abuse her, to make her confess and accuse such as he called her sister witches, and that whatsoever she said by way of confessing or accusing others was the effect of such usage. Question: Tell us true, how many women do you use to come when you ride abroad? Answer: 4 of them, these 2, Osburn and Good, and those 2 strangers. Question: You say there was 9. Did he tell you who they were? Answer: No, he no let me see, but he tell me I should see them the next time. Question: What sights did you see? Answer: I see a man, a dog, a hog, and 2 cats, a black and red, and the strange monster was Osburn's that I mentioned before. This was the hairy imp. The man would give it to me, but I would not have it. Question: Did he show you in the book which was Osburn's and which was Good's mark? Answer: Yes, I see their marks. Question: But did he tell you the names of the other? Answer: No, sir. Question: And what did he say to you when you made your mark? Answer: He said serve me, and always serve me. The man with the 2 women came from Boston. Question: How many times did you go to Boston? Answer: I was going, and then came back again. I never was at Boston. Question. Who came back with you again? Answer. The man came back with me, and the women go away. I was not willing to go. Question. How far did you go? To what town? Answer. I never went to any town. I see no trees, no town. Question. Did he tell you where the 9 lived? Answer. Yes, some in Boston and some here in this town, but he would not tell me who they were. We have now presented the full text of Tituba's testimony as recorded by Corwin and printed by Drake, severed from the leading and jumbled questions which drew it forth, and reduced to a simple narrative. Her statement would in substance be nearly as follows. Something like a man came to me just as I was going to sleep the Friday night before Abigail was taken ill, 6 weeks and a little more ago, who then told me that he was God, that I must believe him, and that if I would serve him 6 years he would give me many fine things. He said there must be a meeting at my master's house the next Wednesday, and on the evening of that day he and 4 women came there. Then I told him I could not believe that he was God, and proposed to go and ask Mr. Parris what he thought on that point, but the man held me back. They forced me against my will and my love for Betty to pinch the children. We did pinch them. That was the first night that Abigail was sick. Sometimes I saw the appearances of dogs, cats, birds, hogs, wolves, and a nondescript animal, some of whom spoke to me and talked like the man. Yesterday, when I was in the lean-to chamber, I saw a thing like a man, the same that I had seen before, who asked me to serve him, and last night when I was washing the room, the man and the 4 women all came again and wanted me to hurt the children, and we all went up to Mr. Thomas Putnam's and hurt Anne and cut her with a knife. I went to the Hubbard girl once and pinched her, and once the man brought her over to me, and I pinched her, but I was not there when they say I was, though it may be that the man sent my apparition over there then without my knowing it. I once saw what looked like a wolf go out from Mrs. Good and run to the Hubbard girl. How we travel, I don't know. We go up in the air, and we are instantly at the place we intend to go to. We see no trees, no roads. The man brings cats or other things to me, and I pinch them, and by doing so the girls are pinched. Sometimes I can see these things for a while, and then instantly become blind to them. This morning the man came and told me the magistrates had come to examine me. Such are the principal points in Tituba's account of the origin and author of the disturbance, or amazing feats, at Mr. Parris's house. In the main, they are plain, direct, and seemingly true. They teach as clearly as words ever taught anything that something like a man, a tall man with white hair, dressed in serge coat, came and forced Tituba to pinch the children at the very time when one of them was first taken sick. They teach also that the same man appeared to Tituba several times and was with her on the day of her examination. The spiritual source of the first physical manifestations which generated the great troubles at Salem village is thus set forth with such clearness as will command credence in future ages, even if it shall fail to do so in this Sadducean generation. As before stated, another record of Tituba's testimony was made by Ezekiel Cheever, which is much less ample and particular than the one above presented. It omits entirely several very instructive and important parts, especially those which make known Tituba's earlier interviews with the man, those which fix the exact time when he first came to her, the exact time when Abigail was taken ill, and more important still, those parts which describe the assemblage of spirits at Mr. Parris's house, and their deliberate inflictions of pains upon the children at the very time when their disordered conditions came upon them. Upham, by using Cheever's instead of the other account, failed to adduce several vastly important historic facts, the special facts which are essential to a fair presentation of the origin and nature of Salem witchcraft. He nowhere recognizes the probably acute intellect, strong powers, persistent action, and inspiring presence of the tall man with white hair and in serge coat. Omitting these, he has but given us Hamlet with Hamlet left out, and this too not in ignorance, for he has seen Corwin's manuscript, which made clearly manifest the presence and doings of one spirit personage especially, and taught many other facts that were not reconcilable with his theory. The tall man with white hair who visited Tituba on the evening of January 15, 1692, has such obvious and important connection with and influence over all the ostensible actors in the scenes which former witchcraft historians have depicted, as may revolutionize their theories and teach the world that those expounders never trace their subject down to its genuine base. that they built, partly at least, upon the sands of either ignorance or misconception of the nature and actual source of what they discussed. There are some important differences in the two records of Tituba's testimony, even where the words and facts must have been the same. The following parallel passages present quite differing reports of what she said concerning her own knowledge of the devil. Cheever, why do you hurt these children? Corwin, why do you hurt these poor children? What harm have they done unto you? Cheever, I do not hurt them. Corwin, they do no harm to me. I no hurt them at all. Cheever, who is it then? Corwin, why have you done it? Cheever, the devil, for aught I know. Corwin, I've done nothing. I can't tell when the devil works. Cheever, the devil come to me and bid me serve him. Corwin, what, doth the devil tell you that he hurts them? No, he tells me nothing. Thus Cheever makes her say that the devil came to her and bade her serve him, while Corwin, reporting the same part of the examination, makes her say that the devil never told her anything. Further on, Corwin makes her say, a thing like a man told me, serve him. Cheever says the devil told her thus. Tituba herself, in all the clairvoyance of that age, preserved a distinction between the devil and the personages they saw, heard, and talked with, but the recorders of their testimony, failing to observe this distinction, often perverted the evidence. A comparison of the two records throughout suggests the probability that Corwin, who is most minute, gives the questions and answers in their original order and sequences much more nearly than does Cheever, whose record, when compared with the other, appears in some parts to be summings up of several minutes' talks into a brief sentence or two, and also gives evidence of his taking it as obvious fact that Tituba's thing like a man was the veritable devil. This is probable because his minutes make her say the devil come to me and bid me serve him, at a point in the examination where, according to Corwin, she said the devil tells me nothing. Thus the appearance is that Cheever carried back in time words which she subsequently applied to her thing like a man, and on his own authority, not hers, applied them to the devil. In Corwin's account, her conception of the separate individualities of the devil and her thing like a man reveals itself clearly and is nowhere contravened. But Cheever, almost at the commencement of his record, and at a point where she, according to Corwin, said the devil told her nothing, reports her as then applying to the devil what she, a few minutes or hours afterward, applied to her thing like a man. According to the more full and the more trustworthy record, she at no time confessed to any interview with the devil, though she did freely to many conversations with the man. These facts are important, very interesting, and instructive. As we interpret them now, they indicate that Tituba never confessed to any intercommunings with the devil, never charged Mrs. Good, Mrs. Osburn, or any one else with being familiar with his sable majesty, but only with a tall man with white hair, wearing a serge coat. The court before whom she was questioned, and the people around, generally, no doubt, deemed her thing like a man to be the veritable devil, as Cheever did, but the more exact recorder of her words furnishes good grounds for belief that Tituba herself conceived otherwise. She, who was gifted with faculties which let her see, hear, and feel the actors, apprehended that one of them at least was a disembodied human spirit, while the spiritually blind, but physically and logically keen-eyed ones around her wrongfully inferred the presence of their malignant and mighty devil with her. Some dates fixed by this witness in Corwin's account and entirely omitted in Cheever's are interesting and somewhat important. We learn what, so far as we know, escaped the notice of all former searchers, that it was on Friday, January 15th, just as she was going to sleep, that one like a man came to her and appointed a meeting there at Mr. Parris's house to take place on the next Wednesday evening. Accordingly, on Wednesday evening, January 20, the man and 4 women came, and then designedly and deliberately pushed Tituba on, and made her pinch the daughter and niece of Mr. Parris, and on that very evening Abigail, at least, if not Betty also, was first taken ill. Here is an important and significant coincidence. Just at the time when the illness was developed, spirits, in compliance with the previous arrangement, were there present at work, seeking to produce just such a result as was manifested. Did they, or did other agencies, produce the mysterious disorders which seem to devil-dreading beholders like diabolical obsessions? In view of all the facts, it is plain that a spirit or spirits caused the children to suffer. By failing to present the above points, which, though lacking in the account that he copied and followed, yet came under his eye, Upham clearly failed to use some very important historic facts which are essential to a fair presentation of both the time at which and the agents through whom Salem witchcraft had its origin, and consequently to a fair presentation of its nature. But those facts strenuously conflict with his theory that embodied girls and women were the designers and perpetrators of that great and terrific manifestation of destructive forces. How strong the chains of a pet theory, how blinding the cataracts of long-cherished conclusions. If there exists in the world's annals more distinct testimony than a particular individual was the deliberate and intentional producer of acts which generated suffering, then Tituba gave that the thing like a man which came to her once, when she was about going to sleep, once in the lean-to chamber, once when she was washing the room, and who on Friday night appointed a place for meeting the next Wednesday night, and with assistance kept his appointment, and then and there, as he had previously announced his purpose to do, severely hurt the children. If there ever was recorded testimony which more distinctly designated a particular being as the principal in planning and enacting any scheme, that is this from Tituba, by which he designates over and over again a tall man with white hair, wearing black clothes sometimes and sometimes serge coat of other color, as the chief executor of the strange and momentous development of illnesses in the family of Mr. Parris, I know not where that clearer testimony is recorded. He who has ignored several very significant parts of what Tituba said, rejected cornerstones which are essential to the foundation of a genuinely philosophical disclosure of the source and consequent nature of the mysteries he attempted to explain. Tituba has been described by Upham as indicating, in most respects, a mind at the lowest level of general intelligence, so that any one must be more rash than prudent who will impute to her ability to fabricate a series of facts, all of which seem to be natural and probable in the province of psychology. Mr. Parris informs us that the strange sicknesses existed in his family during several weeks before he or others had any suspicion that they might be of diabolical origin. Tituba dates their commencement on the evening of January 20th, just 6 weeks before her examination. Therefore, Mr. Parris's several weeks may have been 5 at least, during which he and his wife and their physician and friends probably studied symptoms, administered and watched the action of medicines, and cared for their children in every way, with as much freedom from delusion or bewildering excitement as they could have done in any other equal portion of their lives. Such medical skill as then existed there obviously had and used a very considerable period of time, not less than 4 or 5 weeks, in which to do its best, and yet was baffled. Its best was unavailing. We today perceive sufficient cause of its failure. It was contending against a special spirit infliction, the authors of which could either counteract, intensify, or nullify at their pleasure the normal action of any common medicines or nursings. Parents, physician, and nurses no doubt witness from day to day such anomalous and changeful manifestations sequent upon the administration of physic, as confounded their judgments, and made them at last suspect an evil hand. Tituba knew the cause of the illnesses, but probably lacked power to see and appreciate the continuous connection of that cause with the long series of its effects. Had she divulged her knowledge, what heed would have been given to the word of the ignorant slave? What beatings might she not well fear if she confessed to any dealings with invisible beings? No wonder that she kept her knowledge to herself till fear of her master's cane influenced her to disclose the facts to the magistrates. Small as Tituba's mental capacities were, she had some unusual susceptibilities which permitted, or rather obliged her to possess more knowledge of the origin and progress, and also of the nature and of the active producer of the distressing ailments and amazing feats in her master's family than did master, mistress, physician, and magistrates combined. They saw, if it can be said that they saw it all, they saw only through thick, coarse, and blurred glasses very dimly, while she at times clearly saw living actors face to face. From her we get the testimony of a witness who learned directly through her own senses what she stated. Her testimony gives forth the ring of unflawed truth, and lifts a veil off from long-hidden mysteries. Hutchinson, Upham, and Drake each sought to make it apparent that mundane roguishness, trickery, and malice, operating amid public credulity and infatuation, prompted and enabled frail girls and women to produce the amazing feats, marvelous convulsions, and all the many other woeful outworkings of witchcraft, having been either unobservant of, or having ignored, the plain historic facts seen over and over again in Tituba's testimony, that certain other intelligences than girls, than minds which were freed more or less fully and permanently from the hamperings of flesh, actually started the first display of witchcraft pinchings, fits, and convulsions at Salem village. Those historians wrongfully charge girls and women, whose bodies were then the subjects and tools of other intelligences, with being the feigners of maladies and the producers of acts, which an eye-witness and reluctant participator distinctly declares are manifested in obedience to a will, or wills not their own. Such oversight or such discarding of facts, whichever it may have been, caused those writers to so restrict their stores of intelligent agents, having more or less access to and power over man, as to put outside of their own reach and vision the actual producers of witchcraft phenomena. This self-imposed or self-retained restriction forced upon them necessity for efforts to show that mere children possessed gigantic physical and mental powers and brains, which concocted and executed schemes that shook to their very foundations the strong fabrics of church and state, yes, forced them to ascribe mighty public agitations to insignificant operators. Tituba, on the other hand, by a simple statement of what her own interior self saw, heard, felt, and did, by a statement of what she actually knew, designated the genuine and the obviously competent authors of witchcraft marvels, and explained their advent rationally. She therefore by far, very far, outranks each and all of those historians as a competent and authoritative expounder of the authorship, origin, and nature of Salem witchcraft. Her something like a man, her tall white-haired man in serge coat, was its author. That man was a spirit, and his works were spiritualism of some quality. Opposition revealed his possession of mighty force, and whatever his motive, the result of his scheme was the death of witchcraft throughout Christendom, and consequent wide emancipation from mental slavery. Some statements made and published by Robert Calif, not long subsequent to 1692, wear on their surface the semblance of impeachments, or at least of questionings of the value of Tituba's testimony. He says, the first complained of was the said Indian woman named Tituba. She confessed the devil urged her to sign a book, which he presented to her, and also to work mischief to the children, etc. We failed to find in Corwin's report anything like a confession of any such things. She there states distinctly that the devil tells her nothing, and also that the book was offered to her, and that the urgings to hurt the children were made to her by something like a man, by the man. She had no idea that the devil was her visitant, and never confessed that he tempted her. Calif goes on and says, she was afterwards committed to prison, and lay there till sold for her fees. The account she since gives of it is, that her master did beat her, and otherwise abuse her, to make her confess and accuse such as he called her sister witches, and that whatsoever she said by way of confessing or accusing others was the effect of such usage. This is credible, and is probably true. Such proceedings on the part of Mr. Paris are not inconsistent with the character which he bears. Tituba's other master, the white-haired man, had charged her to say nothing. She perhaps therefore was in fact induced to utter whatsoever she said by way of confessing or accusing others, by beatings she received from her visible master. But what did she say by way of confessing or accusing? Nothing really. She merely stated facts known to her, and such statement should not be misnamed either confession or accusation. Corwin's record of that slave's testimony excites an apprehension, yes, generates belief, that Calif unconsciously made misleading statement when he wrote that she confessed the devil urged her to sign a book. We have met with no indication that she ever made what should be called confession. We repeat that she quite fully narrated that she had seen, held conversation with, and been forced to obey a white-haired man, and also that the women, Good and Osburn, were at times her companion operators when the man was present. That frank statement of facts constituted her only confession, so far as we interpret it. There might be plausible reason for saying that she or he confessed, but with Tituba it was a simple statement of the truth. We suspect the Caliph, under the prevalent habit of his day, unwittingly wrote devil where Tituba, according to Corwin, said the man. If he followed Cheever's report of the trial, he seemed to have authority for doing so. That Tituba regarded the devil and the tall man as two distinct individuals is very obvious. When questioned, she admitted that the devil might hurt the children for aught she knew, but she had never seen him, nor had he ever told her anything. She had no acquaintance with that personage. While the question related to his doings, she could give no information, but as soon as opportunity was given her to introduce her tall man, she was ready to speak of him freely and instructively. The people around her, not interiorly illumined, applied the name devil to any disembodied intelligence that acted upon, or whose power became manifest to their external senses. Not so did either Tituba or any of her clairvoyant sister sufferers or sister accusers either. Throughout the whole of her 2 days' rigid examination she persistently called her strange visitant a man, and it is a significant fact that all the mediumistic ones then, both accusers and accused, escaped ever falling into the prevalent habit of accusing the devil. Other agents met their vision. Fear of Mr. Parris may have forced Tituba to tell her true tale, which but for him she might have withheld. But is there probability either that he dictated any part of her testimony, or that she fabricated anything? We see none. The fair and just presumption is that, though forced to speak, she simply described what she had seen and narrated what she had experienced. The apparent promptness, directness, and general consistency of her answers strongly favor that presumption. In her judgment, as in ours, what she said was no confession of familiarity with the devil, for she disclaimed any knowledge of him, and therefore she made no confession of witchcraft as then defined, and no accusation of it against the other women. Giles imputes to her a subsequent position which may be so construed as to indicate that she declined to stand by her previous statements. He says her master refused to pay her jail fees, and thus liberate her from prison, unless she would stand to what she had said. In that quotation is involved all that we find in the older records, which wears even a semblance of impeaching her testimony, or suggests any reason why we should distrust its intentional accuracy in any particular. The master did not pay the fees. She lay in jail 13 months, and was then sold to pay her prison charges. Drake, Annals 190. But what did her master require her to stand to? Caliph says he beat her to make her confess and accuse such as he called her sister witches, and that whatsoever she did by way of confessing or accusing others was the effect of such usage. What she may have confessed to having done, or what she may have accused others of doing at other times than when she was under examination, we do not know. Her statements then, as she then meant, and as we now understand them, fell far short of confessing familiarity with the devil, or of laying that crime to any others. Therefore she neither made herself nor her companions witches. Still her master, no doubt, as did the recorder Ezekiel Cheever, and the court understood her as meaning the devil when she said the man, though she herself did not so mean. Even Corwin, apparently as judge, put the prevalent construction upon her words, though his fidelity as a recorder caused him to write the man when she said the man. This general habit of understanding devil, when some other personage was both named and meant, enables us to see that there may have been subsequent dispute between her and her master as to her real meaning, and that he made it a condition for her liberation that she should put his construction upon what she had said rather than her own. It is an open question whether she ever refused to stand by her own meaning, or the true meaning of her own words. Perhaps she did refuse to stand by construction which the faith and habit of the day led most minds to put upon her words unjustifiably, but we doubt whether she refused to stand by the literal and intended meaning of what she had said. Poor Tituba, because of your forced connection with the scheme and works, which entirely baffled your comprehension, because of your forced disclosure of things you had witnessed and experienced behind the veil of flesh, your own body was imprisoned 13 months, and 2 innocent women were doomed to death. Guileless and innocent so far as connected with witchcraft, you was borne on by mighty forces to seem to act voluntarily, though in fact unwillingly, and perforce a prominent part in one of the most fearful scenes in a human history. Man's ignorance of spiritual agents and forces in your day, together with the prevalent hallucination, devilward, made you a humble and pitiable martyr to simple truth-telling. Some seeds in your simple story, now gathered from out the chaff that has covered them for 90 years, may soon be scattered over New England soil, from which we trust you above and men below may gather wholesome fruits of justice and truth. End of section 17. Section 18 of Witchcraft of New England Explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sarah Good, Tituba's sister witch, as that slave's master called Sarah Good, may not have been regarded in her generation as possessor of any large amount of such qualities as her name is commonly used to designate. Still, her neighbors doomed her to lasting fame by selecting her as the first person to be put under examination on suspicion of being a producer of Salem witchcraft. As a facile tool in supernal hands, she may have been, and probably was, good in quality as well as name. Indications that her spirit form was susceptible of either easy elimination or wide radiations from its material counterpart are contained in the facts that on January 20, 1692, the inner eye of Tituba saw this Sarah. On February 25, Allen Putnam, and on the 28th, Elizabeth Hubbard saw her apparition or her spirit form. Man's natural or physical optics do not discern a spirit. Spirit, when not materialized, is discernible only by our inner or spirit eyes. Spirit is spiritually discerned. The spirit forms, however, of embodied living men and women are not all equally discernible by clairvoyance. Generally, only such among flesh-clad spirits are readily seen by inner optics as are able to slip or are liable to be drawn or to radiate out from one's ordinary integuments of flesh, or at least those only whose integuments are transparent of spirit light. Only few, relatively, can either see or be seen readily and frequently by spiritual eyes. Eagles exist, as well as owls and bats, and clear perception of objects by the former amid light that blinds the latter is no proof either that the vision of eagles is perverted or that the objects they behold are but creatures of fancy. Mediumistic Sarah Good, because she was highly mediumistic, would naturally be a brilliant and attractive object in the field of vision, which the inner eyes of other mediumistic ones might be able and attracted to survey. Distances of little or no account in connection with vision by the inner eye, persons and objects scores and hundreds of miles away, are practically near to the inner optics. Spirit forms are perhaps thought forms, and like thought can traverse oceans and continents in the twinkling of an eye. It is not our purpose to multiply pages by largely quoting minute accounts of what transpired at the examinations and trials of those who were suspected of witchcraft, and yet it may be well to present rather fully one sample of the proceedings of the courts. This first case, which the civil authorities gave attention to, may serve that purpose as well as any other. The arrest of Sarah Good was made February 29, and on the next day, Tuesday, March 1, 1692, her examination was commenced, and was continued in connection with that of Sarah, Osburn, and Tituba through the remainder of that week. On Monday the 7th, these three were sent to jail in Boston. On the 30th of June, Mrs. Good was put upon trial, which resulted in her conviction, and on the 19th of July she, together with others, was executed. We copy first Ezekiel Cheever's account of her examination. Cheever was temporary clerk or scribe employed by the examining magistrates to take minutes of the testimony. Sarah Good, what evil spirit have you familiarity with? Answer: none. Have you made no contract with the devil? Good answered: no. Why do you hurt these children? Answer: I do not hurt them. I scorn it. Who do you employ then to do it? Answer: I employ nobody. This question was doubtless based on belief then held that one who was in covenant with the devil had, by the terms of the covenant, received power to command the devil and his imps to execute any desired mischief. What creature do you employ then? Answer: No, creature, but I am falsely accused. Her statement that she employed nobody seems not to have covered all classes of possible servants in such business. Therefore she was asked what creatures she employed. This question suggests the probable supposition by the magistrate that such dogs, cats, birds, and hairy nondescripts as Tituba saw might be subservient to the commands of a witch. Why did you go away muttering from Mr. Parris's house? Answer: I did not mutter, but I thanked him for what he gave my child. Have you made no contract with the devil? Answer: No. The magistrate then desired the children, all of them, to look upon her and see if this were the person that had hurt them. And so they all did look upon her, and said that this was one of the persons that did torment them. Presently they were all tormented. Sarah Good, do you not see now what you have done? Why do you not tell us the truth? Why do you thus torment these poor children? Answer: I do not torment them. Who do you employ, then? Answer: I employ nobody. I scorn it. How came they thus tormented? Answer: What do I know? You bring others here, and now you charge me with it. Why, who was it? Answer: I do not know, but it was some you brought into the meeting-house with you. Response: We brought you into the meeting-house. Reply: But you brought in two more. Who was it, then, that tormented the children? Answer: It was Osburn. What is it you say when you go muttering away from persons' houses? Answer: If I must tell, I will tell. Do tell us, then. Reply: If I must tell, I will tell. It is the commandments. I may say my commandments, I hope. What commandment is it? Answer: If I must tell, I will. It is a psalm. What psalm? Statement by reporter. After a long time she muttered over some part of a psalm. Who do you serve? Answer: I serve God. What God do you serve? Answer: The God that made heaven and earth. Comments by the reporter. She was not willing to mention the word God. Her answers were in a very wicked, spiteful manner, reflecting and retorting against the authority with base and abusing words and many lies. She was taken in. It was here said that her husband had said that he was afraid that she either was a witch or would be one very quickly. The worshipful Mr. Haythorne asked him his reason why he said so of her, whether he had seen anything by her. He answered no, not in this nature, but it was her bad carriage to him, and indeed, said he, I may say with tears that she is an enemy to all good. Reason for asking the children to look upon the accused, Cheever says, was that they might see if this was the person that hurt them. That statement fails to cover the whole ground. According to Cotton Mather, belief then prevailed that when the party suspected looks on the parties supposed to be bewitched, and they are thereupon struck down into a fit, it is a proof that the accused is a witch in covenant with the devil. In many subsequent examinations and trials, these magistrates required the accused to look upon the afflicted ones, and special note was taken of the apparent action of the supposed evil eye upon the sensitive children. Belief was held and acted upon by these examiners that if the accused were guilty, the guilt might be revealed by observable effects of emanations from the witch's eye upon those whom she had been bent upon tormenting. Possibly human experience and observation had gained knowledge of facts which furnished substantial foundation for such belief. The eye of the powerful mesmerist is very potent in action upon those whom he has been accustomed to subdue to his will. If the children quailed and suffered under the gaze of the accused, inference might be drawn that they had previously been brought into servitude by imperceptible forces proceeding from that person. Forces of that nature probably go forth more profusely from the eye than any other part of man, though that is not their only point of egress. Any part of the body may let them out. This fact, no doubt, was assumed of old by would-be witch detectors, for they often required the accused to touch their accusers or the reverse, and generally the contact was attended by convulsions, spasms, pains, or other distress, or by cessation of annoyances. Such results are moderate evidence that forces pertaining to departed spirits were then operating upon the disturbed ones, for emanations from such source are frequently more agitating and agonizing, or more calming and pleasurable, than any that come forth from the simple mesmerizer. One reason for this augmented effect, as given through mediumistic lips, is that the greater remove of properties of freed spirits from homogeneousness with those of flesh-robed ones than exists between the properties of any two mortals naturally causes either greater commotion or greater calmness when the disembodied ones effect contact with those robed in flesh than ever occurs upon the confluence of streams exclusively mundane. It should be remembered that spirits, when in rapport with mortal forms, have power not only to will agonies and motions therein, but also to command and efficiently use appliances needful to produce them. Where Tituba's tall man with white hair was controller of performances, all such sufferings and antics as history describes may have occurred at trials for witchcraft, and yet few of them may have been willed to come forth by any mortal. Veiled from external perceptions, that powerful operator shaped the speech, the actions, and the sufferings of all the impressible ones, whether accused or accusers, at his sole pleasure. What his object and his motives were are not matters for consideration at this stage of our investigations. The examining magistrates, John Haythorne and Jonathan Corwin, subscribed to the following account of this examination. Sarah Good, upon examination, denieth the matter of fact, viz., that she ever used any witchcraft or hurt the above said children, or any of them. The above-named children, being all present, positively accused her of hurting them sundry times within this 2 months, and also this morning. Sarah Good denied that she had been at their houses in the said time or near them, or had done them any hurt. All the above said children then present accused her face to face, upon which they were all tortured and tormented for a short space of time, and the afflictions and tortures being over, they charged said Sarah Good again that she had so tortured them, and came to them and did it, although she was then kept at a considerable distance from them. Sarah Good being then asked if that she did not hurt them who did it, and the children being again tortured, she looked upon them and said that it was one of them we brought into the house with us. We asked her who it was. She then answered and said it was Sarah Osburn, and Sarah Osburn was then under custody and not in the house. And the children, being quickly after recovered out of their fits, said that it was Sarah Good and also Sarah Osburn that then did hurt and torment or afflict them, although both of them at the same time at a distance or remote from them personally. The italicized lines show that the magistrates attached importance to the children's statement that the two women had access to them and hurt them, even while the outer forms of the women were remote from the girls. Precisely how Haythorne and Corwin viewed such facts we do not know. Perhaps they deemed them strong evidence that the women were helped by the devil. The fact, if it be a fact, and it probably is, that those girls actually received painful sensations from forces coming to them from out the forms of those two women whose bodies were at the time distant from their own, was marvelous when it occurred, and remains so now to all such as are unacquainted with some instructive things which modern spiritualism has been bringing into view. To entrance persons, to the spiritually illumined, to the clairvoyant, distance and material objects become nearly obliterated. Between such also, between spirits and such, when their inner powers are in the ascendant, mind acts directly upon mind, without aid from external senses and organs, and whatever then is done to the mind or spirit of the incarnated, whether it be painful or pleasing, reaches and affects the body of the earth-clad one from within, and thence works outwardly. All sensation pertains to the mind or spirit. The body, when life leaves it at once, becomes absolutely insensible. All hurts of the body, come whence and as they may, are felt by the spirit only, never by the body. Therefore, when the spirit from within is pinched by a spirit directly, the hurt, though the physical body has not been touched from without, is felt precisely as it would be if fingers had nipped the flesh. One's bruised spirit, acting outwardly, may discolor portions of the body precisely as would an external pinch, grip, or blow. The accusing girls may have actually perceived and positively known that pain-producing forces issuing from the forms of the accused women were distorting and convulsing their own bodies and the bodies of other sensitive ones, while yet the women's wills may not have sent the forces forth. Those accused ones may have been but the wearers of bodies or possessors of God-bestowed organisms and temperaments, through which either Tituba's tall man or some other spirit or even some impersonal natural force gained access to the spirits of the girls, and through their spirits caused their bodies to manifest signs of intense sufferings. Spiritualism is inviting physiologists and psychologists into new and interesting fields for exploration. The foregoing facts and views invite to very lenient judgments, whether pertaining to the accused women or to their youthful accusers. Many things during the examination of Sarah Good were culled from Tituba's statements and used with design to show that Sarah Good was a witch. Tituba charged that woman with hurting the children and of being one of 5 who urged her to do the same. Good wrote on a pole with the letter to Mr. Putnam's, and then told the slave that she must kill somebody. She came and made Tituba deaf at prayers. She had a yellow bird which sucked her between her fingers. Also she had a cat, and she appeared like a wolf to Hubbard. Tituba saw Good's name in the book, and the devil, no, the tall man, told Good, made her mark. Even her own little daughter, Dorothy Good, testified that her mother had 3 birds, 1 black, 1 yellow, and that these birds hurt the children and afflicted persons. Deliverance Hobbs saw Good at the witch's sacrament. Abigail Hobbs was in company with and made deaf by her, and knew her to be a witch. Mary Warren had the book brought to her by Sarah Good. Elizabeth Hubbard, Mary Walcott, Ann Putnam, Mercy Lewis, Sarah Vibber, and Abigail Williams, all of them members of the necromantic circle, were afflicted by Sarah Good and saw her shape. Richard Patch, William Allen, John Hughes had her appear to them apparitionally. This long array of names, of impressibles existing in the village at so early a time as the very first attempt to find a witchcraft worker there, indicates that Tituba's visitant had been an expert selector of a spot for operation. He began his work in the midst of abundant and fit materials with which to carry out a purpose, to obtain close approach to, and to put forth startling action upon and among embodied mortals. It may be learned in the hereafter that he was suggester of the visible as well as of the invisible circle which met at the parsonage, and learned also that his forces magnetized the members of each, that so many mediumistic ones, a large proportion of them wonderfully facile and plastic, were hunted up in the short space of 2 months among the 500 scattered inhabitants of that village, is surprising. Only keen eyes and active search could have found thus many in so short a time. Germs of prophets must have been abundant there, and must have developed rapidly under the culture of the supernal gardener, who discovered their abundance and quality, and took them under his special watch and care. While under examination, Sarah Good said, "None here see the witches but the afflicted in themselves. That is, none but the afflicted and the accused, none but the clairvoyant." By witches she meant spirits and semblances of mortals and spirits, and she said in substance, none others but we who behold with our internal eyes, see the hovering and operating intelligences and forms. This unschooled woman then announced a great and instructive truth. She taught that the 2 classes, the tortured accusers and the accused, both possessed powers of vision which other people did not, that they possessed such clairvoyance and other fitful capabilities and susceptibilities as pertain to only a quite limited number of persons, and that these physical peculiarities were the source of the existing mysteries. It should be ever borne in mind that the powers which Mrs. Good had reference to are generally very fitful in their operations. Those who sometimes see spirits and spirit scenes are seldom able to do it at will, or with any very long continuance without interruption. The most of them might, every few minutes, say with Tituba, "I'm blind now, I cannot see." Having stated that the accusers and accused, and only they and others constituted like them, could see the hidden persons and forces which were there acted upon, or being employed in putting forth mysterious inflictions upon the distressed girls, Sarah Good forthwith charged her fellow prisoner, Sarah Osburn, with then herding the children. The fair inference is that she saw the spirit or the apparition of her companion then seemingly at work upon the sufferers, and Mrs. Good may only have described what her inner optics were then beholding. Virtually she was confessing that she was herself clairvoyant, and consequently very near kin to a witch, if not actually one in that dreaded sisterhood. But clairvoyance pertained to the accusers also, and both sets of clear seers, if their powers were a crime, deserved like treatment. Looking upon them, the afflicted children, at the same time and not being afflicted, must consequently be a witch. The above is from the records of her examination. Apparently she was looking upon the children, while alleging that the then absent Sarah Osburn was there present and was occasioning their sufferings, while yet Mrs. Good was not herself afflicted. This was deemed proof that she was a witch. What unstated premises led to that conclusion we do not know. Our fathers had many notions pertaining to witchcraft that are now buried in oblivion, and it is often very difficult to find the reasons for their inferences. We are baffled here, and can say only that indication is furnished that under some circumstances a woman's failure to become bewitched was proof that she was herself a witch. Because she did not catch a special disease, she must already be having it. Constable Braybrook, who had charge of her during the night between the first 2 days of her examination, deposed that he set 3 men as a guard to watch her at his own house, and that in the morning the guard informed him that during the night Sarah Good was gone some time from them, both barefoot and bare-legged. From another source he learned that on that same night Elizabeth Hubbard, one of the afflicted persons, complained that Sarah Good came and afflicted her, being barefoot and bare-legged, and Samuel Sibley, that was one that was attending courting of Elizabeth Hubbard, struck Sarah Good on the arm, as Elizabeth Hubbard said. Woodward's Historical Series, No. 1, page 27. Braybrook's statement presents a side incident at a time when none of the performers who had been trained in the historian's famous high school for girls were present, an incident which rivals in marvelousness anything in the main tragedy they are charged with enacting. When the tricksy girls were all absent, women alone stood guard over and were with this prisoner. She became invisible by them. No one of the magic working band of girls and women was then at hand. Testimony that she disappeared is distinct. The guards reported in the morning that she was gone some time from them. The constable so stated, and the statement was supported by 2 assistant guards, Michael Dunnell and Jonathan Baker. We shall not stop to ask them how they knew that she was barefoot and bare-legged when she was invisible. They perhaps saw her stockings and shoes when she was not to be seen. Also, she was without such garments when seen that night by Elizabeth Hubbard and her lover in that girl's distant home. An intelligent, sagacious, and reliable man, Dr. H.B. Storer of Boston, whom we know and have long known personally, and whom we respect as being distinctly high-minded, honorable, and adherent to facts and truths, gave in the Banner of Light, January 9, 1875, an instructive account of his recent observations at the residence of Mrs. Compton, a medium at Havana, New York. We extract the following from his statements. He says that on Monday morning, December 28, 1874, by my request, Mrs. Compton, acquiescing without a murmur, my lady friends, entering her bedroom, saw her completely divested of clothing, with the exception of 2 undergarments, and then had her draw on a pair of her husband's pantaloons. The basque of her alpaca dress without the skirt was then put on, after careful search to render it certain that no extra clothing could be secreted. Then, in my presence, the basque was sewed by its points on each side to the pantaloons, and a ribbon which I tied with 2 knots closely around her neck was sewed through the knots, and each end of the ribbon sewed to the collar of the basque. So she had on a closely fitting coat and pantaloons sewed together and so attached by a ribbon around the neck that the clothing could not be drawn up or down. A pair of black gloves were then drawn upon the hands and sewed tightly around the wrists. I then put around her waist a piece of cotton twine, tying it in 2 hard knots behind, and the same piece of twine was tied by double knots to the back of the chair in which she sat. On Saturday, Dr. Storer had seen come forth from the cabinet, as Dr. F.L.H. Willis also had on a former occasion, a weird phantom bearing the semblance of a woman, and clothed in a flowing costume of white. Over her head was thrown a veil of delicate texture, and in one hand she carried a handkerchief that looked like a bit of a fleecy cloud. Her dress was exceedingly white and lustrous, without a wrinkle or a fold in it. That description by Willis is called by Storer perfect, and is adopted by him. This weird personage was called Katy. Dr. Storer, after fixing the medium in the cabinet on Monday, as above described, says, "Very slowly the door of the cabinet opened, and soon her, Katy's, entire form was seen, dressed exactly as before, trailing skirts, veil, and mantle, but with a belt which she gathered in her hands and rubbed together that we might hear its silken rustle. Standing by the door, she addressed me, saying that when she had walked entirely away from the cabinet, she wished me to go in quickly and without moving the chair, feel after the medium and all about the cabinet, and see if I could find her. She stepped out about 5 feet into the room, and at once I sprang into the cabinet, felt in the chair, swept the floor and walls thoroughly with my hands, but not a vestige of medium or anything remained." The italicizing is ours. We design to imitate the doctor in both frankness and wisdom, to restate and accept his facts, but make no attempt at explanation of them. We adduce the case because it parallels in marvelousness the statements of Braybrook. What happens now may have had its like before today. The modern case outmarvels perhaps the ancient one, for we know not whether the guards felt for their prisoner or only failed to see her. How they ascertained that she was gone is not told. Dr. Storer felt the chair into which he had bound Mrs. Compton, felt the floor and the ceiling all over, and could find nobody in the little cabinet, which was but a triangle partitioned off at the corner of the room, whose inner sides were only 5 feet each in length, and so that a man, without changing his position, might touch any part of it, unless the ceiling overhead was above the man's reach. Shortly afterwards, says Dr. Storer, the cabinet door was opened, and in the chair, tied as we had left her, without the breaking of a thread or the apparent movement of her person, or in any respect differing from her appearance when last seen, sat the medium in that fearfully lifeless trance from which nearly a half-hour was required to arouse her. I will not give any speculations of my own upon this most marvelous exhibition. I submit the facts and vouch for their entire accuracy. Were Braybrook's statements true as to the main fact? They may have been. If they were, we do not apprehend that the physical body of Sarah Good was either removed from the vicinity of her guards or seen by Elizabeth Hubbard that night. Invisibility may have been wrapped around her body, and yet not around her shoes and stockings. Perhaps her spirit form was the only one seen by the distant observer. We hesitate to fix limits to possibilities. Spirits today frequently manage, as they say, and as results indicate, to render particular material objects lying within the embrace of auras or emanations of some mediums, invisible temporarily by the keenest of keen external eyes, even when such eyes are surrounded by light sufficient for seeing other objects in the vicinity with distinctness. That which is done now may have been done formerly. And since such phenomena now seldom occur, excepting in the near vicinity of persons susceptible to spirit influences, the fair conclusion is that Sarah Good was a medium. Elizabeth Hubbard saw the spirit form of Sarah Good, which fact argues that Elizabeth was a clairvoyant, unless Sarah Good's spirit was then materialized. Each and every one of the afflicted girls is so repeatedly reported to have described perception of what external sight could not see, external ear hear, nor external touch feel, that the mediumistic susceptibilities of each and all of them are manifest. The susceptibilities and endowments of both accusers and accused were exceptional, and yet alike in kind. The spiritual perceptive faculties and the receptive capabilities of both classes could be brought into such action as would outwork results perceptible by the external senses of common people. Also, and especially, each class could be made to serve as mere tools of invisible beings. As such they were handled, their users employing them severally as afflictor or as afflicted at their pleasure, within the permissions of psychological laws. The choice which selected certain ones to be implements by which to afflict, and others to be the subjects of afflictions, was made by dwellers in spirit spheres, familiar with psychological laws, and competent to determine in which capacity each impressible one could be most serviceable in advancing the ends of the supernal operators. Such a view, when its correctness shall have been confirmed, will work out vast amelioration in the world's judgment of that band of girls and women in Salem village who have long borne its scorn and detestation, and will thrill every kindly heart with joy when it shall become apparent that some inborn physical peculiarities involve the controlling reasons why certain persons rather than others were charged with being Satan's devotees. Then none can fail to see that it was not roguery, not artifice, not malice, not grudges, not family or neighborhood or parochial quarrels, not disputes about property, nor any social, moral, or religious eminence or debasement. No, not any one of those base motives of the normal intellect and heart, which lively fancy has pleased itself with conjuring up and imputing. No, it was not any one of those reprehensible and damning motives, but was innate susceptibility of being easily controlled by psychological forces. Especially it was a constitutional liability to be more readily seen, heard, and felt by persons similarly endowed than was the great mass of people around them. And Putnam, Jr., the keen-sighted pioneer of the clairvoyant witch detectors, saw the apparition and felt the distressing influences of Sarah Good on the 25th of February. Her depositions were numerous. There were but few of the accused whose apparitions had not met her vision, but few who had not harmed her in ways and by forces unperceived by external senses. The character and general purport of her testimony, and also of most of the testimony from members of the circle, is well presented by the first deposition we find on record, which is as follows. The deposition of Ann Putnam, Jr., who testifieth and saith that on the 25th of February, 1691-92, I saw the apparition of Sarah Good, which did torture me most grievously, but I did not know her name till the 27th of February, and then she told me her name was Sarah Good. And then she did pinch me most grievously, and also since, several times urging me vehemently to write in her book, and also on the 1st of March, being the day of her examination, Sarah Good did most grievously torture me, and also several times since, and also on the 1st day of March, 1692, I saw the apparition of Sarah Good go and afflict and torture the bodies of Elizabeth Parris, Abigail Williams, and Elizabeth Hubbard. And also, I've seen the apparition of Sarah Good afflicting the body of Sarah Vibber. Mark Ann Putnam, plus. That deposition furnishes a fair specimen of the kind of evidence sought for, admitted, and applied to prove probable compact with the devil. All of the above pertains to the first examination made at Salem, and it reveals the opinions then prevalent relating to covenantings with the evil one, to powers and dispositions thence derived, and to then existing legal methods for proving such compacts. There is little indication that experiences at Salem during the spring and summer of 1692 gave either the examining magistrates or the court much, if any, new light, or any increase of wisdom or humaneness. Whatever modification of processes of procedure subsequently took place, and whatever change of decisions as to the value and admissibility of spectral evidence occurred, was for the worse rather than the better. The creeds and laws conformed to then were not formed and adopted for that occasion, but had prior existence, and were here applied with strenuous vigor by firm hearts and clear heads, amid all the excitement, frenzy, infatuation, delusion, and credulity then abounding. Logic retained its power and guidance, and held courts and juries to the requirements of the wholesome statutes of the English Parliament pertaining to witchcraft and to Christendom's witchcraft creed. Old laws and faiths were here tested by strong men. They held for a time and wrought woeful effects, but finally were broken. Sarah Good was wife of an inefficient husband, William Good, laborer. The family was very poor, having at times no home excepting such as charity granted them temporarily. She is spoken of by Caliph as having long been accounted a melancholy or distracted woman. Upham says that she was a forlorn, friendless, and forsaken creature, broken down by wretchedness of condition and ill repute. We find no reason for dissenting from that writer's statement when he says elsewhere that she was an unfortunate and miserable woman in her circumstances and condition. But we doubt the fitness of calling her forlorn and broken down. She may have been so, but the spirit and energy generally manifested by her words and acts indicate the probability that she was rather a heedless, bold woman, free and harsh in the use of her tongue, and not very sensitive to or regardful of public opinion, but yet strong and not despondent. That she may have long been deemed, as Caliph says she was, a distracted woman, is very probable, for many simply mediumistic persons, and even more of us who, at this day, solely because we believe in the advent of spirits, both good and less good, have long been accounted crazy. We have met with no indication that she was physically weak or mentally despondent. She seems to have borne up well under long, tedious horseback rides daily to and from Ipswich jail, 9 or 10 miles distant, whither she was nightly sent ever after the time of her becoming invisible to her guards. Her keeper on the way says she leaped off her horse 3 times, railed at the magistrates, and endeavored to kill herself. That attempt, if she made one, to take her own life was scarcely less likely to spring from the angry mental mood then prompting her to rail against the magistrates than from despondency or forlornness. When under examination, her answers were about as direct, explicit, and to the point as most other suspected ones were able to give to the perplexing questions which were put, and some of hers have more snap than we usually find in words from lips of the forlorn and broken down. It is not probable that her previous life had won much public favor, yet no evidence has been met with that her neighbors generally cherished hostile feelings towards her, or possessed sentiments which would prompt them to rejoice at her prosecution. We, as has already been made apparent, ascribe her arrest to other causes than the lowness of her character and condition. That was not the primal incentive to her being cried out upon. Her organization and the then existing condition of her faculties made her either a convenient channel through which to transmit or a fountain from which to draw forces into the systems of certain other sensitives, which forces might act therein for either the annoyance and suffering or the pleasure and relief of the recipients, according to either inherent properties of the forces themselves or to the purpose of some intelligence who should inflow and manipulate them. The sensitive girls might, and if well unfolded mediumistically, would unerringly trace back such forces as acted upon themselves to their mundane point of emanation, and in good conscience and good faith accuse the person from whom the forces issued of being their tormentor. If clairvoyant, they could see; if clairaudient, could hear; and if not specially unfolded for seeing with the inner eye and hearing with the inner ear, could sense the person from whom the foreign and disturbing influences came forth. A bold spirit and prophetic glance pertained to this woman at the close of her mortal life, when near the gallows and about to be executed. Mr. Noyes, the clergyman at Salem proper, told her she was a witch, and she knew that she was a witch. She promptly retorted, "You are a liar. I'm no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." Subsequently, that man died of an internal hemorrhage, bleeding profusely at the mouth. History of Witchcraft, Volume 2, page 270. Gleamings of what will be often meet internal or mediumistic eyes, and such probably did those of Sarah Good at that instant, and authorized her prophetic utterance. End of section 18. Section 19 of Witchcraft of New England Explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dorcas Good and Sarah Osburn. Dorcas Good has already been presented in the reports of evidence against her mother, but in those she was called Dorothy, and was reported as testifying that her mother, quote, had 3 birds, 1 black, 1 yellow, and that these birds hurt the children and afflicted persons, end of quote. Such testimony, of course, supported the side of the accusers. The little one's words were damaging to her mother and helpful to the mother's oppressors, but from some cause she soon fell under suspicion of belonging to the class of bewitchers. As early as March 3, Allen Putnam saw the apparition of this child, and on the 21st of March, Mary Walcott did the same. This, of course, was regarded as evidence that she was a witch, and on or near March 23rd, she was arrested, examined, and soon after sent to jail. Yes, little Dorcas, daughter of mediumistic Sarah Good, not 5 years old, quote, looking well and hale as other children, end of quote, was definitely in legal form accused of witchcraft, was arrested and brought before the civil magistrates for examination. In presence of the magistrates, the exhibiting graduates from the school of necromancy, magic, and spiritualism, the afflicted girls, accused the little child of biting them then and there, and also of pricking them with pins, with pinching, and almost choking them. In proof of all this, they exhibited marks upon their flesh, just such in size and form as matched her little teeth. Also pins were found under their clothing precisely where they asserted that she pricked them. Such facts as imprints upon the arms of the girls, corresponding precisely with such as the child's teeth might make, and the invisible pinchings, prickings, etc., are not outside of nature's permissions, and therefore were not impossible. Those girls at their circle meetings or elsewhere had obviously become very facile instruments in spiritualism, had become usable by spirits as subjects for impressions and psychologically induced sensations. From the mediumistic little daughter of a mediumistic mother, forms and forces could be made to emanate, which might act upon the plastic mediumistic sufferers in exact accordance with such experiences and producing such revolts as the girls described or others witnessed. The senses of the annoyed ones could distinctly perceive that the agonizing forces issued from that little girl. The accusers probably stated only facts which they knew as well as any witness ever knew his facts, when describing what his own senses had brought him knowledge of. Whether things seen and felt by the spirit senses be deemed objective or only subjective, they are alike real to the consciousness of the person that takes cognizance of them. The statements of the girls were probably true. The possibilities in heaven and earth, and along where their border lines come in contact, are not recognized by some historians. There are some persons at this day who hold even as contracting and misleading philosophies as Cotton Mather and the men of his generation did. Modern wisdom, prompts some to discredit any actual occurrence of any extra marvelous facts, any facts seeming more than natural, and to impeach the accuracy or the truthfulness of any and all who attest to such, rather than admit that the bases of their own philosophies can be improved by expansion. Such persons, when attempting to account for many facts in human history, are, though it may be unconsciously to themselves, like mill horses tethered to an unchanging center and made to move within a fixed circumference. Habit soon brings loss of desire, if not of courage, to turn the eyes outward and look upon facts whose producers work from outside the beaten rounds in which some theorists travel. This makes it bad for many facts, such facts as are popping into view through avenues deemed anomalous. There are writers who do their best to enforce upon such facts the Mosaic command, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." But facts are immortal. Buried ones often reappear and demonstrate their own former occurrence. 2 centuries ago the claim of great marvels to be objective facts was generally conceded, but at that time the hidden workers of wonders were woefully slandered as to parentage. Men deemed them all to be both imps of the malignant ruler of the darkest regions of realms unseen, and his emissaries from pandemonium to the abodes of man. Faith in the genuineness of witchcraft facts, though in Dorcas' good day it hid a multitude of sins, failed to make the arresting of a mere infant witch a desirable operation. For some reason the officious Marshal Herrick sent forth Constable Braybrook to encounter and capture man's great enemy when that wily one had ensconced himself in an infant's form. But the deputy scavengered up and sub-deputized somebody else to fight that battle for God and Christ. His menial went the needful 2 or 3 miles north through the woods to Benjamin Putnam's house, and executed the daring feat of bringing on his back or in some other way a hale and well-looking girl of less than 5 years into court, a culprit because of co-laboring with and being a covenanted servant of witchcraft's devil. The darkness of delusion which such an arrest failed to illumine must have been thick indeed, but the creed of the day devilward, the creed of the fathers, the creed of Christendom, so deluded the public judgment that it demanded the blood of a witch, even though she were an infant. The condition of the public mind, only a very short time subsequent to the irrational, unkindly, barbarous arrest of that child, has been depicted by Upham, Volume 2, page 112, in sentences more graphic, spirited, and eloquent than our own powers could possibly put forth, and differing considerably from what we would essay to give were our rhetorical abilities equal to his. He states that, quote, the proceedings of the 11th and 12th of April produced a great effect in driving on the general infatuation. 'Twas awful to see how the afflicted persons were agitated, those girls by long practice in the circle, and day by day before the astonished and wondering neighbors gathered to witness their distresses, and especially on the more public occasions of the examinations, had acquired consummate boldness and tact. In simulations of passions, sufferings, and physical affections, in sleight of hand and the management of voice and feature and attitude, no necromancers have surpassed them. There has seldom been better acting in a theatre than they displayed in the presence of the astonished and horror-stricken rulers, magistrates, ministers, judges, jurors, spectators, and prisoners. No one seems to have dreamed that their actings and sufferings could have been the result of cunning or imposture. Deodat Lawson was a man of talents, had seen much of the world, and was by no means a simpleton, recluse, or novice, but he was totally deluded by them. The prisoners, although conscious of their own innocence, were utterly confounded by the acting of the girls. The austere principles of that generation forbade with the utmost severity all theatrical shows and performances, but at Salem village and the old town, in the respective meeting houses, and at Deacon Nathaniel Ingersoll's, some of the best playing ever got up in this country was practised, and patronized for weeks and months at the very centre and heart of Puritanism by the most straitest sect of that solemn order of men. Pastors, deacons, church members, doctors of divinity, college professors, officers of state, crowded day after day to behold feats which have never been surpassed on the boards of any theatre, which rival the most memorable achievements of pantomimists, thaumaturgists, and stage players, and made considerable approaches toward the best performances of ancient sorcerers and magicians, or modern jugglers and mesmerizers. The brilliancy, fervor, and literary finish of that description of the public enthusiasm and bewilderment are truly worthy of admiration. While the picture is not, and probably could not be, overwrought, still we must doubt the competency of the alleged authors of the excitement to perform the bewildering and frenzying acts ascribed to them. We have heard from of old, and could quasi-believe, that mountains and labor brought forth mice, but it is only rarely one has earnestly and fervently sought and striven to entice the reading public to admit conviction that a dozen mice could enwomb and give birth to a vast and terrific volcano. One must needs look in wondering astonishment upon that keenness of vision which, at the middle of the 19th century, penetrating through mould and debris which have, through a century and 3/4, been gathering over momentous events, sees clearly that they were the genuine offspring of youthful cunning and imposture, even while the owner of such vision himself perceived that neither the learned, talented, and keen Deodat Lawson, nor any other one of all the many able and sagacious men who were lookers on at the amazing feats while they were transpiring, dreamed that the actings and sufferings could have been the results of cunning and imposture. The day of Lawson and his companion observers was too near the facts for any dreams about them. It required a peculiarly plastic modern brain, and the intervening lapse of 80 years for the generation and birth of such a dream. The reason of its non-appearance in 1692 is very plain. Known facts then left no vacancy in the brains of that day for storage of the fictions of dreamland. We returned to little Dorcas Good. The creed devilward had hoodwinked all eyes. All things were in a terrific and bewildering whirl. Calm reflection and deliberate reasoning upon anything new were impossible. If perchance a mind asked itself whether an infant was competent to bargain with the devil, and thence become a witch, it had no time to respond to its own inquiry. In open court, mysterious bitings were perpetrated by the teeth of this little girl, because the marks fitted her set and none other. The marks were made by the accused girl's teeth. Ocular demonstration, therefore, was proving her to be the devil's instrument, for otherwise she could not invisibly bite, nor could her teeth be made to bite those who were off beyond her reach. Standing upon what we said in the last chapter relating to the passing of hurts through the spirit to its outer body, we hold that spirits may have so applied the spirit teeth of little Dorcas to the spirit limbs of the afflicted girls as to have left the marks of her teeth upon their flesh. Woefully did the creed of that time not only permit but call for the arrest of that infantile girl, solely because, under the operation of natural laws of generation, she inherited properties or capabilities which rendered her, from the time when she was conceived, ever onward very susceptible to psychological influences. The judges, observing what were but legitimate and necessary outworkings of her inborn properties, being ignorant of their true source and nature, deemed them such a crime that the court sent her to Boston jail a prisoner, there to keep company with the mother from whom her peculiar properties had been derived, by whose milk they had been nourished, and in whose magnetisms they had unfolded. The present century is learning facts which teach that inborn properties and susceptibilities, and not compacts with the devil, constitute witches, some of whom are very lovely. An infantile witch is no great marvel now. Such can be found in many a family, quote, through whose lips angels speak, end of quote, today, as they did through Emanuel Swedenborg's when but a child, and who, born in January 1688, was precisely a contemporary of Dorcas Good. Sarah Osburn was companion prisoner of Sarah Good and Tituba on the memorable first week in March 1692. 30 years before, she had been married to Thomas Prince, and at the time of her arrest was wife of Alexander Osburn. Consequently, she was well advanced in years. She also had long been an invalid, confined during long periods to her bed. Her worldly circumstances were comfortable, and she and her family were neither poor nor rich, were neither very low nor very high on the social scale, but she had heard words coming forth from unseen lips, and on February 25 her apparition appeared to and annoyed Ann Putnam. Nothing has been noticed in the records which indicates that Anne ever spoke of any perceptions by her inner senses prior to that date, or that any member of the circle excepting Tituba preceded Anne in having opened vision. The latter saw the tall man with white hair and serge coat as early as January 15, but Tituba's voice, had she have spoken, would have been powerless. Anne's position in society was high. She belonged to a family of wealth, culture, influence, and high respectability. Her mystical words were potent. In 4 days subsequent to her first reported vision of apparitions, 3 women were under arrest for witchcraft, and Anne's father was one of the very efficient advocates of prosecutions for that crime. Feeble, bedridden Sarah Osburn, of whom Upham speaks as one whose broken and disordered mind was essentially truthful and innocent, and whose residence was at least 1.5 miles north from Mr. Parris's home, and quite distant east from Anne's on a road not likely to be often travelled by her, was among the marked and blasted 3. Why, none now perhaps can tell with certainty. Probabilities alone can be adduced. Our supposition is that at the moment when Anne's keen and far-sweeping inner sight was opened, and spirit, substance instead of material light, became her medium of vision, the most brilliant objects to meet her gaze in all the region far around would be one or more of the medium mystically unfolded persons dwelling there. From those among that class whose systems were fountains of emanations which at the time impinged upon her sensibilities, and did not harmoniously coalesce with her elements, and therefore acted as quasi-acids upon her alkalis, or as alkalis upon her acids, produced painful effervescences which might ensue naturally apart from the aid of any manipulating intelligence, or if some intelligent being were observant of the currents and conditions of spirit magnetisms or forces then, and disposed to either intensify, abate, or modify their natural action, he might do so, and also could manipulate them to furtherance of his own ends, whether beneficent or malignant. Then and there, even high benevolence in one whose vision swept the far future might take such primal steps as short-sighted mortals must look upon as necessarily altogether harmful in both immediate and remote results. Such natural laws as reign supreme in spirit realms may have led to the selection of secluded, inoffensive, quote, essentially truthful and innocent, end of quote, Sarah Osburn, as one of the tormentors of the girls, who were either schooled in magic by their own elected study and practice of it, or were constitutionally fitted for fitful enfranchisement of their inner perceptive organs while yet dwellers in their mortal forms, and whose bodies could become tools for others' minds to use. If she was simply the voluntary actor, out of her own cunning or imposture, little Ann Putnam, 12 years old, brightest among the bright, and member of one of the most intelligent and religious families of the village, she also must have been herself a devil, and so devilishly a devil that even cloven foot might feel it a duty to pass his sceptre into her hands. But grant that she was a medium through whose form other minds and wills could act, as she in fact was, and then we can regard her physical form as simply an instrument through which an intelligence other than herself manifested action to human senses, and thus we can deem her guiltless, whatever shall be our judgment of the intruding performer upon her, quote, harp of 1,000 strings, end of quote. Parts of the testimony in the case of Mrs. Osburn reveal her possession of mediumistic susceptibilities. As with Joan of Arc and many others, so with this woman, the inner ear could hear voices from some source impalpable by external senses. Quote, it was said by some in the meeting house that she had said that she would never be tied to that lying spirit any more. Question, what lying spirit is this? Hath the devil ever deceived you and been false to you? Answer, I do not know the devil. I never did see him. Question, what lying spirit was it then? Answer, it was a voice that I thought I heard. Question, what did it propound to you? Answer, that I should go no more to meeting. But I said I would and did go the next Sabbath day. End of quote. Woodward's History, Series No. 1, page 37. Although the timid prisoner said only that she thought she heard a voice, the reader will notice that she made no denial that she had previously said, quote, that she would never be tied to that lying spirit any more, end of quote. Therefore, by fair implication, she conceded that she had once, if not many times, heard a voice which she had openly spoken of as having been that of a lying spirit, and also that she had more or less been instructed by and followed his or her or its advice. The fact that she was enjoined not to go to meeting any more argues nothing either against the spiritual source of the advice or the good intent of whoever gave it. She had long been a sickly, bedridden woman, therefore such advice might have been given by any wise Christian physician. We are not concerned with either the moral or religious states of invisible actors and speakers, but are looking specially for some of the more distinct evidences that invisible intelligences of some quality enacted Salem witchcraft, and therefore looking for the peculiar properties of both the embodied persons through and those upon whom they directly acted. Sarah Osburn, though a secluded, respectable, inoffensive woman, well advanced in years, was an early victim before the sweeping blast that rushed over the village. Too feeble to endure the hardship of prison life, she died in jail before the day for her trial. She who heard voices from out of the realm of silence, possessed in her faculties in fit condition to permit effluxes that reached and annoyed the mediumistic children who traced them back to her and made statements which brought her under suspicion of being a covenanter with the devil. Such capabilities constituted her crime, her witchcraft, and incited a devil-fighting people to persecution, which hastened her exit to the realm from which the advisory voices had come upon her ears. End of section 19. Section 20 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martha Corey and Giles Corey. Martha Corey. Soon after the commencement of prosecutions, suspicion alighted on one of more refinement, intelligence, efficiency, godliness, and respectability than the females first arrested. Martha, wife of Giles Corey, aged, prayerful but bright, disbelieving in any witchcraft, doubting the existence of any witches, discountenancing searches for any, said that the eyes of the magistrates were blinded, and that she could open them. She possessed spiritual and theological knowledge uncommon in her day and vicinity, and must have held beliefs and convictions derived from other sources than those at which her neighbors obtained their supplies. She was aloof from the prevalent delusion devilward. Though a church member, a woman of prayer, of reputed and doubtless of genuine piety, Martha Corey was very early sensed by the Anns Putnam, mother and daughter, as the source of emanations which tortured them. Therefore she must be a witch. Grounds for such conclusion were not necessarily fanciful and fallacious. When and where natural outworkings from mediumistic properties and conditions were mistaken for symptoms of witchcraft, Martha Corey might easily be convicted of diabolism. We credit the allegation of Ann Putnam the younger, that she was annoyed and afflicted by Mrs. Corey, even while the two were miles apart, but we decline to admit that Mrs. Corey necessarily or probably had any voluntary connection with the girl's sufferings. Either unintelligent natural forces attracted the woman's effluvia to Anne, or else Tituba's tall man, or some other hidden intelligent being, formed connections and applied processes which brought elements of these two persons into conjunction, and thus produced in the girl intense physical disturbances and sufferings, and attendant liberation of her inner perceptive faculties. Anne's uncle, Edward Putnam, together with Ezekiel Cheever, because of the girl's repeated outcries upon Mrs. Corey, only just 1 week after the sending of Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osburn to jail, concluded to make a call upon Sister Corey, who was, quote, in church covenant, end of quote, with them, and learn from her own lips what she would say relative to the suspicions that had been raised concerning her. These just and considerate men, for they were such, probably seeing the possibility that the child might be mistaken as to the person who was causing her to suffer, very properly called upon Anne, when they were about to start on their way to the woman's residence, and asked the suffering girl to describe the dress Mrs. Corey was then wearing. Their obvious design was to test the accuracy of the child's perceptions, but that purpose was not accomplished. The child pleaded inability to see, and stated that blindness was put upon her just then by the accused woman herself. The sequel indicates that Mrs. Corey foresensed the visit she was about to receive, imbibed knowledge of the intended test, and of action to thwart its success. Though dwelling and being miles apart as physical persons, those two females may have then been practically together as spirits, and have mutually sensed the thoughts, acts, and conditions of each other as far as each avoided intentional concealment. All of Anne's statements may have been in strict accordance with facts actually witnessed and experienced by her inner self. There is no need to assume that she feigned or falsified at all, even if no invisible personal operators were concerned in what then transpired, and certainly not if Tituba's tall man and his associates were then present and acting, as they may have been. Perhaps invisible actors holding both of these impressible subjects under psychological control, either imparted to or withheld from either of them just such knowledge and perceptions as would further the purposes of the operators, which may have been either simply a manifestation of their own powers or an intimation to the adroit men that they were undertaking to deal with something which it would not be easy to outwit or thwart. Also, other and very different purposes may have actuated them. Some spirits that sometimes have ability through some mortal lips to express their thoughts to the embodied, and to read their own emotions over faces they borrow, even while the spirit, the selfhood of the mortal form, usurped is conscious of what is being done through it. Remember that the form of the conscious Agassiz was against his own will made to obey Townsend's mind. Perhaps Madame Corey's expressions of thoughts and emotions were sometimes prompted and at other times modified by an unseen intelligence temporarily cohabiting with her own. When the two brethren of the church, going forth on their solemn self-imposed mission, had arrived at her home, Madame Corey welcomed them with a smile, notwithstanding she possessed and expressed very exact knowledge of the ominous nature and the purpose of their call. Her saluting words were, "I know what you are come for. You are come to talk with me about being a witch, but I am none. I cannot help other people's talking of me." This probably had reference to Ann Putnam saying that she was afflicted by this speaker. She soon asked the men whether Ann, whose accusations had prompted their call, had described the clothes that she then wore. Learning that her dress had not been described, a smile came over her face. Somebody's consciousness of power, issuing from her form to obscure the girl's vision, probably expressed itself in that smile, and the reflection that the child was operated upon by forces within or action through Mrs. Corey's own form, and therefore not necessarily by the devil, and inference thence that the girl was not necessarily bewitched, was followed by her saying she did not think there were any witches. She knew enough of spiritual things to enable her to observe the broad distinction, overlooked by her contemporaries, that may exist between some spirits and the devil, and also between persons whose inner senses were cognizant of spirit presence and action as naturally as the outer eye was of the sunlight. Between these and such other human beings, could there be any such? And she thought there could not, who made a covenant with the devil, which covenant was a necessary preliminary to being a witch. She very reasonably did not think there were any such witches, and only such were sought for by her visitors and the startled public. This woman was intelligent, courteous, and devout, was capable of understanding that witch, as then defined, necessarily meant a person who had voluntarily entered into a distinct compact with a factitious devil. Her sensings and spirit spheres found no native-born monstrosity there, and she could say in good conscience that she did not believe there existed any such witches as her visitors and fellow church members were on the hunt for. At the same time she may have known, probably did know, that her own spirit and the spirit of little Ann Putnam could come into such communings as would give them accurate and conscious mutual perception of many unspoken thoughts and experiences in each other. Mrs. Corey, as we view her, was very mediumistic, and was also a woman whose habitual aspirations were after things true, pure, and excellent, but no amount of good or bad moral and religious qualities either constitutes or nullifies ability for mutual visibility and rapport between mediumistic persons. All such are impressible more by virtue of their organisms and native properties, external and internal, than by any intellectual and moral acquisitions, whether good or bad. Properties issuing from Mrs. Corey's system probably pinched and otherwise tortured Ann Putnam. The girl knew their special mundane issuance and innocently gave utterance to the knowledge. She did so innocently and in good faith, but the divulgence of facts often brings fearful sequences. When clear-headed logicians, being also conscientious and true men, as well as holders of undoubting faith that none but covenanted devotees to a wily devil could obtain knowledge and work harm by mysterious processes, when such men took this case into careful consideration, the facts stated by the girl were, to them, proof that Mrs. Corey was the devil's minion, and therefore must be consigned to a witch's doom, death. Edward Putnam and one other complained of her,
The warrant for her arrest was dated March 19, just 1 week after the visit of Putnam and Cheever. She was examined on the 21st, sentenced September 9, executed September 22. The questioning at the examination was discursive and protracted, spreading beyond inquiries as to who hurt the children and how they were tormented because of the prisoner's alleged disbelief in witchcraft, disapprobation of efforts to detect it, his declarations that the magistrates, ministers, and others were blinded and that she could open their eyes. She denied all knowledge as to who hurt the children, all knowledge of the devil, and repeatedly asked permission to go to prayer, but this privilege was denied her. She behaved like one conscious of innocence of the things laid to her charge, and manifested much intelligence, self-possession, and tact. While on trial, one feature in her demeanor, already indicated on a previous occasion, strongly attracts notice, notwithstanding the terrible fate that was standing before her, and the unflagging persistency of the magistrates and all others present in assuming her guilt. She was several times accused of laughing. Those laughs may have been simply hysterical, but probably they were widely different from such. "Why did you say the magistrates and ministers' eyes were blinded, and you would open them?" She laughed and denied it. "Were you to serve the devil 10 years? She laughed. "Why did you say you would show us?" She laughed again. As previously stated, when Edward Putnam and Ezekiel Cheever made their call, although she knew the solemn object of the visit, they report that, in a smiling manner, she said, "I know what you are come for." With eagerness of mind, she asked them, "Does she tell you what clothes I have on?" And when they replied that Anne had said, "You came and blinded her, and told her that she should see you no more before it was night, that so she might not tell us what clothes you had on," she seemed to smile at it as if she had showed us a pretty trick. These men obviously were prettily tricked, but who was genuine author of playful proceedings at a time when the business was so grave and solemn, and whose emotions mantled her face with smiles in the stern and frowning presence of authority? Her calm and pleasant deportment, while others were agitated or solemnly stern, was very like what is often manifested through some human forms by intelligences whose condition places them beyond the reach of man's frowns, laws, prisons, and scaffolds, and who, dwelling aloof from storms of human passion, can smile amid scenes that make humanity shudder. Calif states that Martha Corey, wife to Giles Corey, protesting her innocency, concluded her life with an eminent prayer upon the latter. Upham, Volume 2, 458, sums up her character thus: Martha Corey was an aged Christian professor of eminently devout habits and principles. It is indeed a strange fact that in her humble home, surrounded as it then was by a wilderness, this husbandman's wife should have reached a height so above and beyond her age. The strangeness of the fact argues strongly in favor of our position that she was so unfolded as to receive instruction directly from supernal teachers, or sense it in amid supernal auras. But, continues the historian, it is proved conclusively by the depositions adduced against her that her mind was wholly disenthralled from the errors of that period. She utterly repudiated the doctrines of witchcraft and expressed herself strongly and fearlessly against them. The prayer which this woman made upon the latter, and which produced such an impression upon those who heard it, was undoubtedly expressive of enlightened piety, worthy of being characterized as eminent in its sentiments and in its demonstration of an innocent heart and life. All her history suggests that this worthy woman, whose ways and powers were somewhat peculiar, was one of those rare individuals whose interior perceptives become so unfolded while in the body as to sense in knowledge by processes, and in some directions to extent, beyond the possible reach of man's outward intellect. Because of such blissful unfoldings, her age condemned her, hastened her exit from among a creed-bound people, and her entrance to the home of freed spirits. Giles Corey. As renowned as any one among all sufferers under persecutions for witchcraft, a hero in the band, was Giles Corey, husband of Martha, more than 80 years old, but still strong and resolute. He may have been wild and rough in youth and early manhood, but was efficient in business, and before the close of life was possessor of a very handsome estate for those times in that region. When the witchcraft prosecutions commenced, he sided with the multitude for a time, was vexed that his wife would not do the same, and in his excitement perhaps gave free vent to such hard epithets as his tongue had been allowed to put forth freely in his earlier years, some of which were soon brought to bear against his good dame, while she was subjected to examination. From some cause his sympathy with the prosecutors subsided, When he saw his good wife maligned by them, and soon the witch detectors were after him also, he was arrested and imprisoned. His keen penetration perceived that acquittal, as things were going, was impossible, unless the accused pleaded guilty, which plea truth, honor, and manhood forbade him to make. To be tried and condemned would involve a forfeiture of his property, and take it from his children, but no trial could be had, and of course no condemnation unless he should plead either guilty or not guilty to the indictment. His decision was soon formed. Taken into court, he closed his lips, and no power there could open them. Neither guilty nor not guilty could be wrung from them. The large, strong old man stood in calm majesty before the court, his silence challenging the whole civil power of the province to shake his purpose. English custom in such cases, and he probably knew it, was to subject the recusant to lingering torture, trusting that pain or prostration would wring out a plea of either guilty or not guilty. Order was given by the court to lay this old man prostrate, pile over him heavy weights, and put him upon starvation diet for the purpose of bringing his stubborn will to subjection. But neither oppressing weights, the pangs of hunger, nor both combined weakened the hold of that strong will upon its purpose. His only utterances then were, "More weight, more weight." Corey himself testified at his preliminary examination, and the court tried to make it evidence of diabolism that twice at least, when attempting to pray, there was more or less stoppage of his utterance. Whether this was caused by the action of some outside intelligence bringing spirit forces to bear upon him is not apparent. The case, as stated, will hardly justify the presumption, though it suggests the possibility that it was. The dumbness that was formerly imposed upon the prophet Ezekiel and priest Zacharias, and that which frequently befalls mediums in our own age, teach that unseen intelligences sometimes can and do temporarily prevent the use of vocal organs by their legitimate owners. The conclusive evidences which led to his commitment were spectral. His apparition had been seen by many and had harmed them, and Putnam's sharp eyes were first in this case, as in most others, to see the witch. She saw this old man's apparition April 13. Mercy Lewis did on the 14th, and subsequently he was seen as a spectre by, and gave annoyances to, 8 other females and 2 males, who severally gave in depositions to that effect. Was their perception of him nothing more than the product of the imagination of the witnesses? Were all the declarations false? Possibly, but not probably, for both imagination and perjury are often charged with doing what clairvoyance legitimately sees and authorizes. He was examined April 19, 5 days after his apparition was first seen. Calif states that September 16th, Giles Corey was pressed to death. In a footnote, page 260 of Salem Witchcraft, we read that, quote, Giles Corey was executed September 19, 1692, about noon, end of quote. Perhaps these statements permit the conclusion that he was subjected to pressure from some hour of the 16th, Calif state, till noon of the 19th, or about 3 days, when, according to Fowler, he died. In pressing, Calif says, his tongue being pressed out of his mouth, the sheriff with his cane forced it in again when he was dying. Corey's endurance and call for more weight, says Upham 2:340, for a person of more than 81 years of age must be allowed to have been a marvelous exhibition of prowess, illustrating, as strong as anything in human history, the power of a resolute will over the utmost pain and agony of body, and demonstrating that Giles Corey was a man of heroic nerve and of a spirit that could not be subdued. Hutchinson closes his account of this case with the remark that, quote, in all ages of the world, superstitious credulity has produced greater cruelty than is practiced among Hottentots or other nations whose belief of a deity is called in question, end of quote. And why greater cruelty? Nowhere outside of Christendom was so cruel a devil conceived of as within it, and therefore greater incitements to cruelty were called up in those fighting against his minions than in any other men anywhere at any time. To the creed devilward, and not general superstitious credulity, evoked in strong good men true to their ancestral and the Christian world's faith, more than savage cruelty. End of section
20. Section 21 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rebecca Nurse. The deluding and heart-stealing power of false conceptions of the devil, combined with clear faith that he could get access to external things only through human
covenanters with himself, and also with belief that it was an imperative duty of Christian men to slay such persons, as even spectral evidence or statements of clairvoyance, pointed to as being in league with him, is perhaps manifested as strikingly and sadly in the case of Rebecca Nurse as in that of any other person tried and executed at Salem, or indeed anywhere in any age. The spirit form or apparition of this venerable lady, venerable not only for years, then bordering upon fourscore, but for a life of active beneficence, for strong good sense, for Christian graces, for being the good wife of one, and mother-in-law of several, as good, respectable, and useful men as the village contained. Character and domestic connections so shielded her that nothing short of mighty power could fix upon her a blasting crime. Her spirit form or apparition had been seen by several members of the circle and charged with having tempted them to evil and tormented them prior to the 23rd of March. On the 24th she was brought before the magistrates and subjected to examination. The occasion was well fitted to put to severe test existing fealty to a fearful creed. Well might the magistrate then say to the prisoner as he did, "What a sad thing it is that a church member should be thus accused and charged." Especially sad it must have been in this case, because the accused had long been, and well deserved to be, regarded as one of the most venerable and esteemed of all the mothers in Israel, residing in the region there and round about. Some sympathy was on her side, for when she said, "I can say before my eternal Father, I am innocent, and God will clear my innocency," the magistrate responded, "There is never a one in the assembly but desires it." This venerable matron was then, and for scores of years had been, beloved and respected wherever known for her beautiful domestic, social, and religious course. Even such a one, however, was drawn in and crushed by the fierce and whirling zeal that was impelling community into headlong and frenzied fight for God and Christ against the devil. Age and virtue were insufficient to arrest or divert the rushing storm which hallucination, devilward, then generated and propelled. A benighting creed like a huge nightmare lay down upon and held down both reason and all the kindlier sentiments, while it evoked and allowed free play to harsh and murderous propensities. Whither either natural brilliancy or natural attraction drew clairvoyant eyes, most intently thither were the accusing girls swayed to lead the whelming force. Why should they lead to, or rather why fix upon, the beloved and venerated Mrs. Nurse? We may not find in the old records as full and distinct evidence that she was constitutionally impressible by either mesmeric or spirit force, as many others are now seen to have been. We may miss conclusive proof that she was a magnet, either drawing to or emitting from itself psychological forces unconsciously, and thence either becoming herself psychologized or yielding out substances from her own system which might cause or be made instrumental in causing marked changes in other human organisms. Still, several facts indicate that she may be assigned a place among the sensitives. Mrs. Nurse, Mrs. Easty, and Mrs. Cloyes, three sisters whose maiden name was Town, were eminently intelligent, efficient, respectable, and respected matrons, and yet were all accused, tried, and the elder two were executed because their spirit forms or apparitions had been seen by clairvoyance. The records contain a statement made at the time in these words: "It was no wonder they were witches, for their mother was so before them." Often blood will out, whatever its quality. Three noble daughters bespeak a good mother, and yet for some reason Mrs. Town had been called a witch. The properties of the parent reappeared in her children, and rendered them visible by the inner or clairvoyant sight of others. Perception of their spirit forms and of influences thence emanating caused the accusing girls to name these good women as their tormentors. Visibility as spirits or apparitions and effluxes from their systems were their crimes. The members of the accusing circle had been demonstrative for several weeks, and probably had attracted to their bedsides or homes nearly every person in the town who could move abroad, yet, at the time of her examination, Mrs. Nurse had not been to see any of them. Her age and infirmities alone might well have excused her, but when asked why she had not visited the sufferers, she added to a statement of her years and debility that, quote, by reason of fits that she formerly used to have, end of quote, she had not been to see them. Remembrance of her own past fits, not recent, not impending fits, but fits which she formerly used to have, deterred her from going to the presence of the fit afflicted. The question was repeated thus: why did you never visit these afflicted persons? Answer: because I was afraid I should have fits too. Why afraid of such result? Obviously, she felt a secret apprehension that her coming in contact with emanations from these mysteriously fit-afflicted ones, or into close sympathy with them, would bring upon herself again such fits as she formerly used to have. From this comes forth spontaneously the inference that she suspected that the nature and source of her own former fits, and of those then transpiring in youthful forms, were so nearly allied, that under the general law which makes like produce its like, she was liable to have again generated within herself, in her old age, such sufferings as she had experienced some time in previous years. In our view, she was correct in her supposition that she herself was constitutionally liable to just such handlings as the jumping-jack girls were receiving. Her own fears bespeak the probability that Mrs. Nurse was very impressible by mind not her own, that she was highly mediumistic, and we ascribe her persecution to her impressibility. Natural law led to designation of both this woman and her sisters as the devil's covenanted servants. Their creed blinded her persecutors to moral perceptions in certain emergencies, and made them reason falsely concerning the source and purport of spectral data. The presumed mediumistic properties of her mother, together with her own apprehension that presence with the girls might bring renewal of her own old fits, indicate that she probably was quite mediumistic. There is, however, no clear indication that she was at any time so far developed as to see or hear spirits or spectres, nor that her own selfhood ever yielded up to another's use her physical organs of speech or action. Mr. Parris, who by request from the magistrates took minutes of the questions and responses at the trial of Mrs. Nurse, states that the tumult in court was very disturbing, and intimates that it was difficult to furnish a very reliable account of the transactions. Also, Mrs. Nurse was quite deaf and otherwise infirm, so that it is doubtful whether she always correctly understood the questions put to her, or that she held her mental faculties under such control as enabled her to give pertinent answers at all times. She is reported as expressing belief that the accusing girls were, quote, not acting against their wills, end of quote. Therein, if she was correctly understood, she differed from the court and most beholders of the children. Then the court remarked, quote, if you think it is not unwillingly, but by design, you must look upon them as murderers, end of quote. Probably all others made that inference, and yet the accused did not. She distinctly denied that she looked upon them as murderers, and only called them distracted. Crazy and yet voluntary seems to have been the view she took of the girls. They were voluntary but not responsible actors. Their own wills, guided by their own intellects in disordered condition, produced the fearful allegations. This was her charitable view. The power of human will to resist fits like those which the afflicted endured is brought up for consideration when we find enfeebled Mrs. Nurse afraid that visiting the suffering girls might induce recurrence of such fits as she formerly used to have. She seems to have surmised the probable existence of such contagion in the air surrounding the sufferers as in her weak state she might be unable to ward off, and it is possible that memories of her own success when she was strong in baffling fit producers may have persuaded her that young persons possess power to withstand such operators, whether intelligent or merely physical, even though the old may not. What human wills can do deserves most careful notice, and was well illustrated in the case of little Elizabeth Parris. She was only 9 years old, and was one of the first, if not the very first, to be distressed by fits and pinchings at the village, was the one whom Tituba loved, and was specially unwilling, and yet was forced to pinch. Upham says, Quote, she seems to have performed a leading part in the first stages of the affair and must have been a child of remarkable precocity. End of quote. Drake in Volume 3, Appendix says, Paris appears to have been very desirous of preventing his daughter Elizabeth from participating in the excitement at the village. She was sent by her father at the commencement of the delusion to reside at Salem with Captain Stephen Sewell. While there, the captain and his wife were much discouraged in effecting a cure, as she continued to have sore fits. Elizabeth said that the great black man came to her and told her that if she would be ruled by him, she should have whatsoever she desired and go to a golden city. She related this to Mrs. Sewell, who immediately told the child it was the devil, and he was a liar, and bade her tell him so if he came again, which she did accordingly. The devil, unaccustomed in those days to experience such resistance, never troubled her afterwards. It is generally true that if one strenuously resists the visitings of any spirit, whether it be Gabriel or Beelzebub, the spirit cannot long maintain close access. If the account just given relating to Elizabeth Paris be correct, she both saw and heard what she, the actual and unsophisticated observer of his form and features, called the black man, who, as Mather states clairvoyants generally say, quote, resembles an Indian, end of quote. But Mrs. Sewell, adopting the usage of the time, ignorantly called this semblance of an Indian the devil. Yes, the little girl, after her removal from home and the circle, and no doubt without young confederates, continued to have sore fits and also to see and to hear with her inner organs of sense during quite a long time. Quote, the captain and his wife were much discouraged in effecting a cure, end of quote. The discouragement shows that the process of cure was slow and prolonged. Eventually, however, the desired result was reached. The remedy is indicated. Willpower wrought out the cure. The patient's own will was aroused and armed with a resolute purpose to close up and to keep constantly and firmly closed her own spirit loopholes through which only could she see or hear the black man or be influenced by him. A strong will, steadily set against the entrance of a disembodied spirit, or against perception of such, generally, though not always, effects its purpose. The wills of companions and advisers, if working in harmony with the resisting one, greatly increase its resisting power. Mrs. Sewell and the captain, too, no doubt kept their wills set against the visiting black man, till will force generated an aura whose outgoing waves he could not breast, and by which the girl's inner perceptives were firmly bandaged and made dormant. Where the fits and visions which the isolated child continued to have for a time after she was sent from home, nothing other than her own voluntary pranks and feigntings, she was not author of them. The black man or Indian then acted through and upon her till it was no longer in his power to perform mighty works there because of unbelief, which had grown up and hardened into an impervious wall of seclusion. Knowledge gained by our personal observation in 1857 enables us to state distinctly that the late Professor Agassiz, a man strong in body, mind, and will, while arrangements were being made for himself and several associate professors for an investigation of spirit manifestations at the Albion in Boston, demanded for himself at the very outset and was granted exemption from obligation to sit in a circle. Through all the sessions which followed, he kept most of the time on his feet, walking vigorously back and forth, and manifesting symptoms of great uneasiness. We then had heard that he formerly had been mesmerized, and therefore suspected that he feared that if he sat quietly down in the presence of mediums, he, quote, should have fits too, end of quote. His own account of his experiences under the hands of Reverend Chauncey Hare Townsend we have given at length in a recent work published by Colby and Rich, Boston, entitled Agassiz and Spiritualism. We now gladly use what seems fitting occasion to state our own belief that his demand for personal exemption from compliance with a rule which it was customary, fair, and important to enforce upon every person present at a séance, and that his restlessness and disturbing movements all sprung from a motive which much more in harmony with the high character and principles of that illustrious man than are disparaging ones which have often been ascribed to him. In our judgment, self-protection was his motive, and not designed to disturb harmony, and thus frustrate manifestations. His former experience had taught him that even over his firm mental resistance, another's mind had rendered his body and taken it out from under his own control. Therefore he well might apprehend that if not very cautious, he again, quote, might have fits, end of quote, or might become, quote, a Saul among prophets, end of quote. We have already substantially said that the blinding, infuriating, and bloodthirsty beliefs of former days are perhaps in no case more distinctly and deplorably manifested than in the lawless, barbarous treatment to which good Rebecca Nurse was subjected by a court and people who sought to do and believed that they were doing acceptable service to God, or at least offensive service to the devil. Spectral evidence against her, and that alone, was allowed to outweigh the merits of a long and beneficent life. The jury first brought her in not guilty. This verdict, surprising the court, induced it to express apprehension that the jurors had not given due weight to certain expressions which the prisoner had uttered, whereupon the jury itself requested permission to retire and hold further deliberation. And even such a privilege was granted them. They retired, reversed their verdict, pronounced her guilty, and she was sentenced to be hanged. Afterward the governor of the province granted her reprieve, and yet he soon revoked his own clement act. Probably neither jury nor the governor was convinced that she was guilty of the crime charged. Nevertheless, both were forced by popular demand to let the reputation and life of this eminently good woman fall a sacrifice before infatuation and frenzy which the erroneous creed of the other times engendered. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Witchcraft of New England Explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Easty and Susanna Martin. Mary Easty, a woman of strong character and good common sense, and capable of comprehending both the dangers besetting anyone then accused of witchcraft, and also the purport and bearings of such questions as the court was accustomed to ask, is presented in the following account. Quote, the examination of Mary Easty at a court held at Salem Village, April 22, 1692, by the Whoop, John Haythorne and Jonathan Corwin. At the bringing in of the accused, several fell into fits. Quote, doth this woman hurt you? End of quote. Many mouths were stopped and several other fits seized them. Abigail Williams said it was Goody Easty, and she had hurt her. The like said Mary Walcott and Ann Putnam. John Jackson said he saw her with Goody Hobbs. What do you say? Are you guilty? Answer, I can say before Jesus Christ I'm free. Response, you see these accuse you. Answer, there is a God. Has she brought the book to you, the accusing girls? Their mouths were stopped. What have you done to these children? Answer, I know nothing. How can you say you know nothing when you see these tormented and accuse you? Answer, would you have me accuse myself? Yes, if you be guilty. How far have you complied with Satan, whereby he takes this advantage of you? Sir, I never complied, but prayed against him all my days. I've no compliance with Satan in this. What would you have me do? Confess if you be guilty. I will say it, if it was my last time I am clear of this sin. Of what sin? Of witchcraft. To the children. Are you certain this is the woman? Never a one could speak for fits. By and by, Ann Putnam said that was the woman. It was like her, and she told me her name. The court. It is marvelous to me that you should sometimes think they are bewitched, and sometimes not, when several confess that they have been guilty of bewitching them. Well, sir, would you have me confess what I never knew? Her hands were clenched together, and then the hands of Mercy Lewis were clenched. Look, now your hands are open. Her hands are open. Is this the woman? They made signs, but could not speak. But Ann Putnam, and afterwards Betty Hubbard, cried out, Oh, Goody Easty, you are the woman. Put up her head, for while her head is bound, the necks of these are broken. What do you say to this? Why, God will know. Nay, God knows now. I know he does. What did you think of the actions of others before your sisters came out? Did you think it was witchcraft? I cannot tell. Why do you not think it is witchcraft? It is an evil spirit, but whether it be witchcraft I do not know. Several said she brought them the book, and then they fell into fits.
Salem Village, March 24, 169.5. Mr. Samuel Parris, being desired to take in writing the examination of Mary Easty, hath delivered it as aforesaid. Upon hearing the aforesaid and seeing what we did then see, together with the charge of the persons then present, we committed said Mary Easty to their Majesties' jail. John Haythorne, Jonathan Corwin, assists. End of quote. Among the records of examinations and trials for witchcraft in 1692, we have met with none other more commendable in its apparent spirit on both sides, and in its continuous decorum than the above. None other also which reveals more clearly extreme depth of public conviction that the prevalent witchcraft creed was sound to the core, and belief that spectral evidence alone might legally prove the crime charged. From aught that appears, there was something pertaining to Mrs. Easty, probably her whole general character and her intellect, which held back both court and spectators from rudeness in treatment of her, and even frequently tied up the tongues of the accusing girls. The spectacle presented by that examination was most rare and wonderful. We feel when reading the records that magistrates, populace, and the accusers all longed for her acquittal, that none desired to, because none did accuse her of anything but having been seen as an apparition and of being the cause of the fits which the girls were enduring. The girls named her as the cause of their fits, but seemingly with less alacrity than they did most others in like circumstances. But sympathy and respect must yield before belief. Her fit-producing emanations at that day proved her to have covenanted to serve the devil. Having done that, she was witch, and therefore must die. Her clear head perceived that the sufferings of the girls must owe their existence to some occult power outside of themselves, and ascribed it to, quote, an evil spirit, end of quote. Such an origin, however, did not prove to her satisfaction that the doings were witchcrafts, that is, acts performed either at the instigation or by aid of some mortal who was in covenant with the devil. She was enough in advance of her times to suspect that a spirit might work upon and among men without having formed such connection with a mortal ally as would prove one's operations to be witchcrafts. She perceived that the girls were wrought upon by some spirit, and she deemed it an evil one. This noble woman was wife of Isaac Easty of Topsfield, 58 years old, and mother of 7 children. After her conviction and sentence, and when hope of escaping the dire penalty had fled, she addressed an admirable letter to those then in power. The same inborn susceptibilities which made her a victim may also have permitted to a free influx of uplifting power which raised her above narrow, selfish, and domestic views, and prompted her in moods generous and lofty to appeal, in behalf of the whole people of the land, for a stop in the course which the civil authorities were pursuing. We judge the letter to be her own production, and deem it indicative of good mental powers and of elevated philanthropy. Quote, the humble petition of Mary Easty unto His Excellency Sir William Phipps, and to the honored judge and bench now sitting in judicature in Salem, and the reverend ministers, humbly showeth that whereas your poor and humble petitioner, being condemned to die, do humbly beg of you to take it into your judicious and pious consideration that your poor and humble petitioner, knowing my own innocency, blessed be the Lord for it, and seeing plainly the wiles and subtlety of my accusers, by myself cannot but judge charitably of others that are going the same way of myself, if the Lord steps not mightily in. I was confined a whole month upon the same account that I am condemned now for, and then cleared by some of the afflicted persons, as some of your honours know, and in 2 days' time I was cried out upon by them, and have been confined, and now am condemned to die. The Lord above knows my innocency then, and likewise does now, as at the great day will be known to men and angels. I petition your honours not for my own life, for I know I must die, and my appointed time is set, but the Lord he knows it is, that if it be possible, no more innocent blood may be shed, which undoubtedly cannot be avoided in the way and course you go in. I question not but your honours do to the utmost of your powers in the discovery and detecting of witchcraft and witches, and would not be guilty of innocent blood for the world. But by my own innocency I know you are in the wrong way. The Lord in his infinite mercy direct you in this great work, if it be his blessed will, that no more innocent blood be shed. I would humbly beg of you that your honours would be pleased to examine these afflicted persons strictly, and keep them apart some time, and likewise to try some of these confessing witches. I being confident there is several of them has belied themselves, and others, as will appear, if not in this world, I'm sure in the world to come, whither I am now going. I question not, but you will see an alteration in these things. They say, myself and others having made a league with the devil, we cannot confess. The Lord above, who is the searcher of all hearts, knows, as I shall answer it at the tribunal seat, that I know not the least thing of witchcraft. Therefore I dare not belie my own soul. I beg your honours not to deny this my poor humble petition from a poor dying innocent person, and I question not but the Lord will give a blessing to your endeavours. End of quote. Caleb says that, quote, when she took her last farewell of her husband, children, and friends, she was, as is reported by them present, as serious, religious, distinct, and affectionate as could well be expressed, drawing tears from the eyes of almost all present. End of quote. We can readily credit that account to its fullest possible import, for her deportment and language throughout all the scenes in which she is presented bespeak a strong, clear, discriminating intellect, a true and brave heart, elevated and generous sentiments, firm faith in God, and broad charity toward man. A most welcome child found entrance to some bright home above when her tried spirit gained release from its mortal form. Susanna Martin. The person bearing the above name was a widow residing in Amesbury, who had been tried for witchcraft more than 20 years before, and therefore obviously in 1692 was well along in life. Her answers in court, however, bespeak a prompt, self-possessed, shrewd, and seemingly merry prisoner. A few of her replies, together with the questions which elicited them, are as follows. Quote, Allen Putnam threw her glove at her in a fit. What do you laugh at? Said the court. Answer. Well, I may at such folly. Is this folly to see these so hurt? I never hurt man, woman, or child. What do you think ails them? I do not desire to spend my judgment upon it. Do you think they are bewitched? No, I do not think they are. Well, tell us your thoughts about them. My thoughts are mine own when they are in, but when they are out they are another's. Who do you think is their master? If they be dealing in the black art, you may know as well as I. How comes your appearance just now to hurt these? How do I know? Are you not willing to tell the truth? He that appeared in Samuel's shape can appear in anyone's shape. 1 R.P. dated Salisbury, August 9, 1692, and forwarded to Jonathan Corwin, a document ranking among the ablest on record against the legal proceedings of that day, in which he says, quote, I suppose 'tis granted by all that the person of one that is dead cannot appear, because the soul and body are separated, and so the person is dissolved, and so ceaseth to be, and it is certain that the person of the living cannot be in two places at one time. End of quote. That writer conceived that man's personality ceased at death. Therefore he logically inferred that the personality of the prophet Samuel had gone out of existence, and said, quote, the witch of Endor raised the devil in the likeness of Samuel to tell Saul his fortune. End of quote. We find in many places the cropping out in those days of the same idea. Susanna Martin indicated her belief that it was the devil who appeared to the woman of Endor, and not the glorified Samuel. Premises deemed valid by some men in 1692 would, if applied in that direction, support the conclusion that the Moses and Elias who appeared to Jesus and others on the Mount of Transfiguration were nothing but the devil in the shapes of those old prophets. Belief that the devil personated Samuel is to us no more unphilosophical than is Upham's conclusion that, quote, by the immediate agency of the Almighty the spirit of Samuel really arose, end of quote. Paul taught that there is, not that there is to be hereafter, that there is now, quote, a spiritual body, end of quote. All clairvoyants today can see such a body belonging to a human form, and sometimes see it being far away from the form to which nature attached it. Each human being now possesses both a natural or physical and also a spiritual form. That position of R.P. and Susanna Martin was unsound, which held that the physical body was essential to personality. Also, since the Almighty originally infused through nature elements and forces which admit of the return of spirits by natural processes, it is as unphilosophical to hold that Samuel was raised by the immediate agency of the Almighty, or miraculously, as it would be to ascribe an American traveler's return home from Europe to the immediate agency of the same being. Natural laws and forces permitted under possible conditions the return of Samuel himself. Such conditions existed often in and around the hospitable and sympathetic woman of Endor, who was no witch, in the now common meaning of that word, who was not called such in the Bible, but only a person who had a familiar spirit, that is, a spirit so constantly present and having such ability of communion with her as made the spirit seem to her like one of her family, her familiar. A spirit thus attendant on a mortal may be either good, bad, or indifferent, and may be cognized by those persons whose constitution and development are such that their inner senses can report to their external consciousness the existing properties of that woman, which permitted some special spirit to frequently dwell and commune intelligibly with her, and be cognizable by her inner senses as a dweller in her household as her familiar. Such properties would enable her to perceive the form and hear the voice of another spirit, who might be called to her presence for an urgent purpose, as naturally as the outer eye, which sees one external form, is competent to see another. Samuel, when wanted, came and was seen by the clairvoyant woman, but not by the external eyes of either Saul or his attendants. The case was very like what occurred at the first examination under an accusation for witchcraft at Salem village. Sarah Good then said, quote, "None here sees the witches," end of quote. That is, none sees spirits, quote, "but the afflicted and themselves," end of quote. That is, none but the afflicted and the accused, of which she was one. In other words, the actual doers of the marvelous works. The spirits are seen only by the accusers and the accused, the clairvoyants here. It is true that in the more modern instance the spirits seen were often, though not always, those of living persons. But this does not affect the principles of explanation. Those persons who are so unfolded as to see spirit forms can sometimes see them, whether they be still attached to the outer ones or be liberated. Spirits, both some who had been entirely liberated from the flesh and other flesh-clad ones whose encasements were translucent, could be seen by members of the accusing circle, and by some others of like combinations, even when the court and the mass of attendants upon it might fail to see anything of the kind. The horses and chariots of fire were as clearly seen by Elisha on the hills of Dothan, while his servant was blind to them, as they were after the young man's inner eyes were opened, so that he too saw the helping and protecting hosts. The change was in the young man himself, and not up on the hills. Departed spirits are where they feel our aspirations for their presence, and the opening of our inner sight at any time or in any place might render them visible. Returning to Susanna Martin, we find that one William Brown of Salisbury made deposition in 1692, quote, that about 1 or 2 and 30 years ago his wife met Susanna in the road, who, quote, vanished away out of her sight, quote, after which time the said Martin did many times appear to her at her house, and did much trouble her. When she did come, it was as birds pecking her legs, or pricking her with the motion of their wings, and then it would rise up into her stomach with pricking pain, as nails and pins, of which she did bitterly complain. After that it would up to her throat in a bunch like a pullet's egg, and then she would turn back her head and say, "Which you shan't choke me." Much more testimony was adduced to show that this woman's apparition was very frequently seen, and not only seen, but was a source of exceeding sufferings to many people. This argues nothing against her character, but plainly hints that the relation of her inner to her outer form was such that the former could be seen and felt by many persons who either constitutionally or from sickness or both were very sensitive. Such persons often saw her spirit form and suffered from its psychological action. That peculiarity perhaps made her so luminous as to be observable, and therefore accused by the circle, and the accusation brought her to the gallows. End of section 22. Section 23 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martha Carrier. The faculties and manifestations which nearly 2 centuries ago were deemed to constitute witchcraft, and the mode of eliciting proof of that crime then, stand forth very conspicuously in the history of the wife and children of Thomas Carrier of Andover. The examination of Martha Carrier, May 31, 1692. Question. Abigail Williams, who hurt you? Answer. Goody Carrier of Andover. Question. Elizabeth Hubbard, who hurt you? Answer. Goody Carrier. Question. Susan Sheldon, who hurt you? Answer. Goody Carrier. She bites me, pinches me, and tells me she would cut my throat if I did not sign her book. Mary Walcott said she afflicted her and brought the book to her. Question. What do you say to this you are charged with? Answer. I've not done it. Susan Sheldon cried. She looks upon the black man. Allen Putnam complained of a pin stuck in her. Question. What black man is that? Answer. I know none. Mary Warren cried out. She was pricked. Question. What black man did you see? Answer. I saw no black man but your own presence. Question. Can you look upon these and not knock them down? Answer. They will dissemble if I look upon them. You see, you look upon them, and they fall down. Answer. It is false. The devil is a liar. I looked upon none since I came into the room. Susan Sheldon cried out, in a trance. I wonder what could you murder 13 persons. Mary Walcott testified the same, that there lay 13 ghosts. All the afflicted fell into intolerable outcries and agonies. Elizabeth Hubbard and Allen Putnam testified the same, that she had killed 13 at Andover. Answer. It is a shameful thing that you should mind these folks who are out of their wits. Do not you see them? Answer. If I do speak, you will not believe me. You do see them, said the accusers. Answer. You lie. I'm wronged. There is a black man whispering in her ear, said many of the afflicted. Mercy Lewis, in a violent fit, was well upon the examinants, grasping her arm. The tortures of the afflicted were so great that there was no enduring of it, so that she was ordered away and to be bound hand and foot with all expedition. The afflicted, in the meanwhile, almost killed to the great trouble of all spectators, magistrates, and others. Note. As soon as she was well bound, they all had strange and sudden ease. Mary Walcott told the magistrates that this woman told her she had been a witch this 40 years. The foregoing record shows the fearful ordeal to which anyone might be subjected upon whom an accusation of witchcraft fell, and the hopelessness of escape where spectral evidence was admitted and held to be reliable. Here was a woman who, it seems, had been conscious of spirit presence with her for 40 years, and her constitutional properties which permitted this were so luminous in the spiritual atmosphere or medium of vision by inner eyes that the clairvoyant girls readily caught sight of her, readily felt influences from her, and therefore accused her of tormenting them. The general character and deportment of this woman prior to her arrest may not have won public approbation. When in presence of the magistrates she was self-possessed and not lacking in boldness, for otherwise she would not have told the judge that his own presence was the only black man she had seen there. She told her examiners that it was shameful for them to mind these folks who are out of their wits. She said to the girls, "You lie. I am wronged." Her presence permitted extraordinary visions. Contortions, sufferings, and outcries, and probably emanations from her, were special helps to the unwanted outflow. In trance, one saw 13 dead bodies, and charged the accused with having murdered them. It was in trance that this was seen, and said, if in trance, was the girl then a voluntary seer and speaker? No, supermundane force was in action there. Entrancements and obsessions came upon all those youthful accusers fitfully, and the forms of the girls generally were tools operated by wills entering from outside. The tongue of that entranced accuser, like Anne Cole's, probably was improved to utter thoughts that never were in her own mind. 4 of Mrs. Carrier's children were brought into court in company with herself, either as accused ones or as witnesses against some members of the family. Before the trial, says Drake, several of her own children had frankly and fully confessed not only that they were witches themselves, but that their mother had made them so. The artlessness and simplicity of their confessions render them not simply entertaining but more instructive than almost any other statements made at the examinations and trials. Little Sarah was asked, "How long have you been a witch?" Answer, "Ever since I was 6 years old." "How old are you now?" Answer, "Near 8 years old. Brother Richard says I shall be 8 years old in November next." "Who made you a witch?" Answer, "My mother. She made me set my hand to a book." "How did you set your hand to it?" Answer, "I touched it with my fingers, and the book was red. The paper of it was white." She said she never had seen the black man, that her mother had baptized her, and the devil or black man was not there. As she saw, her mother said, when she baptized her, "Thou art mine, forever and ever. Amen." "How did you afflict folks?" Answer, "I pinched them." She said she went to those whom she afflicted, went not in body but in her spirit. She would not own that she had ever been at the witching meeting at the village. The confessions, are beautiful and precious. They are robed in all appropriate naivete of any schoolgirl's confession that herself was a pupil. Not a tinge of shame, sorrow, or humiliation is visible anywhere about them. Not a sign appears that in little Sarah's comprehension there was anything more censurable, as in fact there was not in her being a witch than there is in the child of today being a Sunday school scholar. Disclosure of common occurrences at her home, which inborn faculties there is naturally brought into view, as other faculties there and elsewhere cause the limbs of childhood to expand and its intellect to unfold, constituted her confession of the witchcraft that pertained to her mother and herself. The common mind, if not cautioned, will almost perforce attach meanings to the testimonies of Martha Carrier's children, which never belonged to them. The detailings of facts and experiences not rare in the mediumistic family were no confession of anything like what the public in any age has been accustomed to designate by the term witchcraft. In biblical times the occurrences might have been called prophecies, true or false, and today they would be regarded as spirit manifestations or near kindred to such. The little girl's confessions are precious as well as beautiful. They are instructive comments upon the creed held by the adults of her day. They give some support to the position that compact with some spirit was an element in preparation for working marvels. Her mother baptized her, made her virtually sign a book, and then claimed her own child as hers, for ever and ever. Amen. The little child herself seems to have regarded this ratification of her mother's spirit claims upon her spirit as having made herself a witch. But such a witch as she was not ashamed to be, and saw no harm in being. Indeed, how can any other than perverted vision see harm in the girl's filial compact? Her clairvoyant and other mediumistic faculties had become so unfolded when she was about 6 years old that she and her mother as freed spirits could in conscious companionship roam in spirit realms, and she no doubt felt that forces emanating from the mother aided in her unfoldment and continued to have much sway over her in her mental journeyings and operations. She might with much propriety say that her mother made her a witch, and her case shows that the process for producing a witch might be much simpler and much less horrifying than the public in her day had any conception of. Indeed, witchification was then, and now is, a growth or an unfoldment from God's plantings much more than a manufacture by the devil's or any mother's hands. She saw no devil, no black man, but only her mother was concerned in making her a witch, and the mother probably made her a witch by processes as natural and legitimate as those by which she had previously made her a child. The girl's power for afflicting was mental, her journeyings and pinchings were mental, and yet no doubt her grip was as sensibly felt by the nerves of those whom she pinched as would have been firm graspings of their flesh by her fingers of bones and muscles. It is the spirit only which feels hurts of the body, and a pinched spirit imprints the hurt on the flesh it is animating. This little girl's statements confirm Tituba's and give credibility to the many declarations of the accusing girls that they were pinched, bitten, and tortured by persons whose outer forms were remote from them at the time. We live amid mysteries which one by one are getting revealed as time rolls on. An instructive instance of the warping force of these prevalent beliefs in shaping the diction of the most erudite describers of witchcraft facts is found in Lawson's Summary of Events, where, when commenting upon the testimony like that given by little Sarah, he says, "Several have confessed against their own mother that they were instruments to bring them into the devil's covenant. But the girl's testimony mentioned a covenant with her mother alone, saying that the devil was not there as she saw. It was Lawson and not the girl who brought the devil into this case." The same writer further says, some girls of 8 or 9 years of age did declare that after they were so betrayed by their mothers to the power of Satan, they saw the devil go in their own shapes to afflict others. But the statement of Sarah is that she herself went forth and afflicted in her spirit form, and not that the devil went in her shape. The cultured of that generation had devil on the brain so severely that they persistently brought him in, even where the facts as presented by the witnesses plainly excluded him. Richard Carrier, 18 years old, son of Thomas and Martha, was examined. Have you been in the devil's snare? Yes. Is your brother Andrew ensnared by the devil's snare? Yes. How long has your brother been a witch? Near a month. How long have you been a witch? Not long. Have you joined in afflicting the afflicted persons? Yes. You helped to hurt Timothy Swan, did you? Yes. How long have you been a witch? About 5 weeks. Who was in company when you covenanted with the devil? Mrs. Bradbury. Did she help you afflict? Yes. Who was at the village meeting when you were there? Goodwife Howe, Goodwife Nurse, Goodwife Wilds, Proctor and his wife, Mrs. Bradbury, and Corey's wife. What did they do there? Eat and drank wine. Was there a minister there? No, not as I know of. From whence had you your wine? From Salem, I think it was. Goodwife Oliver there? Yes, I knew her. Statements by this witness and also his probable circumstances and conditions seem worthy of special note. Frankness glows on all that he said. He was stating facts which in his apprehension were harmless, and why should he not let them out? He knew probably that his mother had all through his life been accustomed to see and act through other than her physical organs, and was conscious that during the last 5 weeks at least himself had been doing the same. The abilities came unsought into action, were outgrowths from the natures of his mother and himself, and were not crimes. His long familiarity with the ostensible workings of such powers through his mother had shown him that they were neither diabolical nor censurable. And why not admit possession of them and the acts they produced, whether through himself, his mother, or anyone else? Neither the mother nor children in that family were afraid of ghostly beings, because able to confer with them intelligibly and sympathetically. And the ready admission by Richard that he had aided in hurting Timothy Swan and been at a great witch meeting where they ate and also drank wine was no confession of any crime, but simple statement of facts. He was a medium and also a frank and truthful witness. He granted that he had been in the devil's snare. How much did this import? He and his brother Andrew both had been caught in it, one about 4 and the other 5 weeks prior to his statement. As certain atmospheric and other physical conditions often produce epidemic or widespread physical health or disease either, and certain public mental and moral states often act powerfully upon many minds, the great public excitement engendered by the arrest and prosecution of witches may well be deemed adequate to have unfolded latent mediumistic susceptibilities very widely. And it is not surprising that the children of a Martha Carrier should have such susceptibilities suddenly brought to their own cognizance, nor that they should as suddenly become well-fledged clairvoyants, competent to wing their way widely and rapidly in the airs of a world in which spirits dwell, nor that they should be psychologized by spirit beings and made to take part in any work, malignant or benevolent, which their controllers were bent upon executing. By being caught in the devil's snare, they probably meant neither more nor less than they became mediums. All conditions like theirs the public was charging the devil with producing, and the young Carriers assented to that being done in their own case. Most things not of the earthy, were then charged to the devil, and the mental powers of these children were not competent to show that their slippings out from their hampering bodies were effected without his aid. Frequent mention occurs of witch meetings at Salem village on the Green, or the minister's pasture near Deacon Ingersoll's. If any accused one had been seen in the company of assembled witches there, the fact was excessively damaging. Richard Carrier acknowledged having been there, and freely mentioned what persons were in the assemblage, but did not see a minister. The records have not led us to suppose that Mrs. Carrier ever stood very high in public estimation. It is not improbable that influences from outside of her had often, during the 40 years through which she had experienced them, made her life eccentric and many of her actions mysterious. Even the aged and charitable Francis Dane said that there was a suspicion of Goodwife Carrier among some of us before she was apprehended, I know. As for any other persons, I had no suspicion of them. We must infer from that statement that she was noted for some peculiarities which were not universally regarded with favor. Suspicions hung around her. She was accused by one of causing grievous sores in himself, of sickening his cattle, and working many injuries, by others also of hurting and bewitching them, and of having attended a witch meeting. The accusing girls, as seen above, were most excessively agonized when in court with her. She may justly be regarded, we think, as being socially among the lower class of persons then accused, and yet we have met with nothing which will justify an inference that she was altogether unworthy of esteem, or even that she was emphatically bad in any respect. Mather called her rampant hag, and hence much of Christendom has been influenced to contemplate her with aversion. But whatever may have been her character, the sufferings of herself and family draw forth our sympathies. If she said she had been a witch 40 years, she meant only that for 40 years she had been conscious of the ongoing of occult processes within and around herself. We doubt whether she applied the word witch to herself, but can readily believe that she confessed to such experiences and performances as were in her day often called witchcrafts. That she details some experiences to Mary Walcott, which the latter termed witchcrafts, is highly probable. Neither the accused nor the accusers were accustomed to speak of seeing the devil, but it was the black man or some other defined spirit, not the devil, according to their own statements. Yet when recorders and reporters undertook to give us either the substance of what was said or a nearly verbatim report, they generally substituted devil for black man or for any other unseen occult operator, whatever his, her, or its moral purpose or character. So, too, all specially marvelous works were called witchcrafts. The little carrier children were very instructive witnesses, too young and inexperienced to do otherwise than answer simple questions directly in such language as was common. They show us of today better than do older witnesses what was probably common application of some terms of very frequent use in descriptions of things marvelous. When by implication charged with being themselves witches, their answers conceded the truth of the charge. One of them, 8 years old, said she had been a witch ever since she was 6. Another, 18 years old, had been a witch about 5 weeks, and said that brother Andrew had been such near a month. Little did these frank and no doubt truthful young confessors of family and personal experiences deem that they were exposing themselves and their mother also to punishment by death. What they confessed to were frequent sights and sounds in their home, which came as naturally and innocently before them as the visits and words of friends and neighbors. Community calls such matters witchcrafts, and why should not these children do the same? Their mental powers were not expanded enough to even entertain the slightest apprehension that what they were saying could imply that they had made a compact with the devil, or that a simple, true statement of their unsought experiences could bring harm to themselves or anyone else. Equally incompetent were such little ones to comprehend the nature of that devil who existed in the conception of the magistrate when he asked whether the devil had ensnared the witness and brother Andrew. They no doubt held the common notion that any worker whatsoever from realms unseen by the external eye was the devil, and having had experience, at least one of them had, that her own spirit had gone forth from her body and pinched certain persons, she understood that she had performed a part in works which were imputed to the devil. Still neither of these children confessed or could be ensnared to own that they had seen the devil. They, obviously, and their mother, we do not doubt, often as naturally and innocently beheld spirit forms and scenes, and just as innocently held converse with spirits as they surveyed the scenes and forms of the outer world, or went in company with embodied people to their congregations in the meeting house or elsewhere. The words of babes and sucklings at a witchcraft trial reveal the existence of finer natural laws and forces, and their operation also upon and through some human beings than science then dreamed of, or is yet quite ready to recognize. Very much in witchcraft times was charged to the devil which should have been credited to God. The erroneous entry of many heavy items on the great account books in the days of the fathers calls for immense labor and study for their proper and equitable adjustment. Now, Martha Carrier and her children were probably posted on the wrong side of the moral ledger when Cotton Mather labeled her rampant hag, and there they have stood ever since. End of section 23. Section 24 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reverend George Burroughs. Having come to the last of the accused whose case our leading purpose induces us to notice at much length
We present here a specimen of indictment for the crime of witchcraft. The indictment of George Burroughs, Essex, SS Anno Regni Regis et Regini Vili Elmi et Marii Nunc Anglii, etc. Quarto. The jurors of our sovereign lord and lady, the king and queen, present, that George Burroughs, late of Falmouth, in the province of Massachusetts Bay, in New England, clerk, the 9th day of May, in the 4th year of the reign of our sovereign lord and lady, William and Mary, by the grace of God, of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, king and queen, defenders of the faith, etc., and divers other days and times, as well before as after, certain detestable arts, called witchcrafts and sorceries, wickedly and feloniously hath used, practised, and exercised at and within the township of Salem in the county of Essex, aforesaid in, upon, and against one Mary Walcott of Salem village in the county of Essex, single woman, by which said wicked arts, the said Mary Walcott, the 9th day of May, in the 4th year, above said, and divers other days and times, as well before as after, was and is tortured, afflicted, pined, consumed, wasted, and tormented against the peace of our sovereign lord and lady, the king and queen, and against the form of the statute in the case made and provided. Witnesses Mary Walcott, Sarah Faber, Mercy Lewis, Ann Putnam, Elizabeth Hubbard. Endorsed by the grand jury, Villa Vera. 3 other similar indictments accompanied the above, for witchcrafts practised by Burroughs upon Elizabeth Hubbard, Mercy Lewis, and Ann Putnam severally. S.P. Fowler, in the edition of Salem Witchcraft, edited by him, says on page 278, the trial of Reverend George Burroughs appears to have attracted general notice from the circumstance of his being a former clergyman in Salem village and supposed to be a leader amongst witches. Fowler adds that Dr. Cotton Mather says he was not present at any of the trials for witchcraft. How he could keep away from that of Burroughs we cannot imagine. His father, Dr. Increase Mather, informs us that he attended this single trial, and says, had I been one of George Burroughs's judges, I could not have acquitted him, for several persons did upon oath testify that they saw him do such things as no man that had not a devil to be his familiar could perform. Burroughs was apprehended in Wales, in Maine. So say his children. They also inform us that he was buried by his friends after the inhuman treatment of his body from the hands of his executioners at Gallows Hill in Salem. He is represented as being a small, black-haired, dark-complexioned man of quick passions and great strength. His power of muscle, which discovered itself early when Burroughs was a member of Cambridge College, and which we notice in the slight rebutting evidence offered by his friends at his trial, convinces us that he lifted the gun and the barrel of molasses by the power of his own well-strung muscles, and not by any help from the devil, as was supposed by the Mathers, both father and son. Alas, that a man's own strong arm should prove his ruin. We shall show shortly that this commentator here overlooked an important point. Burroughs himself made statement in his own defense that an Indian stood by and lifted the gun. Therefore, the chief question is not whether Burroughs was himself strong enough to lift it as alleged, but whether he told the truth when he said that he had help. The chief question bears upon his veracity, not upon his strength. The Mathers believed him on that point. The allegations in the indictment were for witchcrafts and visibly practised upon members of the famous circle, and not for visible feats of strength. All the girls testified to seeing and suffering from his apparition, also some who confessed to having been witches themselves, for some accused ones were over-persuaded to speak of their own clairvoyant observations and experiences as witchcrafts, and therefore of themselves as witches. Some such testified thus, as Mather says, page 279, Salem Witchcraft. He was accused by 8 of the confessing witches as being head actor at some of their hellish rendezvous, and who had promise of being a king in Satan's kingdom now going to be erected. He was accused by 9 persons for extraordinary liftings and for other things, until about 30 testimonies were brought in against him. Mather's account of the witchcraft at Salem was drawn up at the request of William Phipps,
then governor of the province, and 2 prominent judges at the trials endorsed it as follows: The reverend and worthy author having, at the direction of His Excellency the Governor, so far obliged the public as to give some account of the sufferings brought upon the country by witchcrafts, and of the trials which have passed upon several executed for the same. Upon perusal thereof we find the matters of fact and evidence truly reported, and a prospect given of the methods of conviction used in the proceedings of the court at Salem. Boston, October 11, 1692. William Stoughton, Samuel Sewell. Manifestation of one class of phenomena presented at those trials has not been noticed in the preceding pages, viz., the appearance of the spirits of particular departed ones to many of the accusing girls. It is obviously true that those clairvoyants were very much oftener beholders of the spirits of those still dwelling in mortal forms than of those who had escaped from thraldom to the flesh. Still there were then some cases in which the spirits of some who had been known in that vicinity and whose bodies were mouldering beneath its soil were both seen and heard. Among others, 2 former wives of Burroughs were named. Mathers says, page 282, several of the bewitched had given in their testimony that they had been troubled with the apparitions of 2 women who said they were G.B.'s 2 wives, and that he had been the death of them. Now G.B. had been infamous for the barbarous usage of his 2 successive wives all the country over. Page 286, 'twas testified that keeping his 2 successive wives in a strange kind of slavery, he would, when he came home from abroad, pretend to tell the talk which any had with them, and that he has brought them to the point of death by his harsh dealings with his wives, and then made people promise that in case death should happen they would say nothing of it, that he used all means to make his wives right, sign, seal, and swear to a covenant never to reveal any of his secrets, that his wives had privately complained unto the neighbors about frightfully apparitions of evil spirits with which their house was sometimes infested, etc. Some of these allegations probably rested on firmer bases of facts than have generally been perceived. Though we regard Burroughs as having been one of the kindest and best of men, we do not entirely withhold credence from the general import of such allegations regarding him. They point both to extraordinary unfoldments within him and to probable handlings and control of his outer form at times by some intelligence not his own. Strange kind of slavery would naturally result in those days from a husband's telling his wife on returning to his home what conversation she had held with others during his absence, if his statements were true, but if not true, the wife would only laugh at his pretensions and make no complaints to neighbors. If both true and oft-repeated, such mysterious utterances might well enslave, worry, and bring close to death's door a sensitive wife, and the husband, however affectionate and kind, may at times have been as powerless to shape his course or procedure as is the dried leaf when whirled onward by strong autumnal breezes. Acts not his own the world would hold him responsible for, and no wonder that, in his age, a spiritualistically unfolded and illumined man, and one also whose form might be moved, as was that of Agassiz, by will not his own, should strive in all possible ways to prevent wives, and any other people who knew them, from revealing any of his peculiar marvelous secrets. No wonder that he sought to make his wives write, sign, seal, and swear never to do it, because the noising abroad of such powers as he possessed, and such performances as were attendant upon him, if publicly known, would be profaned, would destroy his usefulness, and endanger, if not take his life. Thanks that in our day danger of a hangsman's rope does not threaten one because of his high spiritual illumination. George Burroughs was graduated at Harvard College in 1670, had been a preacher for many years prior to 1692, and during some of them ministered to the people at Salem Village. But before the outburst of witchcraft there, he had found a home far off to the northeast on the shores of Casco Bay, in the province of Maine, where he was then humbly and quietly laboring in his profession, but not in impenetrable seclusion. Clairvoyants are masters of both seclusion and space to a marvelous extent. Throughout a region far, far around, wherever the special light pertaining to the mediumistic or illuminated condition revealed its possessor and put forth its attractions, there the opened inner vision of the accusing girls might make them practically present. Emanations from one residing at Falmouth or at Wells might readily meet and blend with those from sensitives at their home in Salem. Thought flies fast and far. With equal speed and quite as far can the unswathed inner perceptives of an entranced or illumined mortal be attracted. Old memories and undissolved psychological attachments may have operated in this case. One of the accusing girls had lived for a time in the family of Burroughs while he resided at the village. Chains of association are never broken and rendered forever unusable, though they often become exceedingly attenuated and cease to retain recognition in our ordinary conditions. Several of the accusing girls allege that Burroughs was one, and a leading and authoritative one, in the band of apparitional beings from whom their torments came. He was cried out upon, arrested, tried, condemned, and executed. The opinions of different writers as to the real character and worth of this man have been very diverse. While some have accounted him an hypocritical wizard, others have deemed him a man of beautiful and beneficent life. Mather regarded him with aversion and says, "Glad should I have been if I had never known the name of this man." Afterward, the same author charged Burroughs with tergiversations, contradictions, and falsehoods. Sullivan, in his History of Maine, says that he was a man of bad character and of a cruel disposition. Hutchinson asserted on insufficient grounds that when under examination he was confounded and used many twistings and turnings. But Fowler says, all the weight of character enlisted against him fails to counteract the favorable impression made by his Christian conduct during his imprisonment and at the time of his execution. Giles says that the day before execution, Margaret Jacobs, who had testified against him, came to the prisoner, acknowledging that she had belied him and asking his forgiveness, who not only forgave her but also prayed with and for her. The same adducer of facts states that when, upon the latter, he made a speech for the clearing of his innocency, with such solemn and serious expressions as were to the admiration of all present, his prayer, which he concluded by repeating the Lord's Prayer, was so well worded and uttered with such composedness and such, at least, seeming fervency of spirit, as was very affecting and drew tears from many, so that it seemed to some that the spectators would hinder the execution. The accusers said the black man stood and dictated to him. As soon as he was turned off, Mr. Cotton Mather, being mounted upon a horse, addressed himself to the people, partly to declare that he, Burroughs, was no ordained minister, and partly to possess the people of his guilt, saying that the devil has often been transformed into an angel of light, and this somewhat appeased the people, and the executions went on. His prayers and his whole deportment and spirit during these last trying scenes indicate his possession of a calm, strong soul, which bore him on the wings of innocence and piety into a region of serenity which his traducers and murderers were unfitted to enter and knew not of. The brief account which Upham's researches enabled him to furnish of this man's life prior to the witchcraft mania presents still further evidences of his sterling worth. That author says, papers on file in the State House prove that in the District of Maine, where he lived and preached before and after his settlement at the village, he was regarded with confidence by his neighbors and looked up to as a friend and counselor. He was self-denying, generous, and public-spirited, laboring in humility and with zeal in the midst of great privations. Land had been granted to him, and when the town asked him to exchange a part of it for other lands, he freely gave it back, not desiring any land anywhere else, nor anything else in consideration thereof. Scanning Burroughs, as well as accessible knowledge of him now permits, we judge that he was a quiet, peaceful, persistent laborer for the good of his fellow men, a humble, trustful, sincere servant of God, a rare embodiment of the prevailing perceptions, sentiments, virtues, and graces which hallowed the form of the Nazarene. Why did the people of his time take his life? What were the accusations against him, in addition to the testimony that he was felt by many of the girls as a tormenting spectre? He was accused of putting forth superhuman physical strength. Cotton Mather says, he was a very puny man, yet he had often done things beyond the strength of a giant. A gun of about 7 feet barrel and so heavy that strong men could not steadily hold it out with both hands. There were several testimonies given in by persons of credit and honor that he made nothing of taking up such a gun behind the lock with one hand and holding it out like a pistol at arm's length. In his vindication he was foolish enough to say that an Indian was there and held it out at the same time, whereas none of the spectators ever saw any such Indian, but they supposed the black man, as the witches call the devil, and they generally say he resembles an Indian, might have given him that assistance. That paragraph is very instructive. All subsequent historians, beginning back with Caliph, have mentioned what is no doubt true that Burroughs was a small man, and yet was constitutionally very strong, was remarkable for physical powers even in his college days, and they have fancied that on that ground they have satisfactorily accounted for his marvelous exploits. They seemingly overlooked the fact that it was Burroughs himself and not other people who said that an Indian, invisible to others, stood by and held the gun out. Historians have explained the good and true man's seeming physical feats at the expense of his veracity. Heaven help the innocent when in the hands of such traducing commentators. The question is not what Burroughs could have done unaided, but it is whether he told the truth when he said an Indian helped him. His whole character in life argued that he would not have spoken as he is alleged to have done, unless he had been conscious of the presence of an Indian within or by himself, putting forth, in part at least, the strength which raised and supported that heavy gun. He said that such was the fact. What though all spectators failed to see the Indian? It was a disembodied Indian, a spirit Indian, and therefore necessarily invisible by external eyes. The non-perception of him by other men standing by is no evidence that the spirit Indian was not there, for spiritual beings are discernible by the inner or spirit optics alone, and not by the outer. So taught Paul. The fact that bystanders supposed the devil helped Burroughs or performed the lifting feat through him implies that they, as well as he, believed that something more was done than mere human strength accomplished. In the present day, when spirits are very often putting forth strength through forms of flesh, which executes performances quite as marvelous as any which were alleged to have been enacted through Burroughs, his assertion that a foreign hidden intelligence worked within and through his form, conjoined with the belief of beholders that some spiritual being was operating therein, any array of facts now proving even to perfect demonstration that the little man was enormously strong, though it may indicate that he did not require foreign aid to lift and hold out the gun, does nothing toward impeaching his own veracity when he said he had help. Surely one can have help in the performance of what he could do alone. If any man says he had help in a particular case, his ability to have performed the special feat alone affords no indication that his statement is untrue, and yet the spirit of witchcraft history implies that it does. Prove Burroughs to have been constitutionally as strong as the strongest mortal that ever lived? Yes. As strong as the strongest of all created beings? Aye, as strong as the omnipotent one himself, and even then you have done nothing which shows or tends to show that another intelligent worker may not have cooperated with him in the performance of marvelous feats. We say again that the question raised by his statement is not whether he in and of himself was competent to his seeming feats, but it is whether an Indian spirit did or did not help him. Burroughs says he had help from such a one. Bystanders suppose that the devil helped him, but he who sensed the helper's presence called him an Indian, and he was a much more trustworthy testifier as to that helper's proper classification on the scale of being than a combined world of men devoid of spirit vision, putting forth only their inferences regarding an unseen personage. Imputation of this man's liftings to his constitutional strength solely is an imputation, a false testimony to the truthful man himself, and historic arguments, if valid, make him a liar. Who helped the little clergyman lift and hold the heavy gun? He says it was an Indian, but Mather says none of the spectators ever saw any such Indian, but they suppose the black man, as the witches call the devil, and they generally say he resembles an Indian, might have given him that assistance. That sentence illumines many a dark spot in our ancient witchcraft. The witches or clairvoyants, whether accusers or accused, were not accustomed to speak of seeing the devil. It is fairly questionable whether any one among them ever spoke of seeing the devil, or of having any interview with him, or knowledge of him obtained by personal observation. It was man whom they saw. They spoke of the black man. Mather says that was their name for the devil. We doubt it. What they saw failed to present a semblance of cloven foot with horns, tail, and hoofs, and did not suggest to them an idea of the devil. The substitution of devil for black man, or the regarding the two as synonymous, was Mather's work, and not that of the clairvoyants. And who was the black man? Mather informs us that those whose optics could see him generally say he resembles an Indian. If he resembled an Indian, is not the inference very fair that he was an Indian? Yes, black man obviously was applied by clairvoyants to designate any Indian spirit, and spirits of human beings probably were the only spirits whom their inner vision ever beheld. Thanks to you, Mather, for recording that explanatory sentence. The devil you fought against was your brother man, was earthborn, and when seen and conferred with, not very formidable. Your clairvoyants or witches saw and heard occult men, women, children, beasts, and birds, but never spoke of seeing your ecclesiastical devil. The human beings whom they beheld varied in size from little children to tall men, and in complexion from black to white, even up to glorious brightness. Your informants never used the word devil in their descriptions. You misreported them, as Cheever did Tituba. Caliph followed your lead, and subsequent historians have copied from both you and him. You also state that Burroughs was foolish enough to say that an Indian helped him. Was it foolish in him to state the truth? Your own witnesses en masse say his helper resembled an Indian. He said the assistant was an Indian. Why didn't you take the words of your own witnesses as corroborative of the man's statement? They surely were so, and they give us a true presentation of the case. The reason of your course is obvious. The creed of your times deemed any spirit visitant or helper to be the devil himself. A subsequent charge against G.B. George Burroughs was that when the accusing girls cried out of G.B. biting them, the print of his teeth would be seen on the flesh of the complainers, and just such a set of teeth as G.B.'s would then appear upon them. As in the case of little Dorcas Good, here we have it charged that indentations on the flesh of complainants corresponded to the size and shape of the teeth belonging to the persons who was accused of biting. If G.B.'s spirit form or apparition was made to approach and bite the accusers, and it probably was, his spirit teeth would naturally, and as we apprehend necessarily, have the exact size and form of his external ones. Another charge is embraced in the following quotation. His wives he had buried too had privately complained unto the neighbors about frightfully apparitions of evil spirits with which their house was sometimes infested, and many such things had been whispered among the neighborhood. We have previously quoted, but do not comment upon the above, which relates to the appearance of apparitions. That statement may as well indicate that the wives themselves, or any other persons resident in his house, were the attracting or helping instrumentalities for producing the frightly sights, as that Burroughs himself was, provided only that someone or more of them were mediumistic. But the probabilities are that the elements emanated from him which rendered such presentations practicable. His telling the purport of talks held in the house during his absence indicates that his inner ears were open to catch either the spirit of mundane sounds or sounds made by spirits, as could those of Margaret Jones, Ann Hibbins, Joan of Arc, and many others. The same power in him is indicated in the following extract. One Mr. Ruck, brother-in-law to this G.B., testified that G.B. and he himself and his sister, G.B.'s wife, going out for 2 or 3 miles to gather strawberries. Ruck, with his sister, the wife of G.B., rode home very softly, slowly, with G.B. on foot in their company. G.B. stepped aside a little into the bushes, whereupon they halted and hollered for him. He was not answering. They went homewards with a quickened pace without any expectation of seeing him in a considerable while. And yet when they got near home, to their astonishment, they found him on foot with them, having a basket of strawberries. Philip was found at Azotus. G.B. immediately then fell to chiding his wife on account of what she had been speaking to her brother of him on the road, which when they wondered at, he said he knew their thoughts. Ruck, being startled at that, made some reply, intimating that the devil himself did not know so far, but G.B. answered, "My God makes known your thoughts unto me." True and luminous fact, the humble, pious, intelligent, illumined Burroughs, far looker into the realm of causes and observer of things behind the veil which bounds the reach of mortal senses and pure reason, stated that God, not the devil, made known to him the thoughts of other and absent people. In other words, his intended meaning probably was that God's worlds and laws provide for legitimate influence to some minds of knowledge of the thoughts and purposes of other minds, even though far distant in space. The character, or rather the actual qualities of this man, if we read him correctly, were truthfulness, humility, and piety. When such a one deliberately said to a brother-in-law, under such circumstances as stated above, "My God makes known your thoughts unto me," he indicated his consciousness of possessing self-experienced knowledge of the existence of an instructive and momentous fact pertaining to human capabilities. Only few persons relatively have had proof by personal experience of the extent to which the inner perceptives of embodied mortals may reach forth and imbibe knowledge by processes common to freed spirits and in the realms of their abode. What the unfoldings of Burroughs permitted him to do and know is possible with many others while resident in mortal forms. If he could, some others may come into that condition in which thought itself shall be heard speaking itself out to them, in which they shall be listeners to cogitatio loquens, self-speaking thought, which Swedenborg says abounds in spirit spheres, in which thought from supernal fonts shall make itself known to the consciousness of an embodied man and become matter of knowledge with him. Others and more in number may have the inner ear opened and hear the words of spirits. With ears competently attuned, the meek and truth-loving Burroughs was occasionally able to receive not only knowledge of the thoughts of mortals in ways unusual, but also, as we judge, to receive spiritual truths copiously from purer fountains than his contemporaries generally could get access to. And he thence obtained such truths as relaxed in him many creedal bonds which firmly held most of his contemporary preachers to the creeds, forms, ordinances, and customs common in the churches then. Many questions put to him at his trial were obviously designed to draw forth evidence of his lax regard for and inattention to the accepted ordinances of religion. He admitted both that it was long since he had sat at the communion table, and that some of his own children had not been baptized. We presume that he was inwardly, wisely, and beneficently prompted to walk somewhat astray from the narrow and soul-cramping paths then trod by most New England clergymen. The Spirit of the Lord was giving him more liberty than most of his contemporaries felt privileged to exercise, using his greater facilities than theirs for instruction in heavenly things. He probably advanced far beyond his brethren generally in sinking the letter, that is, sinking the forms and ceremonies and ordinances of religion beneath its divine spirit, and his less illumined brethren suspected him of an abandonment of religion itself and of alliance with the great enemy of all goodness. Some among them apparently looked upon him as a combined heretic and wizard, withheld all sympathy from and exulted over the doom of this double culprit. But this victim may have been, and probably was, as high above most of his crucifiers as freedom is above bondage, as the spirit above the letter, as light above darkness, as sincerity above hypocrisy. The blood is such as Martha Corey, Rebecca Nurse, Mary Easty, George Burroughs, and probably many others, who in company with these took their exit from life shrouded in witchcraft's blackening mists, may go far toward making Gallows Hill a Mount Calvary, a spot on which zeal urged on the worst to crucify their betters in true godliness, betters in all that fits immortal souls for gladdening welcome into realms above. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Summary. 1648, Margaret Jones manifested startling efficacy of hands and medicines, consternating keenness of perceptives, predictions subsequently verified, and the presence of a vanishing child. Such was her witchcraft, and for this she was executed. 1656, Anne Hibbins comprehended conversation between persons too distant from her to be heard normally, and was hanged. 1662, Anne Cole had her form possessed and spoken through by either the devil or other disembodied ones, and by them made both to express thoughts that never were in her mind, and to further the conviction and execution of the green smiths. 1671-2, Elizabeth Knapp's external form was strangely convulsed and agonized by an old man, and also spoken through by one who called himself a pretty black boy. 1680, William Morse, in his home where lived his good wife, who had been called a witch, saw pots, andirons, tools, and household furniture generally seemed to take on wills of their own and rudely play many a lively gymnastic game. 1688, John Goodwin saw 4 of his children subjected and tortured immediately subsequent to the scolding of one of them by a wild Irish woman, and the same one afterward was made
to play the deuce in Cotton Mather's own house. Mrs. Glover was hanged for bewitching, and also she continued to torture the same children after her spirit had left its outer form. The above cases occurred prior to the holding of the Circle at Salem, before the establishment of a school at which the arts of necromancy, magic, and spiritualism might be learned. Generally, the performers named thus far had no visible confederates. If sole actors, their geniuses were vast, and the fonts of malice or of benevolence in some of them were both very capacious and copiously overflowing. 1692. Tituba the slave avowed having been forced by something like a man and his 4 female spectral aids to pinch the 2 little girls in her master's family at the very time when they were first mysteriously afflicted. She furnished strong evidence that a tall man with white hair and serge coat, invisibly to others, frequently visited her, compelled her aid, and kindled and long kept adding fuel to the fires of witchcraft at Salem village. For this she was imprisoned 13 months and then sold to pay her jail fees. Sarah Good was seen as a spectre, was accused of hurting by occult organs and processes, became invisible by those standing guard over her, announced to the magistrates the great explanatory fact that none but the accusers and the accused, that is, none but clairvoyants, could see the actual inflictors of the pains endured. Also, she foresensed a fact that occurred when Mr. Noyes died in, and after a year she was hanged. Dorcas Good, not 5 years old, was big enough to have her spectre seen, to have her spirit teeth bite, and also to see clairvoyantly. The little witch was sent to jail. Sarah Osburn was sighted by the inner optics of the accused, and she heard voices from out the unseen. This feeble one was sent to jail and soon died there. Martha Corey was charged with afflicting. Also she avowed heresy pertaining to witchcraft, though interiorly illumined far beyond her accusers and judges, and enabled to smile amid their frowns. She was executed. Giles Corey, seen as a spectre and accused of harming many, would make no plea to his indictment. Pressure applied for forcing out a plea extorted only his call for more weight, and his life went out. Rebecca Nurse, venerable matron, daughter of a mother who had been called a witch, and conscious of personal liability to then prevalent fits, was seen by and accused of hurting members of the circle. Therefore she must be hanged, though jury first acquitted, and then under rebuke called her guilty, and though governor pardoned, and then revoked his clement act. Fealty to witchcraft creed in that case triumphed, though nearly defeated twice. Mary Easty, noblewoman, sister of the above, and daughter of the same witch-blooded mother, once arrested and discharged, and then re-arrested because seen by inner eyes and accused of bewitching, rose sublimely above thoughts of self and dread of death, and appealed to the magistrates in clear, strong, and forceful language to change their course of procedure, to spare the innocent and become wisely humane. Susanna Martin, spectrally seen and a reputed witch, during more than a score of years, bravely faced the dangers besetting an accused one, was self-possessed before the magistrates, was spicy, shrewd, and keen in her answers to their questions, but failed to descend to confession, and died on Gallows Hill. Martha Carrier, having been a clear seer for 40 years, and long visible by others similarly unfolded, was brave, self-possessed, and ready with pointed retort. Because hard to subdue, accusations came thick and heavy upon her from the circle almost en masse, and she too was doomed to mount the ladder. Sarah Carrier, daughter of the above, 8 years old, stated instructive facts in her experience as a clairvoyant, and notably said that her own spirit could go forth to others and hurt them. Also that her mother's was the only spirit with which she entered into the compact that made her a witch. Reverend George Burroughs, sometimes supernally strong physically because, as himself asserted, an Indian, invisible by others, helped him, able by God's help, as he claimed, to read his brother's thoughts, a freer and less formal religionist than most clergymen of his day because of his high spiritual illumination, a humble but beneficent Christian, was, like his exemplar, made to yield up his life at the call of such as cried, "Crucify him, crucify him." If he was luminous and spoke like an angel of light in the hour of his departure, he was not Satan transformed, but George Burroughs, unavailing his genuine self. 1693, Margaret Rule, the first of afflicted ones noticed in our pages, endured her strange experiences last. The evening before her fits came on she had been bitterly treated and threatened by an old woman whose curings of hurts had put her under suspicions of witchcrafts. Margaret was not a graduate from the Salem school, but was self-taught, if taught at all, and yet she saw many spectres, saw in the night a young man in danger of drowning, who was miles away from her, was lifted from her bed to the ceiling above in horizontal position by invisible beings, fasted 9 days without pining, and saw and heard one bright and glorious visitant, who comforted and heartened her much. She, under the special watch and care of Cotton Mather, was held back, mainly perhaps by his advice, from any divulgences which should endanger the lives of others. No blood was shed because of her afflictions. 20 persons were put to death in Essex County by the direct action of government officials between June 9 and September 23, 1692. Nearly or quite 200 were accused, arrested, imprisoned, and many more than the executed 20 were convicted. Numerous arrested ones perished under the hardships of prison life and gnawings of mental anxieties. Others had health, spirits, domestic ties, and worldly possessions shattered to pieces, and the condition of their subsequent lives made most forlorn and wretched. Neither tongue nor pen can possibly tell in its fullness of horrors. Most excessively frenzying and woeful must have been the privations, sufferings, heart-wrenchings, agonies of nearly all the scattered residents of the then wooded region at and about Salem village, when Christendom's mighty and malignant witchcraft devil was believed to be prowling and fiercely slaughtering in their midst. No blood nor any other mark on the doorposts would effectually warn the fell destroyer to pass by and leave the occupants within unscathed. Mysterious and fearful dangers flocked above, below, around, before, and behind. They lurked here, there, and everywhere continually, so that none could ever be at ease. And now we ask whether common sense admits that such credulity and infatuation ever pervaded any hearty, energetic, and intelligent community in any county of Massachusetts or New England in any age, as that girls and old women, aided by a very few insignificant men, however bright, cunning, roguish, playful, self-conceited, greedy of notice, or resentful and malicious the leaders might be, could possibly so perform as to induce Reverend Mr. Whiting, Samuel Willard, William Morse, Cotton Mather, Deodat Lawson, Samuel Paris, Reverend Mr. Hale, and scores upon scores of other intelligent, sagacious, and leading men to present to the public in writing such narratives as they did, and to essentially vouch for their own belief in the positive occurrence of such amazing feats as they described. We ask also whether such frail inactors as a band of mere girls and a few women must have been, could possibly devise and manifest such tricks and put forth such accusations from any motives whatsoever as would cause the leading minds throughout a large section of the state to regard the accused ones as allies of beings rising up from regions of darkness and making malignant and most painful onslaught upon the children of God and Christ, and upon the families and possessions of men in such numbers and with such force that the civil power of the land was urged and helped to put the gallows in use upon every one whose spectre was said to be seen and to torment. The amazing feats are well attested, the more amazing deviltries both of the accusers and of courts and executives. No one can doubt if all the feats were offspring of mere juvenile and senile cunning, fraud, and malice. In the cases of Margaret Jones, Anne Cole, Elizabeth Knapp, John Stiles, and Martha Goodwin, each, there is distinct mention of the presence, the speech, or the action of some spirit. We found Tituba distinctly stating that she saw, heard, and was made to help a nocturnal visitant, whose doings indicate that he was the originator of the vast Salem tragedy. That visitant was a spirit. Mr. Burroughs said in explanation of his feats of strength that an Indian, invisible by others, was his helper. Margaret Rule, as had Mercy Lewis the year before, saw, and each was infilled with bliss by a most glorious, bright spirit. In our own day, in every city, town, and hamlet of our land, as well as on the opposite shore of the Atlantic, spirits are widely recognized as the authors of performances alike strange and amazing in themselves as those described in the 17th century, which are there called witchcrafts. The primitive records of American witchcrafts show that portions of it, and especially that Salem witchcraft feats, were devised in super-mundane brains and enacted under their supervision. End of Section 25. Section 26 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Confessors. When persons arraigned for specific offenses plead guilty, their pleas generally are deemed conclusive evidence that the accused have performed the special deeds set forth in the allegations. Many of the accused in witchcraft times made statements which have ever since been called confessions. Inference from that has long been general and widespread that nearly such witchcraft as the creed of our fathers specified had positive manifestation in their day. But we seriously doubt whether any record of statements made by an accused one exhibits distinct admission that he or she had entered into covenant with that devil which one must have been in league with to become such a witch or wizard as the laws against witchcraft were intended to arrest. Such confessions as were recorded may have been true in the main, but they fall short of confessions of the special crime alleged. They amount to little, if anything more, than admissions and statements that the confessors had seen, been influenced by, and had acted in company with apparitions or spirits, all of whom were of earthly origin and were members of the human family. They confessed only to being or to having been at times clairvoyants. The circumstances under which even such confessions were generally made need to be carefully viewed before just estimate can be placed upon the worth and significance of the recorded statements. Hutchinson supposed that those who were condemned and not executed all confessed their guilt, and that the most effectual way to prevent an accusation of oneself was to become an accuser. Strange, and yet obviously true. An accused one, then, could look for escape from death, the legal penalty of witchcraft, only by pleading guilty to the charge. Confession of guilt and nothing else then purchased exemption from capital punishment. This becoming obvious, all natural instincts for preservation of one's life, and all possible entreaties, urgings, and commands of friends and relatives forcibly tended to extort confession even from the innocent. Husband or wife, children, parents, brothers, sisters, and trusted advisers, often all conspired in urging an accused one to plead guilty, yes, even a condemned one, for that plea was as efficacious after conviction as sentence as before. It is said that many did confess. Confess to what? Never to having made a covenant with the great witchcraft devil, nor any formidable imp of his, but generally to clairvoyant visions, to mental meetings with the spectres of friends, neighbors, and other embodied mortals, and to some compacts and cooperative labors with such personages, never with the devil. They did not confess to witchcraft itself as then defined. The clear-headed Mary Easty besought the magistrates to try some of the confessing witches, I being confident there is several of them has belied themselves and others. Her clear and calm brain perceived the broad distinction existing between clairvoyance and witchcraft. So too did Martha and Giles Corey, Jacobs, Proctor, Susanna Martin, George Burroughs, and others. These and such as these did not confess, while many weaker and more ignorant ones did. Little Sarah Carrier, only 8 years old, whose testimony we adduced in part when presenting the case of her mother, throws much light upon some confessions of that day. Simon Willard, who wrote out and attested to the substance of her statements, heads his record, Sarah Carrier's Confession. August 11th. The girl's confession? No, it was simply a frank statement of facts in her own experience, which let us know that when she was about 6 years old, her own mother made her a witch and baptized her. But the devil or black man was not there, as she saw. when she was made a witch. She afflicted folks by pinching them, went to those whom she afflicted, but went only in her spirit. Her mother was the only devil who bewitched her, and the only being whom her baptism bound her to serve. Such was her witchcraft. That plain statement is refreshing and valuable. It shows that when about 6 years old, this mediumistic girl had become so developed that her spirit could commune with her mother's, independently of their bodies. She then became a conscious clairvoyant and could trace felt influences issuing from her mother back to their source. Thenceforth, mother and daughter could conjointly place themselves on the green at Salem village 10 miles off, or in any pasture or any house whither thought might lead them. The mother's stronger mind had but to wish, and the child must go with her and do her bidding, and when the two were in rapport, any stronger spirit controlling the mother could make the child cooperative in pinchings or any other inflictions of pains. Because the little girl had set her hand to a red book presented by her own mother, and thus by implication bound herself to be obedient to that mother, her statement of the fact was labeled a confession of witchcraft and deemed damaging to her mother. 3 or 4 other children of Mrs. Carey were able to sense spirit scenes. Her home was a domestic school of prophets, and her own children were apt pupils in it. Her moral character and influence did not here concern us. Abigail Faulkner was condemned, and 2 of her children, Dorothy 10 and Abigail 8 years old, testified that their mother appeared and made them witches. That mother was daughter of Reverend Francis Dane of Andover, some of whose other children and grandchildren were accused, which suggests, though it fails to prove, that much mediumnic susceptibility was imparted through either him or his wife, or both, to their offspring. His descendants attracted the notice of clairvoyants. Hutchinson states that Mr. Dane himself is tenderly touched in several of the examinations, which the tenderness might be owing to a fair character, and he may be one of the persons accused who, the accusation of whom, caused a discouragement to further prosecutions. He, being then near 80, seems to have been in danger. Internal luminosity and copious radiations from their interior forms probably rendered Reverend Mr. Dane, Reverend Samuel Willard, Mrs. Hale, wife of the minister of Beverly, Mrs. Phipps, wife of the governor, and many others of high character or standing, visible by mediumistic optics, and presentable apparitionally, where spirits were wont to congregate, consult, and manipulate instruments for acting out, not for learning, the wonders of necromancy, magic, and spiritualism. Witch meetings, as they were called, or congregated spirits or apparitions on the green or in the pasture of the minister at Salem village, are mentioned more frequently and with more particularity and concordant specifications than would naturally be looked for if they had no basis on fact. That spirits in vast crowds have more than once been seen in modern times by a seer looking up from High Rock in Lynn can be learned by perusal of A.J. Davis's visions there, but he was the observer of departed ones only, while the apparent personages at witch meetings of old were partly either the spirits of embodied persons or their apparitions. The fact of apparitions being present thereat in those days proved the persons themselves apparitionally seen to be the devil's allies. Some confessors of witchcraft intended to verify the truth of their statements by describing whom they had seen and what they had observed at such meetings. And it is not without interest that some people now read confessions like the following from Anne Foster of Andover, viz., that she was at the meeting of the witches at Salem village, when about 25 were present, that Goody Carrier came and told her of the meeting, and would have her go, and so they got upon sticks and went the said journey, and being there did see Mr. Burroughs the minister, who spake to them all, that they were presently at the village, when they rode on the stick or pole, and that she heard some of the witches say there were 305 in the whole country, and that they would ruin that place, the village. Also that there was present at that meeting 2 men besides Mr. Burroughs the minister, and one of them had gray hair. Not without interest are such things read, because they prompt to fancyings of things possible in an unseen sphere which hangs over and enfolds all mortals. Could Anne Foster's gray-haired man have been Tituba's white-haired visitant, the originator and enactor of Salem witchcraft, Who knows? Could not he and such as he have searched out and numbered many persons in the land who were adapted to be facile instruments for his use, and found 305 in all? Had not his will power to call instantly together, that is, to arrest and concentrate the attention of as many of them as were at the moment impressible by him, either directly or through other plastic mortals from any part of the region between the Penobscot and the Hudson, or even further, and thus collect a band, that is, arrest and fix the attention of 25 of them, more or less, to whom inklings of his plans for the future might be given, and whose relative rank, efficiency, or importance could be foreshadowed through either unconscious apparitions or conscious spirits of mortals, or of both classes commingled? Might he not enact scenes which it pleased him to have certain witnesses behold, and to proclaim, so far as he judged best, his purposes, his doctrines, or aught else it should be his pleasure to divulge or enforce? Possibly. Those witch meetings may have been much more than mere fictions. We will look now at other and quite different confessions, or rather at what reputed confessors afterwards said in explanation and defense of their own admissions. 6 well-esteemed women of Andover conjointly subscribed to the following account. We were all seized as prisoners by a warrant from the justice of the peace, and forthwith carried to Salem. And by reason of that sudden surprisal, we, knowing ourselves innocent of the crime, were all exceedingly astonished and amazed, and consternated and affrighted, even out of our reason. And our nearest and dearest relations, seeing us in that dreadful condition, and knowing our great danger, apprehended there was no other way to save our lives, as the case was then circumstanced, but by our confessing ourselves to be such and such persons as the afflicted represented us to be. They, our friends, out of tenderness and pity, persuaded us to confess what we did confess, and indeed that confession that it is said we made was no other than what was suggested to us by gentlemen, they telling us that we were witches, and they knew it and we knew it, which made us think that it was so, and our understandings, our reason, our faculties almost gone, we were not capable of judging of our condition, as also the hard measures they took with us rendered us incapable of making our defense, but said anything and everything which they desired, and most of what we said was but in effect a consenting to what they said. Some time after, when we were better composed, they telling us what we had confessed, we did profess that we were innocent and ignorant of such things. Mary Osgood, Mary Tyler, Deliverance Dane, Abigail Barker, Sarah Wilson, Hannah Tyler. That document no doubt describes very accurately the mental condition and pressing circumstances under which a very large number of the confessions were made. There existed some cases, however, which differed from the above. Samuel Wardwell, represented in some accounts as insane, confessed and afterward recalled his confession and was executed. Margaret Jacobs, perhaps under pressure and bewilderment as great as those attendant upon the Andover women, made confession in which she accused both her grandfather and Mr. Burroughs. But compunctions of conscience forthwith came over her, and she most fully and humbly recalled her confession, choosing rather to die on the gallows than not to confess and repent before the God of truth. End of section 26. Section 27 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Accusing Girls and the Prosecutors. The Accusing Girls. One more case, not of an accused one, but of a chief accuser. Ann Putnam the younger merits careful attention. She was only 12 years old in 1692, but was the eldest child in a family of at least 9 children, both of whose parents died while they were all young, and this eldest continued to live at the homestead, caring for the younger ones during many years. In August 1706, 14 years subsequent to the scenes in which she was eminently conspicuous, she made the following confession before the church, and thereupon was admitted to membership in it. The Confession of Ann Putnam, when she was received to communion, 1706. I desire to be humble before God for that sad and humbling providence that befell my father's family in the year about 92, that I, then being in my childhood, should by such a providence of God be made an instrument for the accusing of several persons of a grievous crime, whereby their lives were taken away from them, whom now I have just grounds and good reason to believe were innocent persons, and that it was a great delusion of Satan that deceived me in that sad time, whereby I justly fear I have been instrumental with others, though ignorantly and unwillingly, to bring upon myself and this land the guilt of innocent blood. Though what was said or done by me against any person, I can truly and uprightly say, before God and man, I did it not out of any anger, malice, or ill will to any person, for I had no such thing against one of them. But what I did was ignorantly, being deluded by Satan, and particularly as I was a chief instrument of accusing goodwife Nurse and her 2 sisters, I desire to lie in the dust and to be humbled for it, in that I was a cause with others of so sad a calamity to them and their families. For which cause I desire to lie in the dust and earnestly beg forgiveness of God, and from all those unto whom I have given just cause of sorrow and offense, whose relations were taken away or accused. Signed, Allen Putnam. This confession was read before the congregation, together with her relation, August 25, 1706, and she acknowledged it. J. Green, pastor. In that confession, she speaks very pointedly of herself as having been used as an instrument. Any mortal may perhaps properly do so in relation to each and every act performed. But her history induces inquiry whether Anne was not very strictly an instrument, whether her own will, or whether some other intelligent being's will, used her lips when they put forth accusations of witchcraft. The latter may have been possible, for once while we were in conversation with a lady who applied disparaging remarks to particular gentlemen, who was a prominent medium, we, in reply, expressed our belief that the doings which annoyed her were not the man's voluntary acts, and also that his consciousness that such deeds were alleged by truthful and trustworthy persons to have actually been performed through his physical organism made the acts even more grievous to him than to any one of his acquaintances. She doubted, while we maintained the possibility of one's mortal form being thus subjected to a will outside of itself. Not many minutes had elapsed, not much argument having been presented on either side, before her own lips were set in use for putting forth a warm defence of Victoria C. Woodhull, a person upon whom our colloquist looked, and of whom she was accustomed to speak with very decided disapprobation. She was a conscious listener to the words that rolled from her own lips, and experience taught her that our defence of the censured man might be admissible, for in spite of herself her own lips were made to bless whom her sentiments were inclining her to curse. Balaam could not curse whom his Lord did not. That lady is a conscious medium, conscious that her physical organs, without her consent, and in spite of her resistance, are sometimes temporarily borrowed and used by an intelligence outside of herself. As such, she is representative of many others. Of course, in these days she is so informed as to see that actions and words of spirits are imputed to her as being her own, because performed by use of her organs, while they are, in fact, no more hers than are the acts and utterances of her neighbors. But we doubt much whether anyone in 1692 or 1706 had attained to knowledge that some human forms could be thus filchable and usable. No ground had then been discovered on which one could stand and credibly say, though my own lips spake thus and so, another's will put forth the utterances in spite of me. Firm ground for that has now been found. It is not a new formation, but existed, though then unknown, in 1692. And Putnam's form may have been used by another's will in each and all of her imputed accusations for witchcraft, and she, as far as then concerned, have been absolutely a will-less instrument. There are other classes of mediums. We call to mind at this instant 4 ladies, all of them respectable and excellent, whom we know and have known for years, whose lips often give utterance to facts, opinions, and beliefs, while the ladies are absolutely unconscious, and sayings then which seem to be theirs are often wide at variance with what either their knowledge or their sense of right and truth would permit their own wills to announce. These are unconscious mediums, not responsible for, because absolutely ignorant of, what their physical forms are being made to say and do. These persons are representatives of a large class of good mediums. One phrase in Anne Putnam's confession indicates to us that she probably belonged to the mediumistic class here presented. She had been years before, as she says, an instrument not only ignorant but unwitting. In childhood, Anne was brightest among the bright, and in the absence of evidence to the contrary, it is fair to presume that when reaching the age of 26, she was an intelligent woman, capable of knowing the fair import of any statements to which she gave deliberate and solemn assent. We apprehend that her confession was drawn up very carefully, and in consultation with her intelligent and excellent pastor, Reverend Mr. Green, also that every word of it was carefully weighed. She seems then to have been stretching forth a hand, soliciting acceptance and friendly grasp by representatives of some whose blood had been shed because of accusations from her lips. And we feel forced to presume that then she was in mental and affectional moods which would make it her duty and her choice to take upon herself all the blame for her share in the witchcraft transactions which facts and truth could possibly permit. Her confession is special. It all pertains to her instrumental share in accusing innocent persons of what was then deemed grievous crime, and thus in bringing them to death upon the gallows. Her declaration is as distinct as words can make it, that the doings through her were not out of any anger, malice, or ill will to any person on her part, and this renders Upham's supposition that family, neighborhood, and sectional quarrels, disputes, rivalries, etc., were motives in her very improbable. Also, her statement is very distinct, that whatever she did in that respect was done, so far as she was concerned, both ignorantly and unwittingly. We are aware that those 2 words are sometimes used synonymously, or very nearly so, but when the first occurs in a carefully constructed sentence, the other, if added, should be deemed to have been inserted for the special purpose of expressing something beyond what the first usually imports. The whole had not been told when she had said she acted ignorantly. To express the remainder, she added unwittingly. When that word was thus applied, she cannot fairly be supposed to have meant less than that she acted unknowingly, that is, without either knowledge or consciousness that she did thus act. An unwitting instrument, an instrument not knowing that it was being used, enfolds within itself a silent but most potent plea for the world's lenient regards. When consciousness has taken no cognizance of acts performed by the tongue of the hand, when memory can find no record of them, compunction cannot gnaw deeply, nor conscience be a stern accuser. Often conscience may be at peace, and God may approve where man blames. Testimony from without may force mental conviction that one's lips and limbs must have been used in doing excessive harm, though consciousness of the fact be entirely wanting. Conviction, even thus generated, will naturally and almost it necessarily creates apprehension that the world is regarding the owner of those lips and limbs as having been guilty of very great crimes. That apprehension may create sadness over all one's subsequent days. Public opinion bridles the tongue then, for a denial of guilt, however honest and true, can receive no credence where external senses have perceived knowledge to the contrary. Anne's relations to society may necessarily have been saddening during many years, even though she of herself had done nothing offensive either to her own conscience or to God. Imagination can scarcely picture the sadness which must have come upon the accusing girls when, a year or two later, public opinion and favor, which at first buoyed them up and favored such use of their organisms as has been depicted, began to turn against them and to brand them as murderers of the innocent and good. We have no means to trace many of them through their subsequent years. Could we do it, we should expect to find them weighed down, depressed, and made forlorn by the great change of estimation in which the doings were afterward held, in which they had appeared to be prominent and most disastrous actors. Few of them probably had inherent stamina enough to enable them to stand erect and move about firmly poised under the burdens of obloquy, pity, hatred, resentment, etc., which the wounded hearts of the families of murdered ones would lay upon these seeming authors of their losses. It is pleasant to find that the sensitive and bright Anne Putnam, as prominent as any one in the band of accusers, survived such pressure, continued long to care for her orphaned little brothers and sisters, and after the first and most crushing effects of the change in public opinion had been endured for a dozen years or more, held out her hand in friendly beckoning to those who had most seeming cause to blame her, and who perhaps in turn had imposed her heaviest burdens, and seeking to thus open the way for her unopposed admission to the church and to fellowship with the kindred and friends of those whom her tongue had been used to defame and bring to ignominious death. Her life experiences were hard, but perhaps fruitful of good to man beyond what words can express. Possibly it is her blessed privilege now to see that her form was used as an instrument for effecting Christendom's emancipation from monstrous error, and putting an effectual stop to executions for witchcraft everywhere. The Prosecutors. The first warrants for arrest for witchcraft at Salem were issued on February 29, 1692, on complaint preferred by Joseph Hutchinson, Thomas Putnam, Edward Putnam, and Thomas Preston, that Sarah Good, Sarah Osburn, and Tituba had by witchcraft within the last 2 months done harm to Elizabeth Parris, Abigail Williams, Anne Putnam, and Elizabeth Hubbard. Complaint of Martha Corey was made by Edward Putnam and Henry Keeney, March 19. Edward Putnam and Jonathan Putnam complained of Rebecca Nurse, and Jonathan Walcott and Nathaniel Ingersoll against Elizabeth Proctor. Perusal of the records shows that very many of the most intelligent, influential, highly respected, and trusted men of the village were complainants, and shows also that as early as February 29, when the first complaint was entered, there were 4 afflicted ones, 2 in the family of Mr. Parris, 1 in that of Thomas Putnam, living more than 2 miles north from the parsonage, and 1 in that of Dr. Griggs, dwelling more than 2 miles east from the same. Thus much had the trouble spread before the law was invoked to aid in its suppression. The homes of the minister, the doctor, and the parish clerk, a capable and good one too, were the first invaded. Not mean abodes housed, nor low-lived people cared for the first afflicted ones. Men of the highest standing there were leaders off in the impending conflict with the devil. 2 were most prominently and persistently active, viz., Thomas Putnam and Mr. Parris. And why, if any people then and there knew what the emergency required, these 2 would be among them. None were more competent than they to perceive and perform the duties of such an hour. They too and theirs were the chief sufferers. No other active men there had motives pressing as theirs to work for prompt relief in their households, and we will notice these two as representatives of the prosecutors. Thomas Putnam deservedly held high position among the inhabitants there, and possessed the esteem, respect, and confidence of the whole community around him. How came it that this very intelligent, influential, and useful citizen, then a little more than 40 years old, and in the full vigor of manhood, was prominent among the foremost and most pertinacious prosecutors? Why was such a one an enterer of complaints against neighbors, whether high or low, good or bad? Our response is that in his home, a loved and loving wife, cultured, refined, and of acute sensibilities, a daughter 12 years old, bright and charming, and also Mercy Lewis, a young domestic, were all so mysteriously tortured at times that no doubt existed in a mind which comprehended the creed of that day that the devil was author of the abnormal torments. That enemy must be getting access to these innocent and loved ones, the creed said, through some neighbors, at least some living mortals, who had made covenants with the evil one, and thus become his agents. Imbued and bound by the creed of his day, this husband and father could cherish no expectation that his wife and child could be shielded, or that comfort, tranquillity, and peace could come to him and his dear one so long as such covenanters were allowed to live. His creed, the general creed of the times, called upon him to invoke the law's aid, since by help from no other source could he hope to reclaim wife, child, and domestic from the clutches of hell's sovereign, and save his own fireside from continuing on indefinitely a frenzied pandemonium. The higher his manhood and the deeper his love for wife and children, the more vigilant, resolute, and untiring would be his purpose and his efforts to use any and every available means for delivering his family from the hell which had been thrust in under his roof. The sufferings of his dear ones, then necessarily operative upon his mind and affections, we presume were the chief prompters of his course and incentives to his perseverance in it. Defense and protection of wife, children, and all within his household are incumbent on any one worthy to be called a man. Think not the worse of Thomas Putnam because of his resolute purposes and speedy as well as prolonged efforts to rescue from sufferings and perdition wife, child, and domestic. Because a prominent sufferer, he became a prominent prosecutor, yes, the most prominent. Though that fact stands boldly out on the pages of history, no one in his time or since, so far as we have noticed, ever imputed to him an unworthy motive or annexed a disparaging epithet to his name. Perhaps he, as well as Mr. Dane of Andover, was tenderly touched because of a fair character. In part, the same can be said in defense of Reverend Samuel Parris, as we have adduced in defense of his co-sufferer and co-laborer for relief. During the weeks from January 20 to the end of February, both his little daughter and niece, under his own roof, were so strangely and sorely tormented that he and his whole household must have been wearied, agitated, and rendered miserable. When medical aid and kind nursing had proved abortive, and medical authority announced the working of an evil hand there, who can wonder, knowing the creed of the day and place, that Mr. Parris sought the law's aid for bringing relief to the little sufferers and to all beneath his roof? Samuel Parris and Thomas Putnam, the minister and the clerk of the parish, were both the first and the greatest sufferers affectionately at the oncoming of invasion by mysterious tormentors, and both have fair claims to be judged of tenderly in their connection with witchcraft prosecutions. The chief apparent action of the minister was as scribe or reporter for the courts, and this because he was more competent to that work than any other person obtainable there. Such action is surely not censurable His position and abilities, however, were such that it was quite as much within his power to have stopped the whole proceedings as in that of any man then living, and they no doubt had his sanction and efficient support. And yet we find no ground from which inference either must or can fairly be drawn that the motives of the minister's actions pertaining to that special matter, both at its commencement and in its subsequent progress, were other than those common to the most enlightened and best members of the community. Still we have not learned to like the man. Selfishness and disposition to rule harshly over his parish and individuals, if not resentfully and even maliciously, are made too manifest in the records for us to hold him in high esteem. As servants of God and Christ, which they professed and believed themselves to be, the prosecutors entered upon and long followed up war, bloody war, not against neighbors and men, but against the devil, the great enemy of God, Christ, and all good Christians. They were true, earnest, resolute, strong, fearless men, waging their fight in good conscience. The community at large, in which those men lived and held prominent position, was not below most, if below any other of equal numbers on the continent. Intellect there was keen, and morality high. Upham's History of Salem Village, admirable for its research, its thoroughness, its prevailing accuracy, and its extensive charms, clearly shows that the 500 people, more or less, residing there in 1692 could scarcely be surpassed by the residents of any other locality in intelligence, mental keenness, moral strength, personal courage, and firmness of purpose, and resolve to live up to their convictions of truth, right, and duty. Salem Witchcraft was born in the homes of intelligent, brave, honored men, who in cooperation with their wives, children, and domestics contributed to its growth and elicited its vast and awful power to startle, frenzy, and desolate the region round about. The world at large has never been kept well instructed as to the circumstances amid which that great delusion made its entrance on the field of human vision, nor as to the high standing, intelligence, and character of its first escorts and sponsors. Its victims, too, as a whole, were very respectable. Some of them, it is true, were not high on the social scale, but the most of them were well up, and quite a number ranked high among the intelligent, virtuous, and saintly. The widespread and long prevalent notion that the dark doings there were little else than outgrowths from tricks played by a few artful and mischievous girls upon some low-lived and bedridden old women has no foundation on the facts in the case. This most monstrous child of Christendom's creed had begetting and birth in 1692 amid as reputable circumstances and people, and as religious opponents of Satan, as any marked revival of religion which has anywhere transpired since that memorable day when the leading men of Salem village, being challenged to defense of their homes, armed themselves with civil law, and bravely, long, and forcefully fought for God and his against the devil. End of section 27. Section 28 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witchcraft's author. What personality or persons, and of what rank in the scale of being, was or were primal and chief in originating and enacting the famous Salem tragedy? If, as the generation then living believed, it was a specially great controller and commander of all invisible foes to God, Christ, and Christians everywhere, and who, having been effectually baffled in Europe, resolved to keep America from passing into the control of his enemies, God and Christ, and to thoroughly banish the hated intruders from these his more exclusive and prized domains. If it was that being, his strategy seemingly was to, quote, beard the lion in his den, end of quote, to make bold and fierce attack on one of the strongest fortresses of Christians, presuming that capture of such a post would lead to easy expulsion of all trespassers from the whole of his broad lands on this side the Atlantic. His apparent policy, judged of by the place and circumstances of attack, was to subdue the strongest first, and thus so intimidate as to frighten all others back to their former homes or the homes of their fathers. But such a devil was not there. Many beliefs prevalent 2 centuries ago were now obsolete. Such a devil as witchcraft was imputed to, and who is believed to put forth greater power over all Indian and heathen lands than God exercised there, receives cognition and few brains today. Nevertheless, faith in the presence, power, and malignity of such a being, present and at work among them, was the main force that enabled his contestants to unwittingly put an end to faith in the existence of any one special foe to all goodness, whose power and dominion over the earth and its inhabitants very nearly rivaled those of the Omnipotent One, and whose malice was a near counterpoise to complete supernal benevolence. Reason demands that the creature shall be inferior to its Creator, that devil shall be less than God, and she, in most persons, refers all things and all events, in the ultimate analysis of causes and agents, back to one great over-soul, one God. If an all-wise and omnipotent One, being full of mercy too, propose to subject an erroneous and enslaving human creed to a strain which should shatter it past restoration to strength, and thus to set its subjected holders free, highest wisdom may have seen that bright intellect, true courage, firm nerves, unfaltering devotion to sense of duty, and strong faith heavenward were needful instrumentalities for best accomplishment of the design. The abode of people than whom none elsewhere were better prepared, more able, or more willing to fight the devil himself promptly, unfalteringly, and persistently, may have been a spot where supernal prescience saw that men, as blinded instruments, could best be made to effect their own and the world's emancipation from a time-hardened and disastrous public error. The mental and moral strength and other good fighting qualities of its occupants generally may have caused the village to be fixed upon as the most favorable battleground available for the projected struggle. Neither God nor the devil, however, was author in any sense pertinent to the present inquiry. Our ifs and the sentences which follow them cannot meet the demands nor the needs of modern readers. Faith in direct personal action upon either individual human beings or communities and nations by any incomprehensibly vast and ubiquitous intelligent being, either malignant or benevolent, is not as prevalent now as it was in many generations past. God or mighty devil, either as constant, immediate, and personal performer on humanity's stage of operations, is not extensively recognized by the deep thinkers of our age. Indeed, modern thought has come very low down in its search for witchcraft's author, turning from God and the devil, the reputed workers of great marvels in ages long past. Our interpreters of America's earlier wonders have fancied that they find the former existence of little girls, whose powers to sway the human mind and agitate a land so approximated those of omnipotence, and whose malignities so perceptibly equaled his of cloven hoof, that they of their own wills concocted and enacted scenes of simulated pains, distortions, losses of sight, hearing, and speech, and also mimicked the movements of birds and beasts, and performed such impositions and tricks innumerable as made their homes and neighbourhood a horrid pandemonium, in doing which they manifested such prodigious power, skill, and perfect acting, that these little untaught and untrained ones outled in skill all the world's most expert tricksters, and in malignity the most devilish human monsters our world ever contained in any age or land. Somewhere between the extremes of strength and weakness, of benevolence and malignity, we perhaps can find beings more likely to have directly produced the marvels in question than either God, devil, or little girls. Consciousness and experience indicate to most persons that an all-dominating power exists and bounds and hedges in the spheres of freedom and ability which are occupied by finite beings. Something above and beyond all finites says to each of them, quote, "Thus far, but no farther canst thou go." End of quote. Within spheres thus limited there abide many grades of intelligent and affectional beings, ranging in differences of powers and dispositions as widely as any mortal's thoughts can conceive. Vast, countless hosts of intelligences, though veiled from our outer vision may be, and evidences are very strong that such ever are abiding dwellers above, below, around, and in the midst of earth's corporeal inhabitants. Within their unperceived abodes, such ones may actuate the forces which evolve many less marked events, as well as all special providences, special judgments, miracles so-called, and such marvels generally as were formerly imputed to either God or the devil as immediate author. We have no faith that either of the two had any closer or more special connection with witchcraft matters than with the ordinary doings of man. The undefinable source of all things which are contained in the vast creation, emitted all forth subject to laws, and surrounded and infiltrated by forces which enable the world's progressing inhabitants, visible and invisible, to purchase, through study, toil, absorptions from enfolding auras and other furnished helps, both knowledge and powers, just as vast and great as their advancements and growing needs from time to time call for more light and for augmented powers. Finite beings naturally gravitate to where every instrumentality needful to their highest well-being can be obtained by the cooperative efforts and aspirations of finites, seen and unseen, for learning laws and manipulating forces which pervade their places of residence. Generations upon generations, whose mortal forms long centuries ago mouldered away, may still be active laborers in and about the men of today, and may be, and may always have been, the immediate manifestors of all supernal intelligence and marvelous force, issuing from regions which the eye of flesh lacks power to scan. One of the old prophets of a prior generation made known to John the Revelator what he recorded, and agents of like nature, that is, departed human spirits, may have been the only revealers of supernal truths, facts, and visions to man, and the only workers of the signs or extra marvelous manifestations of force and knowledge which have been deemed credentials from the omniscient and omnipotent. We believe in God and in the issuance of knowledge and force from him to man, but have not faith in his immediate personal putting forth of either in accomplishment of such events as are often called special providences. Such events occur, they often come both uncalled for and in response to prayer, to yearnings uttered or unexpressed. But the prayers and yearnings reach, stimulate, and help both ambient forces and ascended spirits to let in or to confer the needed protection or restoration. The air all around us is alive with hearers of prayers, and no humble and fervent aspiration for help to come forth from the mystic abodes of spiritual beings and occult forces ever fails to bring aid and elevation. The purer and humbler the aspiration, the nearer does it penetrate toward the great source of being, life, and bliss, and the more powerful and beneficent are those whose responses and emanations can reach and aid the petitioner. The same forces and laws which permit the sensible action of good spirits among men just as freely and extensively permit the presence and action of malicious ones. God aids the good and restrains the wicked just as much and no more on the other side of the grave than on this. Freedom, whether to comply with or to contend against either natural or moral law, is as great in spirit spheres as in our midst on earth. Any spirit, either benevolent or malignant, is as free to use the forces and laws which permit spirit manifestations as any navigator is, be he morally good or bad, to avail himself of winds, currents, tides, and the like for passing over seas to a land not his own, and acting out his characteristic purposes there. Our position, fortified by the facts and reasonings in the preceding pages, is that spirits, departed human beings, generated and outwrought Salem witchcraft. That is our answer to the question of its authorship. End of section 28. Section 29 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by modern spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The motive. Thus far, questions pertaining to the character of the main motives operating in the authors of acts called witchcraft have purposely been avoided. The actors and their doings have been sought for, irrespective of morality, but the curi bono, the what good, must have been asked over and over again by the reader. Why did any intelligent being, whether mortal or spirit, thus woefully invade and disturb the homes of able, honored, worthy Christian men, and especially why perpetrate such agonizing cruelties upon bright, lovely, and promising children? The spirit world, as well as ours, holds inhabitants differing widely one from another in character, tastes, propensities, and occupations. It contains yearners to recommune with surviving kindred at the old material home, contains its rovers, its explorers, its scientists, its seekers after novelties, facts, and principles, after new places, scenes, and peoples to visit, after new routes and appliances for travel, and after new applications of known powers and forces. The motives for acting upon and through mortal forms may vary from worst to best, from best to worst. The moral character of motives can neither invalidate nor confirm what has been adduced. The motives, having been either good or bad, may be ascribed to spirits as well as mortals, and to mortals as well as spirits, for both good and bad beings dwell in mortal forms now, and both classes have left their outer forms behind and passed into the abiding place of spirits, have become spirits, and that too without necessary alteration of their moral states. Motives in different cases and with different operators were doubtless quite varied. Correct presentation of their qualities in connection with the several cases adduced in the preceding pages is obviously beyond our power. Though conscious that we must probably be mistaken in some instances, we yet are willing to state some of the thoughts which facts and appearances have suggested. Perhaps no unseen intelligences aided or acted through either Margaret Jones or Ann Hibbins, and if any did, their performances in and of themselves were never perceptibly harmful to the public. We apprehend, however, that if the whole truth were known, man would now see that kind physicians who had bid farewell to earth continued to practice the healing art through the brain and hands of Margaret Jones. The users of Van Cole's vocal organs furnish no distinct indication that they were either specially benevolent or the reverse. We are constrained to regard them as having been low, ignorant, willing to excite consternation among men, and very willing to help the lewd greensmiths on, by the halter's use, to speedy entrance into conditions in which themselves could confer with these debased ones more familiarly than was possible while they remained encased in flesh. Such a view need not imply that they were malicious. Desire to hold closer connection with one's affinities is natural and not necessarily bad. Communicators from the other side of death's portals generally decline to call any spirits bad. They speak of many as being low, ignorant, benighted, undeveloped, etc., but seldom call anyone bad. They seem to regard many much as we do green fruits. One omits to call the half-grown apple bad, however sour or crabbed, and says only that it is immature, unripe, etc., implying that, though in its present condition not good to eat, time may come when it will be palatable and nutritious. Elizabeth Knapp's visitant, the one to whom she said, "What cheer, O man?" who presumably was the chief operator through and upon her form, and lingered about her for at least 3 years, we regard as a sort of recluse spirit, who kept mainly aloof from other disembodied ones, and found his chief enjoyment in retaining or resuming as close alliances as possible with the outer or material world, and from a selfish desire to secure permanent possession of this instrument strove through torturings to reduce her to subjection, and this perhaps without desire to injure her, but mainly with a view to gratify his own selfishness. The other one, the pretty black boy, of a more lively disposition, found pleasure in playfully bantering the grave clergyman, and probably strove in playful mood to teach the honest and good man some lessons in charity and demonology. We see no reason why he may not be regarded as a genial good fellow, desiring to make some gloomy portion of mankind more cheerful and happy. And Newberry there possibly was nothing more than a playful and self-gratifying exercise of constitutional powers by a band of spirit gymnasts, not malicious but playful and rude. Curious also it may be to see how far they might be able to frighten mortals and arouse consternating wonder, while they should be pleasurably exercising their own faculties. We view them as neither specially good or bad, but as heedless and rude in their frolic. Appearances are different when we look at the Goodwin family. There an embodied old, wild Irish woman spirit was the first to put forth psychologizing power over the children. She was moved by anger or resentment or both. Her guardian or kindred spirits no doubt helped her, and from motives like her own. Perhaps we may properly call both her and her aids bad, yet we hear no call to apply that word emphatically. Little Martha had just charged the old woman's daughter with having stolen some of the clothes which the latter was employed to wash, and if that charge was false, or even presumed by the old woman to be false, she, who was obviously fiery and ignorant, may not have been excessively diabolical in using any process of mental or emotional retaliation which was at her command. Perhaps ignorance and instinctive retaliation were quite as operative in her as malice. Martha's form, subsequently when she was residing with Cotton Mather, was often used by one or more spirits, who seemed to have been bent upon showing the learned man that sport might exist and be enjoyable beyond the confines of mortal life, and that denizens there were disposed to make some at his expense. They soon showed him that linguists unseen could comprehend his meaning, whatever the language he might use for expression of his thought, and also thumped the sectarian by disdaining to read books which he approved, and by reading with ecstatic delight such as he condemned. Nor was this all. They exhibited in his presence feats of strength and agility, and many marvelous antics which were suited to cause a thinker and scholar to hold on to his belief that others than the guileless mistook part in the performance of such marvels. While amusing themselves, they were exhibitors of instructive facts. Nothing bad in their purposes becomes apparent. The case of most special interest and chief importance pertains to Salem. Upham, Volume 2, page 429, says, "If there was anything supernatural in the witchcraft of 1692, if any other than human spirits were concerned at all, one thing is beyond a doubt. They were shockingly wicked spirits." Beyond a doubt? Perhaps not in some minds, but if any disembodied spirits whatsoever, even shockingly wicked ones, were mainly performers of the convulsing operations at Salem, the historian's theory of explanation is not only baseless, but is lamentably cruel and unjust toward the human instruments through whom the spirits acted. If specific doings prove their authors, if spirits, to have been shockingly wicked, the same having mortal authors, would prove the latter to have been just as shockingly wicked. We do not like to apply that defamatory phrase to all those girls and women who are set forth as the chief accusers. Were all those youthful females shockingly wicked? We hope not and think not. God rules alike in the invisible and visible world, and often moves in mysterious ways for executing benevolent designs. The motive of Tituba's tall man with white hair, whom we regard as prime mover in the most momentous witchcraft scene the world has ever witnessed, is difficult to comprehend satisfactorily. The deliberateness indicated both by his visit to Tituba 5 days in advance of practical operation, and by his then appointing a special time and place for entering upon his intended processes, bespeaks a definite and abiding motive of some marked quality. Judging from the earlier and more perceptible effects of his doings, the world must almost necessarily regard him as a deliberate tormentor of innocent children, as a disturber of domestic, social, religious, and civil peace, as an immolator of the innocent and the virtuous, as hell's sovereign acting out his fiendish pleasure upon the inmates of a Christian fold. Infernal malignity, at the first glance, seems to have actuated this intruder at the parsonage. World-wide experience, however, has learned that many things are, quote, not as they seem, end of quote. We have been taught to recognize one being, and there may be many others in spheres unseen, in whose sight, quote, 1,000 years are as one day, end of quote. Teachings of history and observation show that the overruling power is attended and guided by far, very far-reaching prescience, and also that many of man's greatest blessings are educed from temporal evils of vast magnitude. The malice of man nailed Jesus to the cross. What wears every appearance of wicked motive is often used as helpful, if not needed, instrumentality in procuring man's deliverance and redemption from debasement and oppression. When John Brown made his raid across the border line of freedom, not only the invaded South, but a large portion of the North regarded him as a ruthless and malicious invader of the rights of our fellow countrymen, and therefore worthy of a felon's doom. A cannon soon sent to Fort Sumter the comments of the South upon what Brown had done, and war, carnage, and horrors of varied forms and vast dimensions soon spread over the broad nation from the St. John to the Southern Gulf and from the Atlantic to the Pacific. John Brown was no felon, no malicious invader, but a philanthropic planner to strip the chains of slavery from 4 millions of his brother men, and his step, though a seeming evil then, led directly on to the emancipation of all for whose good he went forth in seeming malice. When plagues of various kinds were invoked and brought upon the Egyptians by and through the mediumistic Moses and Aaron, what Egyptian would have deemed that the motives of the unseen intelligence who counseled and controlled them could be benevolent? Plague, pestilences, and sore afflictions for a long time, and finally death of the firstborn, were imposed upon each Egyptian household. The motive to those inflictions is deemed to have been deliverance of the children of Israel from bondage. Egyptians being judges, it must have been a shockingly wicked spirit who acted upon them through Moses and Aaron. History, on most of its pages, shows that war, that ruthless trampler upon the innocent, scarcely less than upon the offending, has ever been a very common, if not the chief instrument by which oppressed people have gained deliverance, and through use of which the depressed have come up to higher standpoints. If our world was, through all its past ages, been wisely and beneficently managed by some intelligence higher than man, then far-reaching wisdom, supernal wisdom, has often seen that the good of the many, nay, the good of all, required the coming of suffering, sacrifice, and anguish upon the few. Has the great permitter of the many sufferings which war has engendered been shockingly wicked? The chains of old enslaving errors often become invisible and unfelt by those on whom they were early placed by a mother's kindly hand, and the like to which all associates wear as supposed helps and never as suspected hindrances to expansion and health of mind and heart. Nothing short of a most strenuous conflict, nothing short of a struggle for life and all that makes life valuable and dear, is competent in some cases to awaken perception that such chains are and ever have been cramping their wearers, and holding them back from such expansion and freedom as their Maker fitted men to attain to and enjoy. We regard the witchcraft creed as having been such a claim. Looking carefully at the methods by which the power that overrules all terrestrial affairs has almost invariably led man to break away from thraldom and oppression, can one reasonably entertain belief that any purely peaceful measures, any preachings, arguments, appeals to the reason of men, could have brought Christendom, at any time after the 12th or 13th century, to perceive that its witchcraft creed was enslaving its mind and thwarting its proper expansion heavenward? We apprehend not, and also we surmise that in 1602 supernal intelligence saw that opportunity and power existed, which, if then availed of, could put mortals into a conflict which would reveal to them the inherent falsity and barbarity of the witchcraft creed, and thus let such light into their minds as in time would lead them to cast off the chains in which they were bound, attain to clearer and more accurate views of their relations to God and the spirit world, and rise to higher and freer manhood. If such were the case, we can readily conceive that supernal wisdom and benevolence might permit and foster the oncoming of an appalling and terrific struggle, which should bring into vigorous action man's every latent energy, sweep away in its course many erroneous beliefs, hampering customs and ruts of thought, and thoroughly overturn much which had long been deemed immovable truth. Such a course might be the most beneficent possible, even though it involved destruction of the comfort, peace, and lives of many innocent and most estimable inhabitants at the place and vicinity where the battle should be waged, and that too, whether the war itself should be the ostensible offspring of revenge and malice, or a brave conflict for preservation of one's altars and fireside in peace. Some amusement, and little else perhaps, may be furnished by presentation of what a spiritualist's fancy, prior to careful study of facts narrated by Tituba, had become accustomed to deem not only possible but probable. She was a slave dwelling among oppressors of her kindred and race, oppressors of the Negro, the Indian, and of those generally who were, quote, guilty of a skin not colored like their own, end of quote, and of worshipping gods different from their own. What more natural than that departed ones whom the whites had defrauded, injured, and oppressed while dwellers here, and whose surviving kindred were still being treated in like manner, should embrace an opportunity which the mediumistic qualities and the abode of Tituba furnished for perpetrating retaliation whence woes had been received? True Christian morality may denounce such action as being shockingly wicked, but the more prevalent morality in the world, in the more resolute portions of it at least, and especially in the less enlightened, may be as ready to commend as to condemn it, and to applaud as to censure those whose fire and pluck induced and enabled them to pay over upon their oppressors wrong for wrong, even augmented with interest at the highest rates which their altered circumstances allowed. It having been discovered that Tituba's form was a portal for spirit return, fancy saw the spirits of her ancestral race, and hosts of ascended aborigines of Massachusetts soil, eagerly coming back through her helping properties, disposed and eager to cast their impalpable arrows and tomahawks at any members of the wronging race who might be vulnerable by such weapons. Scouts swiftly and widely spread over the spirit hunting grounds knowledge of the glorious opportunity for retaliation and revenge which had come, and hosts of volunteers rushed thence with lightning speed to the alluring scene. Quick havoc ensued, and the great consternation, bewilderment, devastation, slaughter, disturbance of peace, and agonizings of terror and awe, which the invasion produced, gave keenest pleasure, satisfaction, and joy to the assailants. Possibly Indian spirits might then begin to cherish hopes of expelling all whites from the land of their fathers, and of reacquiring and leaving the whole a legacy to red men's heirs. But the whites, not less than the darker-skinned, were under the supervision of spirit guardians, friends, and helpers, who, though probably taken by surprise and at disadvantage, were by no means disposed to leave their wards, kindred, and loved ones to be long thus harassed and abused. Invisible hosts soon mustered and warred against other invisible hosts over and around the village, and when the struggle had been waged far enough to sever witchcraft's chains, the laws of the highest permitted the guardians of the Christians to conquer a lasting peace whose balm would heal the wounds inflicted, and whose fruits would be emancipation from cramping errors and consequent expansion and elevation of mental powers. As perhaps appropriate sequent to our fanciful views, we next present something which was not born in our own brain, and which may or may not be statement of ancient facts. We have devoted but little time to directly seeking information from spirits relating to the subject upon which we are writing, and yet have seldom entered into conversation with any good clairvoyant at any time during the last year or two without receiving description of one or more spirits then in attendance and manifesting desire to have us recognize them. In most cases they have shown their names. In this manner Cotton Mather, more than any other one, signifies that interest in our present work draws him near to us. Mather's mother, also Martha Goodwin, Rebecca Nurse, and others, have presented their cards through persons ignorant that individuals bearing such names ever lived. But Mather has done more. On 2 or 3 occasions, using a medium's organs of speech, he has entered into conversation with us upon his connection with witchcraft. He is not now well pleased with his blindness when in his physical form, and urges us to be more severe in our criticisms upon his course than historic facts permit us to be. February 9, 1875, he was in control of a medium, and we inquired as to his present views of George Burroughs. At once and cordially he described Burroughs as one of the brightest of all spirits whom he had seen, and as, quote, illumining whatever sphere he enters, end of quote. We asked Mather if he had ever learned who the spirit was that came to Tituba and started Salem Witchcraft. He had not. Had he met Tituba? Yes. Can you not, we asked, find him through her? Probably, was his response, and we'll try if you wish it. Well then, we said, 2 weeks from this day and hour, we will meet you at this place. This was arranged through an unconscious medium, who never receives into her consciousness any knowledge of what her lips utter while she is entranced, and she was on that occasion. We did not inform her, nor did any other mortal than ourselves know, that we arranged for a subsequent meeting with Mather. We called upon the medium February 23, when forthwith in her normal and conscious state she said that she was then seeing at our side 2 spirits of very strange aspect, and of race or races unknown to her. One of them she described as a male, uncouth in aspect, having large piercing eyes, a very wild look, and as being clothed in a sort of blouse, beneath and below which were short pants tucked into the shoes. Also his teeth were very large. The other was a female of unknown race, and of a race different from that to which the male belonged. Her complexion was dark, but she was neither Negro nor Indian, and exhibited the letter T. This medium may have known, and probably did, that we were engaged in writing upon witchcraft, but she is not conversant with its history, nor did she know the names of individuals concerned in it, nor the parts any had severally performed. Very shortly after having given the above description, the medium was entranced. Soon Cotton Mather, speaking through her, signified that he had brought with him both Tituba and her nocturnal visitant when she was slave of Mr. Paris. Also he stated that, since they were not accustomed to giving utterance through borrowed lips, he proposed to speak for and of them. This statement relating to the man was substantially as follows. Quote, his name was Zachahara. He was of Egyptian descent, but a Ninevite, or dweller in Nineveh. His time on earth was somewhat before that of Moses. Not long after his death, he, a spirit, observed that a spirit by the name of Jehoka, not Jehovah, was working strange marvels, and enacting cruelties among the race from which himself had sprung, through one Moses, and was thereby acting out a spirit's purposes toward a man through a mortal's form. At once he, Zachahara, felt strong inclination and desire to exercise his own powers in the same mode. The desire clung to him tenaciously, and ever kept him alert to find a mortal whom he could use with efficiency rivaling that which Jehoka manifested through Moses. No one of his many trials, however, was very successful until he put forth his skill and power upon and through Tituba. His ruling motive was desire to ascertain how far he, being a spirit, could get and keep control of a mortal form, and what amount and kinds of wonders he could perform with such an instrument. The motive was devoid of either malice or benevolence. It essentially was that of the scientist seeking new knowledge of nature's permissions. To keep Tituba in good humor with himself, he freely made promises to bestow upon her many fine things, and to please her he would say and do anything he thought might add to his power over her, and through her over other mortals. End of quote. Such was the account, and while it was coming upon our ears, it carried us back to familiar accounts of marvels of old, and we felt that the acts of Jehoiakim through Moses and those of Zachariah through Tituba bespoke motives so much alike in apparent barbarity that if either actor was blameworthy, it might be difficult to see why equal blame should not be meted out upon the other. Mather, speaking of and for Tituba, said that, quote, when the man first came to her and sought her service and aid, he was very bright and pleasant, but that when she declined to comply with his wishes and demands, he became awfully dark and terrible. End of quote. Briefly, Tituba herself managed the medium's vocal organs, furnished a simpering confirmation of Mather's statement, and said, with a shrug and a shiver, quote, he was awful, awful. End of quote. Subsequent conversation of the same seance elicited from spirits their belief that as soon as a door of access to men through Tituba was discovered, numerous Indian spirits were able and eager to rush through and lend a helping hand to the old Ninevite, and were devoid of any strong desire to help gently. Indeed, they were very willing to molest the whites on their own responsibility. Soon, when unimpassioned search for knowledge of what abilities spirits possessed or might acquire to revisit and again act amid terrestrial scenes was too much attended by agents willing to enact and actually enacting havoc too severe to be longer tolerated, wise and compassionate spirits brought power to bear which soon put a stop to what was producing most agonizing consequences. Spirits claimed that they did much in the way of changing the views of mortals and preventing a renewal of prosecutions at the next term of court. Perceiving that enough cruelty had been enacted to make mortals ready to ask whether both humanity and God were not belied by the creed Christians were enforcing, they turned the minds of men to more rational and humane views. Sometime during the winter of 1874-5, Reverend G. Burroughs, having poured out through a medium's lips a few sentences redolent with charity and heavenly grace, we asked him what he now deemed the motive which primarily induced some spirit to inaugurate the operations which brought himself and many others to untimely end. His response was, I suppose it was the natural and proper desire of some spirit to resume communion with its dear ones on earth. No spirit has ever indicated to us a suspicion even that the spirits whose acts evolved witchcraft were either malevolent, censurable, or in any sense shockingly wicked. Did supernal prescience select and post agents peculiarly fitted to perform the witchcraft tragedy? Perhaps so, and possibly Sir William Phipps was not governor by mere chance. Some statements by Caliph indicate that Sir William, when young, perhaps while but a learner of ship carpentry in Maine, received a written communication which led him to go to Europe and obtain means whereby to seek for a wreck, the finding of which brought him fortune and title. He long and carefully preserved the prophetic paper, and when flush in means, paid the writer of it more than £200 from the same or a similar source. He forelearned his becoming a commander, governor of New England, and other events of his life. Information of that kind usually comes to such as are mediumistic enough to be susceptible of guidance, or at least of swayings by the intelligence from whom the prophecy issues. Sir Phipps may have been himself mediumistic. The probable fact that the accusing girls named the governor's wife as one from whom they received annoyance bespeaks probability that she too had place in the class of impressibles. Therefore, one inclined to prosecute such speculations as here furnished with a basis on which to argue that the infinite prescience which permitted the advent of Salem witchcraft also embraced fit instruments in fit position for controlling its course, and also for putting a stop to it as soon as it should have outwrought enough of seeming evil to beget the good which infinite benevolence proposed to bestow upon mortals. Spirits take to themselves much credit for the part they performed in changing the opinions and course of the authorities and people here in the autumn of 1692 and the early months of the following year. The adjournment of the court, and no law permitting another session for months, gave opportunity for reflection. Also the actual and contemplated arrests of many of high standing and most estimable character were matters of sobering influence, so that reason resumed its sway. No more were tried for witchcraft, and all prisoners were set free. This may have occurred either with or without special action of spirits upon the public mind. We now regard the primal motive as nearly or quite devoid of moral quality. It probably was either a natural and proper desire to get access to dear ones left on earth, or some experimental or some scientific impulse to test the power which a spirit could exercise over those encased in mortal forms. When, before the days of ether, good Dr. Flagg had fixed his forceps firmly on our raging tooth, and given a long, strong pull till, out of breath, our pains, our agony, our heavy blows upon his hand and arms failed to make him let go, he was shockingly wicked at that moment, for he not only held on and kept us in torture, but pulled again without success, and even then he would not let go, but pulled yet once more, and the tooth came out. Spirits getting access to mortals may have judged that only through transient evils and sufferings could man get relief from severe chronic maladies, and that when opportunity occurred, their kindest possible treatment of men was homeopathic, was the curing like with like, curing evil by inflicting evil. They may have been so shockingly wicked as to do that. Spirits may often and generally explore and operate from motives not perceptibly different from such as actuate their human counterparts. The devoted vivisectionist seldom shrinks from entering upon or gives up pursuit of knowledge because the scalpel agonizes his living subject. So too a spirit in pursuit of knowledge, if either casually or by intended experiment, finding himself controlling the will and organs of Tituba or some other impressible mortal, and thus opening up a new field for exploration, might be strongly inclined to see how far and efficiently he could wield forces of nature so as himself to sway the forms and affairs of embodied men. Each gain in power or skill for acting amid terrestrial beings, scenes, and objects would naturally thrill him with pleasure and incite him to follow up researches in the spirit of science. That spirit is prone to look upon sufferings which its own processes occasion as but temporary incidents and of little account in comparison with the beneficent results which its triumphs will procure. Extension of their own fields of knowledge and influence was perhaps among the chief motives which prompted spirits to perform the wonders that startled, frenzied, and agonized the subjects and observers of their operations in 1692. Another may have been self-gratification by revisiting well-known scenes, and yet another, beneficence to man by opening for his use a new source of knowledge and wisdom. Realms unseen are the abodes of sympathetic as well as of scientific beings, and as soon as a false creed had been forced to disclose its falsity, the former may have seen occasion to dissuade the latter from acting further upon benighted dwellers in mortal forms, until time should bring man to calm reflection and retrospection, and to possession of such mental freedom as would embolden him to meet unawed strange visitants from unseen realms, and extend to even such a friendly hand. The lapse of 150 years brought such mental freedom to us, purchased by the sufferings of our fathers, that undeterred by fears of the halter, we now can invite to our earthly homes the loved and saintly ones who have passed on to realms above, hold blissful and uplifting communings with them, and learn their justification of the wonderful ways of God, both to and through the children of men and in all nature. Whatever the ruling motive of the chief direct producer of Salem witchcraft may have been, the resistless power which moves all things, including malignant motives, onward toward the production of ultimate good, caused the fierce conflict we are considering to soon put an effectual stop to prosecutions for witchcraft throughout all Christian lands, and shattered to fragments a pernicious creed which had long enslaved the Christian mind. Costly as that struggle was in pains, sicknesses, tortures, anguish, physical exhaustions, domestic distresses, social alienations, church discords, languishments in prison, fears, frenzies, and even life, the price may not have been high for the widespread and abiding blessings of mental freedom which it obtained. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Local and personal. Members of the First Parish in Danvers and all residents on the soil of Salem Village. About 3 years since, it was my privilege to speak briefly concerning the marvels of 1692 on the spot where they transpired. Courtesy then required brevity, and some vagueness of statement resulted. My remarks on that occasion are embraced among the addresses appended to Reverend Charles B. Rice's admirable History of the First Parish in Danvers, 1672 to 1872, a production of much more than ordinary merit. The present occasion is embraced to point out a misprint on pages 186 and 187 of those bicentennial offerings. I am made to say that, quote, the little resolute band of devil fighters here in the wilderness became, though all unwillingly, yet became most efficient helpers in gaining liberty for the freer action of nobler things than any creed, end of quote, etc. I never cherished a thought so derogatory to them as that they unwillingly became efficient helpers in gaining liberty. My spoken words were that they unwittingly, that is, without knowing it, were being made instrumental in gaining mental freedom or deliverance from the chains of error, and I believe that a large part of the preceding pages tends to make the truth of my actual statement apparent, while it shows the falsity of the one imputed to me. The soil beneath you long has been and long will be either consecrated or damned to fame, damned hereafter if prevalent modern views of former actors there be correct, consecrated if the ostensible actors be viewed as chosen combatants and instruments on witchcraft's last and most widely renowned battlefield. Many of you know that I first drew breath and also received my earlier training and unfoldment on the soil of your town. My relations to witchcraft soil were not of my own choosing, and I feel no responsibility for them, feel no sense of gratulation and none of shame because of them. Still, no doubt they increase my desire to set forth the merits of former dwellers at the village as having been as great and noble, and their faults as few and small, as authenticated facts fairly demand. And this not because of anything done or suffered by any one of my personal ancestors, no one of whom, so far as I have learned, was either accuser, accused, or witness in any witchcraft case. There, however, has been transmitted orally from sire to son what possibly indicates that one of them was exposed to arrest. Immediately after the prosecutions ceased, Joseph Putnam, father of General Israel, was a firm and efficient opponent to Mr. Parris's retaining position as minister at the village. Tradition says that when rage for arrestings was high, he, being then only 22 years old, and his still younger wife kept themselves and their family armed, their horses saddled and fed by the door, day and night for 6 months. This was preparation for either resistance or flight, as circumstances might render expedient in case an arrest should be attempted there. Opposition to prevalent beliefs, therefore, may not be a new feature in the family history. The heretic to the notions of many today may have had an ancestor heretical to the witchcraft creed in 1692. But if heresy has come by inheritance, charity combines with it, for my heart is gladdened by each newly discovered indication that Joseph's elder half-brother, Thomas Putnam, the great and impartial prosecutor, and Anne, daughter of Thomas, the great witch-finder, also that Mr. Parris and many other former villagers, never any one of them,
acted any part in relation to witchcraft that was not prompted by devotion to the relief and good of their families and neighbors, or forced upon them by unseen and irresistible agents. Your trusted teachers upon the subject, Upham, Fowler, Hanson, and Rice, all well informed in most directions and well intentioned, have severally favored the view that neither supermundane nor submundane agents were at all concerned in producing your witchcraft scenes. Their course throws tremendous and most fearful responsibilities upon both the fathers and daughters of a former age, and not responsibilities alone, but also accusations of deviltry upon the children, and of stupidity and barbarity upon the fathers, which make them all objects of aversion, and a stock from which any one may well blush to find that he has descended. No one of these teachers went back to the commencement of the strange doings and scanned the testimony of Tituba, that personal participator in them and the best possible witness. No one of them used, and probably none but Upham, had at command her simple but plain statements that a spirit came to her and forced her to help him and others pinch the two little girls in Mr. Parris's family at the very time when their mysterious ailments were first manifested. The keen and exact Deodat Lawson states that the afflicted ones, quote, talked with the spectres as with living persons, end of quote. Mention of spirits as being seen attendant upon the startling works is of frequent occurrence in the primitive records. Therefore, facts well presented and authoritative have been left unadduced by your teachers. They, however, are a part, and a very important part, of things to be accounted for. Any theory of explanation that fails to embrace such is essentially faulty, misleading, and not worthy of adoption. Fair respect for historic facts, and especially for the reputation of those men and young women who were prominently concerned in its scenes, very properly and forcefully demands a widely different and less humiliating and aspersory solution of your witchcraft than such as has been proffered in the present century. My reading and preparation for this work failed to meet with either distinct mention of any meeting of a circle at Mr. Parris's house, or with any statement which had seeming reference to the existence of such a one, till I got down to Upham, who dwells much upon it and its influences, but omits mention of the source of his information. Since the publication of his lectures upon witchcraft, many writers have followed his lead. Knowledge of the locality and of the relative positions of the homes of those girls, and of their positions in those homes, is perhaps kept more steadily in view by a writer whose young days and parts of his manhood were passed there, than by others not so long familiar with the region, and perhaps he holds firmer conviction that gatherings, with the frequency and to the extent which are claimed for the purpose of learning the arts of necromancy, magic, and spiritualism, under the roof of such a man as Mr. Parris, were very much nearer to an impossibility than most others do who have of late had occasion to consider who enacted Salem witchcraft. If current assumptions that the accusing girls by study and practice rendered themselves able to concoct and enact the vast and bloody tragedy imputed to them, and if their own minds and wills were properly authors there, if the prevalent explanation of witchcraft be much other than fanciful, then the magical skill and powers and the brutal acts there manifested loudly call for admission that wolfish fathers had begotten foxes, and were beguiled and spurred on by their own wily vulpines to commit such horrid havoc as must fix unfading and ineffaceable stain of infamy upon the spot where they prowled. The blackest smooch on the pages of your history was dropped from the pen which virtually made the village daughters incarnate devils, and their fathers gullible, stupid, and brutal mistakers of what their own girls performed for the marvelous doings of agents possessing more than mortal powers. God save the parish soil from the stain which modern fancy's course tends to impress upon it. Its men were never beguiled and aroused to perpetration of monstrous barbarities by the self-willed actings and words of their daughters, but genuine and mysterious afflictions of their children found the sires ready to fight manfully and unflaggingly for God and the deliverance of their families from mundane hells, and that too with such force and persistency as never before was equalled in witchcraft's long history, and with such success that no extension of that sad volume has since been possible. That was most emphatically a time that tried men's souls, and the souls then there proved to be brave enough to wage conflict against the mightiest and most formidable of possible enemies, and strong and persistent enough to force him to such struggle as strained his vitals and paralyzed his power to molest grievously in any future age. The unique devil of witchcraft left the field of fight, a Samson shorn of his locks. The source of his strength was there cut off, for the intensely indurated encasement of the delusion which centuries before had begotten him and had ever since been feeding him abundantly was then so thoroughly cracked that its contents went the way of water spilled upon the ground, and he famished. Blush not for the fathers. They were heroes, true to their creed, their families, and their neighbors, true servants of their God, true foes to their devil, and their fight purchased the freedom which lets me now speak in their defense, devoid of any fears of the hangman's rope, and purchased to your no less valuable freedom to let me now speak without molestation, which would be impossible were the creed of the fathers now prevalent, and if you equal them in devotion to faith, because then my methods and processes for gaining knowledge would require you to hang either me or those through whom loved and wise ones speak back from beyond the grave, impart their hallowing lessons of experience in bright abodes and their instructions in righteousness. Thank God yourselves that you hold no creed calling you to perpetrate such barbarity. Hutchinson's statement that our witch prosecutors were more barbarous than Hottentots and nations scarcely knowing a God ever were known to be involves a very significant comment upon the witchcraft creed. That creed made our fathers more barbarous than any tribe of men outside the Christian pale, and were that creed yours today, and were you true to it, you would be equally barbarous as they. Their struggle purchased for you in all Christendom exemption from their direful condition. Adopt the view, and we believe it correct, that the accusing girls were constitutionally endowed with fine sensibilities and special organisms and temperaments which rendered their bodies facile instruments through which unseen intelligences acted upon visible matter and human beings. The supposition that God made them capable of being good mediums, good instruments for use by other minds and wills than their own, and that their bodies, either apart from or against their own minds and wills, were concerned in the enactment of witchcraft, and then you may look upon each and all of them as having been as pure, innocent, harmless, sympathetic, and benevolent as any females in that or in this generation. And no descendant from them need fear the cropping out of specially bad and disreputable blood thence inherited, and each may regard his or her native spot as deserving to be consecrated rather than damned to fame, because their true conscientious men fought manfully and legitimately for rescue of both their own homes and the community from direst of all conceivable foes, while living instruments of rare efficiency existed there, by use of which the Christian world was delivered from dwarfing and hampering slavery to a monk-made devil. What other battle of any nature ever fought on American soil purchased choicer freedom or effected mental emancipation more widely over Christendom than did your fathers conflict with their devil? May the year 1892 deem the spot worthy of a commemorative monument. Your last historian poetically says that your, quote, witchcraft darkness is a cloud conspicuous chiefly by the widening radiance itself of the morning on whose brow it hung, end of quote. Shining traits, qualities, and deeds of New Englanders in the 17th century, including the dwellers at the village, no doubt gave widening radiance to the morning of our nation's day, and the abiding brilliancy of that morning may be what makes your, quote, witchcraft darkness, end of quote, far more conspicuous than any in other lands. But it surely required far other than beguiled fathers and begulling daughters to emit the rays of a morning of such widening radiance as would make darkness more conspicuous there than elsewhere. That morning owed its brightness to far other traits than beguiled and beguiling ones, clear perceptions of the demands of a creed, of duty to God, of duty to one's family, prompt, vigorous action in obedience to God's direction and the king's law when the devil invaded one's home, fearless and untiring conflict with man's most powerful and malignant foe. These and other powers, qualities, and acts kindred to these emitted the radiance which made the blackness of witchcraft more conspicuous at Danvers than elsewhere in the broad world. No, witchcraft did not rage with most marvelous fierceness, end, enact its death struggle on your soil because of the weakness, but because of the strength of your fathers, not because of their cowardice, but of their courage, not because of their heartlessness and barbarity, but of tenderness toward their agonized families, not because of lack of faith in God, but because of faith in him so strong that it could put humaneness down and keep it down till God's call to put a witch to death could be obeyed. Such properties gave to the morning of the village an inherent brightness which first extinguished witchcraft's dismal day, and now harbingers a brighter one, in which no civil law molesting spirits hold mutually helpful communings with mortals. That momentous and most valuable privilege was essentially won on your soil in 1692. Nation after nation, taught by results at the village, has repealed its obnoxious statutes, and broad Christendom is the freer and more elevated because of light widely radiating forth from your, quote, witchcraft darkness, end of quote. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Methods of Providence. Our planet Earth is yet crude. Its soil, products, emanations, and auras are coarse and harsh. Though meliorated much since it first gave birth to man, it is not now fitted to nurture beings as refined as it will be centuries hence. It is being constantly softened, and is ever progressing toward the present ripened condition of older planets, whose embodied inhabitants easily and constantly commune with wise departed kindred, from whom they receive such instructions and aids as cause them to live in close harmony with the laws of animal health, and therefore nearly free from sickness and pains, and when ripened for release, to pass painlessly out from their grosser integuments. From the days of remotest history in our world over, spirits have often been transiently visible and palpable by some mortals, but the atmosphere in which humans live is measurably uncongenial and oppressive to most, and especially to purer and more advanced spirits. Still it becomes less so from century to century, is ever gaining such conditions as lift a little higher its incarnate inhabitants, and is less oppressive to those disrobed of flesh. Its modifications prophesy that time will be when mortals and spirits may here more comfortably than now intercommune constantly and with mutual benefit. Terrific mental conflicts, moral tornadoes, agitations to the depths of society are used as instruments in advancing Earth and its inhabitants to states which will permit spirits to be our constantly recognized attendants and our helpful advisors and guides along the paths of spiritual progression. Progress is hastened through intense tribulations. Great changes and advances of either a material, mental, political, social, or spiritual world are, like births, generally outwrought through anguish and sufferings. Even the entrance of spirits into mortal forms is usually painful to both parties. First and earlier reincarnations are almost necessarily attended by psychological action which forces spirits severally to manifest and moderately to undergo again their special sufferings during their last hours of earth life. Mortals, too, shrink from and are agitated by and afraid of their nearest friends if disrobed of flesh. Such fears are repulsive forces, making spirit approach arduous and often impossible. The boon of return, in most cases, is at the cost of suffering, but of suffering which pays well, suffering which purchases joy for both those who come and those who welcome them. Our earth and all who are born upon it receive or earn many of their greatest blessings through the sweats of convulsive throes or severe toil. The abolition of a widespread obnoxious creed was terrific in 1692. In civilized lands, extensively and especially in Protestant Christendom, possibility of the return of departed good souls from their invisible abodes has for centuries been doubted. Therefore, a most copious source of valuable instruction and help has been unused. Resort to it has or had become horrific.
It has been deemed by men the devil's pool exclusively, but not so by spirits. Wise and friendly ones, unseen, have long and often sought and labored for such recognition and welcome by survivors on earth as would render demonstration of spirit presence widely practicable. Spirits have sought this because they have been seeing that free and extensive intercommunings between dwellers in flesh and enfranchised ones might greatly facilitate the advance of both classes in beneficence and happiness. The immense aid which the earth-embodied living, and only they, can give to many unhappy ones whom they call dead, is not yet dreamed of by the public. Knowledge that many departed ones are obliged to get aid from earth ere they can make an efficient start up the ladder heavenward opens a wide and interesting field of labor to those who have carefully sought to learn the mutual dependences of the seen and unseen worlds. The possible advent of instruction from unseen realms is now for the first time receiving practical demonstration among a people who as a whole are able and disposed to scan carefully the nature and qualities of the intelligences who impart it. Prior to 1692, the Christian world had long been shrinking from conferences with unseen colloquists, deeming all such diabolical in purpose and influence. Ignorance was mother of its fears. The present age, more enlightened, more disposed to investigation, more prone to believe in the reign of law always and everywhere, asks the hidden teachers who they are, and whence and why and how they gain access to our homes. Their responses affirm, and each lapsing year of non-refutation confirms the allegation that they are spirits now, but once were mortals robed in flesh, and that they come, some from this motive, some from that, some for fun, frolic, and even revenge and wrong, but more of them to give and to receive the pleasure and happiness which visits to their former homes and friends will generate, and especially to make known to their loved ones here the course of life which will best fit them for joy and happiness in the mansions and scenes of the world to which they all must come. The methods of Providence have ever been homogeneous, and now that they have brought peoples to the dawn of a day when human hospitality is entertaining angels, not always unawares, but often consciously and joyfully, the beneficence of the witchcraft scenes at Salem village, whereby Christendom's thraldom to a factitious devil was effectually broken up, becomes conspicuous. Lapsed time reveals probability that the barbarians of that day were availed of as instruments for procuring the freedom which now permits instructive, helpful, and gladdening intercourse between millions of devout and truth-seeking mortals and bright, beneficent spirits. What though the agitation of Christendom brings its latent iniquities and impurities to the surface? What though the counterparts of publicans, sinners, and harlots float numerously into view? A scent of dross and scum to the surface is usually the first product in processes of clarification. Inexperienced observers are very liable to regard the unsightly stuff as a sample of all that underlies it. Others who better comprehend the cause and object of bringing impurities into view observe such first results complacently, knowing that subsequent effects will be most beneficent, will present purified and therefore more precious views of the divine methods of bringing men to righteousness, and will furnish more efficient helps to man's upward progression than have been generally applicable heretofore. Great reformatory truths have seldom been first offered to or received by the worldly wise and prudent. Not rulers and Pharisees, but common people, fishermen, humble women, publicans, sinners, and harlots were numerous among the first followers of Jesus, and these were the ones who heard him gladly. Like causes which made it thus of old operate today, and the supplemental revelations and revealers of our time meet with like reception as did those centuries ago. It is well. Wide popularity and affectionate fondling might sap an infantism of its best health-giving and reformatory powers. Comprehensive wisdom lets it harden and strengthen through buffetings with the leaders of prevalent theological and scientific decisions, opinions, and fashions. The boundless intelligence, which ever acts for good, is patient and long forbearing. It waits for seeds of reforms to take deep root in the masses, and thence in time pushes onward the force which overturns dynasties, hierarchies, and all effete institutions, creeds, and customs which are no longer fruitful of food suited to cultured man's existing needs. Savage and barbarous nations everywhere and always attain to more or less faith in the presence and help of ancestral spirits. They seek instruction from the departed. Broad and perpetual belief in a particular fact is far from weak evidence of its positive existence. Uncultured minds admit witnessed facts to be positive occurrences, and affect no need to comprehend how they are produced before giving assent to their verity. But the cultured are prone to deny the manifestation of any events whose transpiration is not referable to the permission of some law whose operations are familiar. They cannot account for a fact, and therefore it does not exist, or as Agassiz said, quote, "It is not in nature." End of quote. The greatest of human scientists, however, falls far short of acquaintance with all the forces and permissions enfolded within boundless, unfathomable, incomprehensible nature. It is dogmatism, not science, which says that facts observed by the senses of man continuously from the birth of his race down to now have had no positive existence. Law reigns, and we know no law which permits return from beyond the grave. Therefore departed spirits cannot revisit their survivors on earth. Such is often the position and argument of theology, science, and culture. But our question to them is, are you sure that you are acquainted with all the laws, forces, agents, and permissions in the broad storehouses of nature? Have you explored all realms in the universe, and qualified yourselves to maintain that you have definitely learned that no forces anywhere exist by which things anomalous to human science can be manifested to human senses? Practically you say yes, and doing thus you foster and fast extend belief in non-immortality. Are the results of your course to be lamented? Perhaps not. The using out and disappearance of an old belief and a consequent state of non-belief may be arranged for in the methods of Providence, because the latter state may be the best possible for the induction of belief founded on demonstration, where one previously lived which rested upon dogmatic authority. The skepticism of our generation pertaining to a future life is an offspring of general and advanced education, which asks for proofs as the only proper foundation for belief. That education has fitted the thinking masses to demand that teachers shall grapple with and either refute or adopt sensible facts widely witnessed. Millions upon millions of Christendom's inhabitants are having sensible demonstration day by day and hour by hour that the spirits of departed mortals make known their veritable presence among their survivors in mortal forms. They say to the world's leading minds, spirit return is a fact in nature. It is made manifest to our physical senses. We know it to be true. Therefore, ye sticklers for law and scientific methods, prove to us our mistake if we are dupes. During more than 25 years we have been putting forth that call, and you have thus long omitted to give any other response than dogmatic assertion that the appearances we witness are the productions of fraud, fancy, delusion, and the like. That is not satisfactory. Our claim is that departed spirits of men are working marvels on the earth. That claim is good till it be shown that the marvelous events witnessed are the productions of other agents. Each lapsing year strengthens that claim, and if a check to such materialism as argues that man is devoid of any property which will consciously survive the death of his body, and if a positive demonstration of man's survival beyond the tomb be matters which the methods of Providence are employed to advance, then the unwonted numbers of returning spirits recently and now, and the frequency of their advent, together with the consequent daily and palpable demonstration of a life beyond the present, come to man most opportunely, come to him both when vast masses of mortals are prepared so meet and welcome them as friends and kindred, and also and significantly when their presence impairs the power of bright and leading minds to cause the thinkers of our age to anticipate annihilation of themselves, their kindred, and their race, and to suffer loss of the incentives and joys which attend anticipations of a heaven in advance. So welcome, efficient, and salutary an advent of invisible actors and teachers as we witness today seemingly would have been impossible had the witchcraft creed of our fathers retained abiding hold upon their descendants. The methods of Providence seem to have embraced both the abolition of that creed and a sufficient lapse of time for the nurture and culture of a people up to such elevation that a large portion of it would be fitted and disposed to welcome back departed ones just when their proved presence would be the great fact at man's command which would effectually deter advancing and beneficent physical scientists from inferring and teaching that life's emigrants all take a plunge into the rayless abyss of nonentity. A continuous thread of the methods of Providence seems traceable through many of the darkest and most shocking scenes of human history. Many of man's greatest advances have been outwrought through anguish and tortures whose inflictors we reprobate. Is it too much to say that such a thread ropes in, as instruments of good, Pharaoh, Pontius Pilate, witchcraft, and many other notable personages and scenes which have been made to further the deliverances of oppressed and suffering mortals? Permission of sins, sufferings, and wrongs comes from the infinitely benevolent. Fit instrumentality existed at Salem village for demolishing that special creed of Christendom which closed and barred the gates that nature hinged for furnishing a way of egress back from beyond the grave, and wisest and kindest dwellers above were in mood then to let suffering and anguish enough come upon mortals there to awaken them out of their deep delusion and sway them to set those special gates ajar. They broke the bars, but dust and rubbish long made a wide opening difficult and arduous. A century and a half was needed for such liberation of mortals from the crampings of delusion, and for such exercise of free thought in a land of free schools as would educate a nation up to courage which could calmly ask any mysterious visitant whatsoever who he was, whence he came, and what he wanted. In the fullness of time this could be and was done, when culture and science were broadly producing conviction that there is no hereafter for man. One came forth from the land of the departed, knocked on cottage walls, gained the ear of common people, allured hosts of other spirits to follow him to human abodes, and the numerous band of returning ones is now the only host which can effectually stop the hope-crushing advance of materialism and furnish the world palpable demonstration of an hereafter for the souls of men. In 1692, an unprecedented strain in its application effectually broke up Christendom's long-cherished and indurated delusion that devils unfleshed and devils incarnate are the only beings who can act and commune across the line dividing this from the life beyond. That rupture set Christians free to learn that duty called them to, quote, try the spirits, end of quote. In time, a generation came who met that duty. Spirits of God, good spirits as well as others, visit human abodes, and their presence itself is proof positive of man's survival beyond the grave. Their widely conceded advent seems divinely opportune, for it occurs when their presence tends forcefully to check and promises to stop the prevalent strong tendency of science and culture to divine that man's doom is drear annihilation. The beneficent intensity of a special strain upon a specific delusion 90 years ago is due to the strength of faith, character, and action, and to the unwonted extent and excellency of mediumnic instrumentality then existing at Salem village, whose conspicuous action and use there made that spot lastingly memorable, and we deem it just to regard it as a point from which influences emanated whose fruits today are eminent blessings to the Christian world. The methods of Providence often educe choicest good from most direful evils. End of section 31. Section 32 of Witchcraft of New England, explained by Modern Spiritualism, by Allen Putnam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Part 1. Christendom's Witchcraft Devil. Christians
when New England witchcraft occurred, generally believed that it originated with, emanated from, and was controlled by one vast malignant personality, possessing frightful powers, aspects, and deficiency. A fair comprehension of what that being was then conceived to be is needful to anything like accurate knowledge of the origin, growth, sway, exit, and genuine character of occurrences which outwrought as dire strifes, horrors, bloodshed, and heart-wrenchings as any courageous, intelligent, and conscientious people ever cited forward or suffered under. Christendom in the day of our Puritan forefathers believed in a devil peculiar to a few centuries, in one who was of more modern birth than the Bible or other ancient histories, who was very different from any being characterized in either Jewish or heathen records of antiquity, and has no parallel, we trust, in any creed today. Probably many malicious as well as benevolent, unseen personages exist, who may often act upon men and their affairs. There may be powerful evil ones in realms unseen, who there rule over hosts of like dispositions with themselves. Neither the existence of many devils, nor intermeddling by them with man's peace and welfare is called in question. Authors of the Bible, when using the terms devil, Satan, and others of similar import, generally designated, as our own age extensively does, beings very unlike such a devil as was conceived of and dreaded by Christendom from 200 to 500 years ago. Prior to and during the days of Jesus and his apostles, such terms were often applied to whatever, in either the visible or the unseen world, tempted to or forced men to wrongdoing, or hindered their progress in goodness. Jesus said to a disciple, "Get thee behind me, Satan," and this simply because Peter was giving him advice, more carnal than spiritual, and which was designed to dissuade Jesus from following the course which his conscience was prompting him to pursue. The mere giving of unwise advice made Peter a Satan. Turning to 2 Samuel 24:1, you may read that the Lord, being angry, made David to number the people. Turning again to 1 Chronicles 21:1, you will find a description of the same transaction in which it is said that, quote, Satan provoked David to number Israel, end of quote. Therefore, in biblical language, even the Lord, when angry, was equivalent to Satan. Any accuser in a court of justice or equity might properly have been called a Satan in the days of the prophets, for then that term was applicable to any adversary or opponent of whatever grade or nature. Very much later than David's day, the word devil frequently had a much softer meaning than it usually bears now. Jesus said, John 6:70, "Have not I chosen you 12, and one of you is a devil?" Having previously called Peter Satan, Jesus here called Judas a devil. Thus highest Christian authority spoke of unwise and treacherous men as being Satans and devils, and thereby showed that those words anciently were sometimes applied by the pure and wise to other beings than one special great malignant spirit. The devil of modern witchcraft was unknown by Jesus and by all biblical authors. Whence, then, since not from the Bible, whence did Christians of the 17th and some earlier centuries obtain those peculiar conceptions of him which made the devil almost counterbalance in malignity and monstrosity the benignity and beauty of the infinite God? Where did they find him? So far as we perceive and believe, his like was never recognized, either outside of Christendom or prior to the Dark Ages. No being verily like him was ever dreaded as an enemy by any other people than Christians, and not by them till within the last 1,000 years. About all that we know is that he had become huge and frightful at the time of the Reformation, and our belief is that morbid fancy in the cloisters and monasteries of Europe through several centuries plied her limnistic verbal skill, and thereby outlined and blackened piecemeal her most outré conceptions possible of the lineaments and expressions of a being as monstrous in shape, as powerful, wily, and malicious as imagination could fabricate, and thus gave the Christian world a monk-made devil, a hideous personification of evil.
Lapsing time eventually caused this cloister-born scarecrow to be looked upon as vitalized malignity incarnate, as an immortal, ubiquitous personality, as a living fiend of awful sway and force, who should be watched, feared, and fought by every God-serving man. We look upon him as a production of human fancy, but not so did our predecessors. They assigned to their devil a horrid form and huge dimensions of very different origin and nature. We are born, and what is nature according to the belief of those who imported him to New England shores are important questions, the appropriate answers to which must be comprehended before one can obtain just appreciation of the position in which their creed placed our forefathers, and the direction and force it gave to their action whenever seeming diabolism not only fearfully disturbed private firesides and social relations, but threatened tenure of lands and continued existence of church and state throughout the colonies. Their author of witchcraft was conceived of, believed in, and set forth in language as having been heaven-born, a glorious angel once, but apostate and banished from his native skies, as one mighty malignant personality, almost ubiquitous, almost omniscient, second in power to Almighty God alone, and nearly his equal. As quoted by Upham, Volume 1, page 390, Weyerius, a learned German physician, described the devil as being one who, quote, possesses great courage, incredible cunning, a superhuman wisdom, the most acute penetration, consummate prudence, and incomparable skill in veiling the most pernicious artifices under a specious disguise, and a malicious and infinite hatred toward the human race, implacable and incurable. End of quote. Quote, he was, end of quote, says Appleton's in a Cyclopedia, quote, often represented on the stage with black complexion, flaming eyes, and sulphuric odor, horns, tail, hooked nails, and cloven hoof, end of quote. Many of us now living have seen him pictured nearly thus in some old illustrated editions of the Bible. But the gifted Milton's comprehensive fancy and lofty diction, exempted under poetic license from adherence to fact or creed, or other enfeebling restraint, put forth in masterly and acceptable manner lineaments and features appropriate to an embodiment of his highest possible conceptions of combined majesty, might, and malignity, and thus allured his own and future ages to bow in awe before a devil who in grandeur far surpassed any which monkish powers had been able to fabricate and describe. He imputed to Satan, quote, eyes that sparkling blazed, his other parts besides, prone on the flood, extended long and large, lay floating many a rood, end of quote, quote, unconquerable will and study of revenge, immortal hate and courage never to submit or yield, end of quote. Quote, resolved to wage by force or guile eternal war, irreconcilable to our grand foe, ever to do ill, our sole delight, as being the contrary to his high will whom we resist. If then his providence out of our evil seek to bring forth good, our labor must be to prevent that end, and out of good still to find means of evil, end of quote. Such was the great poet's, quote, archangel ruined, end of quote. Nearly such was the prevalent perception of him by the general mind of Christendom. He was one mighty evil spirit, monarch of all fiends, and an untiring operator for harm to both the body and soul of man. Such conceptions were general alike in Europe and America, but still another view, quite as appalling as any of the foregoing, and appealing more directly to the temporal interests of men, operated in America, and made it specially needful for all property holders here to contest the devil's advances. Cotton Mather called the arch mischief worker, quote, a great landholder, end of quote, and he was spoken of as though conceived to be temporal as well as spiritual ruler over all Indian tribes and their lands, and also as being a contester against God and Christ for empire over each and every part of the American continent where Christians encroached upon his sable majesty's domains. God and devil, each was a vast and powerful spirit, exercising sway and dominion widely as the other would let him, and these two mighty spiritual rulers were often struggling in sharp conflict of doubtful issue for empire over particular portions of the earth. The devil, and such a devil too, occupied much space not only in the theology and philosophy of the learned, but also in the daily and worldly thoughts of the common colonists. Upham has forcefully and truthfully said, Volume 1, page 393, that our fathers, quote, were under an impression that the devil, having failed to prevent progress of knowledge in Europe, had abandoned his efforts to obstruct it effectually there, had withdrawn into the American wilderness, intending here to make a final stand, and had resolved to retain an undiminished empire over the whole continent and his pagan allies, the native inhabitants. Our fathers accounted for the extraordinary descent and incursions of the evil one among them in 1692 on the supposition, quote, that it was a desperate effort to prevent them from bringing civilization and Christianity within its favorite retreat, and their souls were fired with the glorious thought that by carrying on the war with vigor against him and his confederates, the witches, they would become chosen and honored instruments in the hands of God for breaking down and abolishing the last stronghold on the earth of the kingdom of darkness. End of quote. This mighty devil, commander-in-chief of the countless hosts of all the devils, demons, Satans, Indians, heathens, sinners in, above, upon, or around earth, this mighty contester for dominion with God and Christ and all good Christians, was conceived to be author of all works called witchcrafts, producing them through human beings who had voluntarily made a covenant to serve him, and who resided in the midst of the people whom he molested, for we shall soon see that the philosophy of those times permitted him no other possible access to man than through persons who were in covenant with himself. Any covenanter with such a devil, that is, any wizard or witch, could be regarded by the public as nothing less formidable than a voracious wolf burrowing within the Christian sheepfold, who, if not at once unearthed and slain, would either actually devour or frighten away from their pasturing grounds all those with their descendants who had crossed the ocean to feed on the hills and vales of America. Our fathers felt that the possession of value of their homes and lands, as well as the temporal peace and prosperity of the community, its religious privileges, and the salvation of human souls, were at stake in a witchcraft conflict. Their faith, their interests, temporal and spiritual, their manhood, and all that was brave, strong, and good in them, called upon them to face boldly even such a devil as has been described above, and to fight him by any processes which had been tried and approved in Europe, the chief of which was to seize his covenanted servants, his guns, and silence them promptly and permanently. Witches must die. Limitations of the devil's powers. Creed-makers before the Reformation conceived what is probably true, that natural barriers at all times have effectually debarred even the mightiest devil, as well as each and all of his disembodied imps, from coming directly into such close contact with the human body or any other material object as enabled them to produce effects perceptible by man's physical senses. Being themselves spirits, whether primarily earth-born or foreign, devils could effect direct access to, and could harm the minds and souls of men, and, unaided by mortals, could incite human beings to evil actions and self-debasement, while yet, so long as they were unaided by voluntary human alliance, they were absolutely unable to act upon matter, unable to subject human forms to fits, twitchings, tumblings, transformations, sicknesses, pains, etc., such as the bewitched of old experienced, and such as await many mediumistic persons today. Devils formerly, and spirits now, to make the effects of their powers observable, or to make themselves felt by men's external senses, usually must act first and directly upon the equivalent to such nervous fluid or aura as enables man's mind to actuate his own body. Any disembodied spirit of whatsoever grade or character may be, and probably is, seldom able to command that intermediate aura, or that something, excepting when in or near an animal organism, which possesses those properties or conditions, whatever they are, which render a person mediumistic. Constructors of the witchcraft creed probably had learned that nature always and everywhere makes matter intangible by spirit directly, and they thence inferred that the devil could never get into close contact with human bodies without the aid of some spirit, or of appendages to some spirit, who holds living alliance with matter, and consequently has in or around itself nervous fluid, or its equivalent, which is usable by mind not its own, is loanable, or at least liable to be abstracted. Transpiring observation now quite distinctly perceives that control of human organisms by disembodied spirits is usually attended by conditions fundamentally analogous to an antecedent covenant. The old creed-makers may have reasoned from facts of experience and observation much more generally and logically than the present age imagines. No special desire is felt, and we do not see that any special obligation rests upon us to palliate the doings of those monastics who in dark ages both fabricated and shackled the devil of witchcraft. Still, we do not begrudge them such justification as may flow out that passing facts. We have already stated the probability that nature makes physical man intangible by spirits directly because of protracted observations of their doings. We assume that spirits are able to read at a glance the properties of each form to which they give special attention, and are at no loss to determine what organisms are controllable by them when conditions are all favorable. One and an important condition is absence of resistance to control by the mind to which the susceptible organism pertains. The genuine owner generally can withhold his or her nervous fluids or auras, or those properties of whatever kind or name which a spirit must use in the controlling process, and consequently a quasi-agreement, amounting at least to acquiescence on the part of the medium, is generally a necessary preliminary to any modern spirit manifestation, especially with mediums not much accustomed to be controlled. When and where belief prevailed that all disembodied spirits who ever actuated human forms were the devil or his imps, the inference that those whom he and his controlled had entered into an agreement with him was natural and almost necessary. For an agreement or consensus between a controlling spirit and the will of the person controlled is very common now, and no doubt has been in all past ages. The assumption, however, which seems to have been prevalent formerly, that such consensus involved eternal reciprocal obligation between the devil and a human soul, or the sale of that soul to the evil one, could not be required or suggested by any facts perceivable by modern observation. No doubt, each successive use of properties of a particular body by an intelligence from outside itself generally enables the foreign spirit subsequently to manage that body with increasing ease to itself and with more satisfaction probably to both parties. And the practice, if mutually pleasurable, renders prolonged cooperation probable, but cooperation for a time imposes no obligation or necessity that the parties shall remain forever conjoined. Common use of the same magnetism, nervous elements, or whatever they use in common, may tend to make a spirit and a mortal assimilate in their tastes, emotions, motives, and characters. This cooperation may evoke such sympathy between them that each may often be drawn to the other's aid, and conjointly they may manifest both physical and mental powers which neither could put forth alone. And it is possible that a liberated spirit may be so linked in sympathy with numerous other spirits that the joint powers of many are at his service, so that through a single human form there may be manifested to the outer world the effects of the combined forces of legions of ascended spirits, either good or bad, in one accordant band. Obviously, spiritual beings of whatever quality are generally dependent for any manifestation to the outer world on one or more of a class of mortals possessing special properties or susceptibilities. Nature seems to impose such necessity. She does not let even man's own spirit act upon his stable body directly, but through something of an essence before microscope and scalpel. Covenant with the devil. Perhaps and probably the direst and most disastrous of all deluding misconceptions by our forefathers, the one which engendered, nurtured, and intensified the greatest evils of witchcraft, was that neither their huge devil nor any subordinate fiendish spirit could get access to external nature and human bodies through any other avenue than some man, woman, or child who had already voluntarily made an explicit agreement with him or his to be his obedient and faithful servant in consideration of helps and favors which the devil promised to bestow in requital. When such a covenant had been ratified by signature in the devil's book, written with the blood of the mortal party, then forthwith the devil and his hosts thereby became subject to his new servant's call, and the servant to the devil's summons, so that either could command the powers of both for cooperation in the execution of any malice or deviltry whatsoever, and upon any designated individual. The assumed fact that the devil could use the faculties and properties of no human being who had not expressly covenanted with him, conjoined with belief that he must have the voluntary help of some human being whenever he molested men, was the especially murderous ingredient of faith which impelled good and humane men on to copious shedding of innocent blood. the making of that covenant, and thereby opening an aperture for the devil's entrance through nature's barrier, and thus admitting a wolf into the Christian fold, who otherwise could not possibly have entered, constituted the essence of the crime of witchcraft. That covenanting act made the covenanting man or woman a wizard or a witch, and God had said, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." End of quote. The Devil's Defense. The custom is humane and equitable, which permits the accused to be heard in their own behalf. It is a common saying that even the prisoner now at our bar is always entitled to his due, and we cheerfully grant him opportunity to defend himself. Under his alias Satan, and using a cultured Englishman as his amanuensis, he has recently favored the world with his autobiography, in which he says, quote, "I am a power. I am a power under God, and as such I perform a task which, however unlovely and however painful, is destined to put forward God's wise and benignant purposes for the good of man. I am an image of the evil that is in man, arising from his divinely given liberty of moral choice. That evil I discipline and correct as well as represent, and so I am also a divine schoolmaster to bring the world to God. My origin is human, my sphere of action earthly, my final end dissolution. Evil must cease when good is universal. While then I cannot boast of a heavenly birth. I disown fiendish dispositions. Worse than the worst man I cannot be. I'm indeed a sort of mongrel, born, bred, reared, and nurtured of human fancy, folly, and fraud. As such I possess a sort of quasi-omnipresence and a quasi-omniscience, for I exist wherever man exists, and dwelling in human hearts know all that men think, feel, and do. Hence I have power to tempt and mislead, and that power when in my worst moods I am pleased to exercise. I am a personification of the dark side of humanity and the universe. I exist in every land and occupy a corner in every human heart. I am the child of human speculation. I came into existence on the first day that man asked himself, whence this world in which I live and of which I am a part. End of quote. The frankness, perspicuity, definiteness, and point taken in connection with the calm, earnest tone and gentle, candid spirit in which his then placid majesty dictated that account of himself to his reverend scribe, win our credence and induce us to believe he utters only the simple truth when he describes himself as, quote, a personification of the dark side of humanity and the universe, end of quote, as one who, quote, cannot boast of a heavenly birth, end of quote, and was, quote, born, bred, and nurtured of human fancy, folly, and fraud, end of quote, as possessing, quote, a sort of quasi-omnipresence and a quasi-omniscience, end of quote, existing, quote, wherever man exists, dwelling in human hearts, end of quote, knowing, quote, all that men think, feel, and do, end of quote, having power, quote, to tempt and mislead, end of quote, and in his, quote, worst moods is pleased to exercise, end of quote, that power. Such a Satan or devil no doubt exists, but though we admit that he was a mighty impersonal power in the midst of witchcraft scenes, he was vastly different from the heaven-born, quote, archangel fallen, end of quote, whom the good people of New England believed in, feared, and supposed themselves to be fighting against. A personification of the principle of evil, or, quote, of the dark side of humanity and the universe, end of quote, is the only devil who is simultaneously present with the whole human race. But hosts of unseen personalities, earth-born, expanded, wily, malignant, and powerful, may act upon man, and bands of such may be subservient to some abler ones of their kind, who reign over them as princes of the dark powers of the air. Malignant, departed mortals are the only disembodied personal devils who molest mankind. We believe in many devils, but not in Christendom's witchcraft chief one. The devil of our fathers, though but a fiction, was chief cause of witchcraft's woes, and therefore merits attention first in any attempt to subject that matter to new analysis. Demonology and necromancy. Demonology, intercourse with demons, implies dealings with spiritual personalities, but these may be either good or bad, and may consist wholly or only in part of departed human beings, provided there be any other grade of spirits residing in or able to enter earth's spirit spheres. Probably there are not. In earlier ages, these demons were often deemed to be intermediate messengers and links facilitating intercourse between mortals on earth and most eminent gods above. That idea, somewhat qualified, is having revival now in the minds of those who are receiving from their departed friends instructions and influences which allure humans heavenward. In the olden faith, demon was used to designate a spirit who might be good, and demonology then, far from being branded as diabolism, or dealings with one great devil and his special devotees, was generally deemed not only innocent but helpful, as much so as man's communings today with either his disembodied kindred and friends, or with benighted, forlorn, and anguished souls who seek needed encouragement and solace, which they can obtain from none other than an earthly source, are deemed helpful by those loving and philanthropic men and women who take active part in similar demonological interviews now. Bad as demonology seems at this day, when the word has come to suggest dealings with bad and demoralizing spirits alone, time was when both it and necromancy, or intercourse with the dead, could be legitimately applied to such interviews as Jesus had with Moses and Elias on the Mount of Transfiguration, and therefore then might have imported communings that would spiritualize and elevate whoever experienced its operations. Strictly, there are no dead. Moses and Elias were living personages when seen by Jesus. Socrates and many other ancient and wise teachers drew much profound wisdom and inspiration from out the veiled recesses of demonology and necromancy, and the example of such wise and good men of old has practical imitation by the spiritually minded and philanthropic disciples of modern communicators living in supernal spheres. Biblical witch and witchcraft. Very great difference existed between the witchcraft of Bible times and that of Christendom 1500 years after John recorded the Revelation. The difference was almost as marked as that between the devils of those two periods. The word witch seems primarily to mean, quote, a knowing one, end of quote, and perhaps has always hinted at knowledge or power acquired by some mysterious method, which is generally meant not only a knowing one, but also any person who gets knowledge or help by processes which are mysterious. Witchcraft has been the utterance of knowledge, or the application of power thus obtained, but neither all such utterance nor all such application of force was in biblical times called witchcraft. Far, very far different from that. Daniel, Ezekiel, and John the Revelator all obtained knowledge mysteriously from the lips of departed men. Their promulgation of it, however, was not called witchcraft, but the word of God. Neither do the Scriptures speak of the woman of Endor as a witch or practitioner of witchcraft, though she had both a familiar spirit and such clairvoyant powers that at her call Samuel rendered himself visible by her, and he either used her organs of speech or impressed her to use them in utterance of rebukes to Saul and prediction of his coming fate. This was not biblical witchcraft, though, departing from biblical precedent, the modern world has fallen into the habit of calling the woman of Endor a witch, while that epithet is not applied to her in the Bible. His lawgiver said to Moses, quote, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, end of quote. But if that teacher furnished any very clear definition of either witch or witchcraft, it has not come down to us. Tempting to spiritual whoredom, so far as we can determine, constituted the crime of witchcraft among the Jews. The people of Israel were regarded as being wedded to the God of Abraham. Therefore, persons who by signs, by marvelous utterances and acts, tempted Jews to be false to their marriage relations with their God were witches. The crime of witchcraft was not involved in simply putting forth knowledge, signs, and wonders by the help of familiar spirits, because prophets and apostles often did that when they put forth the word of God. Witchcraft was application of supernal knowledge and powers for the special purpose of seducing and tempting people to worship Moloch or some other god of the heathen. See Leviticus 25:6. Bible witchcraft was use of mysterious acquisitions in teaching heresy. End of section 32.